I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to hearings referenced in attached case listings for the week starting 5/22/2020.
People ask me about the procedures. And me personally, and so I just told them that they need to protest. Is that in violation of this?
Yeah, you should, I would
You should know, yes.
make a note that you can't talk about it. Yes.
And file their protest.
Yeah.
It's not gonna like echo back.
No, I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66. Yeah, related to hearings referenced in a tax case listing for the week starting 5/22/2020.
Okay, so as, well, she's signing that as an aside. The other witnesses that testify during or present evidence and testify during hearings also have to sign an affidavit. Our process, the modification of our process now has the district representatives. All of the staff appraisers will have signed a similar affidavit. It's a slightly differently worded affidavit because what they're attesting to is their testimony being true and correct. But they'll have the same case listing, the first case listing file to sign against. And protesters also that are presenting evidence also have to sign an affidavit. That step will be accomplished in the lobby by the district representatives who are signing it into the process. So that'll all be handled and taken care of prior to the hearing starting. Okay, and then what you'll see, and if you review, you don't necessarily have the benefit of seeing the prior scripts that we used, but since this is a change in the process, the wording of how we introduce a hearing is changed slightly. So now whoever is running the hearing has to just confirm and do that. It's primarily put it on the record. Confirm that the ARB members have signed their required affidavits, the district has signed their affidavits, and the protesters signed their affidavits. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
And we've already, all of the appraisers for this week's listing have already made a similar sort of statement for an notary, and so we're good to go. As soon as the people come in, they're sworn in out here, and so hopefully it'll expedite the process.
They have a lot of time.
I believe so. We're hoping 5 to 7 minutes every year, so that adds up real quick.
Yep, it does. And just for reference, Val did, or they did include a copy of the district representative's affidavit in the on the system. So if you wanted to review it, although I do have to review it, in fact, to confirm that they did in fact sign. Now, again, recognize that this list of hearings is a potential list of hearings. So there may be some number of hearings that don't actually take place because they get rescheduled, they get settled out of the,
But there won't be any added that haven't had the.
That's correct. Okay. The last thing I'll mention is there may be cases where one of you is not here at the time that we do our sign in or swear in on Thursday. And that's okay. What we'll do is accommodate that by just having another step where you do it on a separate affidavit to attest to the
Periods for the week.
yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next item is the approval of the meeting minutes. I distributed this with the email earlier. It's also on the system here. If you wanted to review it, Does any, and I don't know if she gave us copies?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
great, perfect. So, is there any discussion, we require either updates or modifications to the hearing minutes from the April 19th meeting, which unfortunately you missed, and probably luckily. We had, some rather complicated, issues to deal with, so it was not to subject you to that, but at the same time, it was an interesting section.
So, if there are no corrections,
Yeah, I didn't see any that looked good to me.
it looks
Okay.
good. I'm gonna move that we accept the minutes, to the April 19th, ARB, board meeting as written.
That's second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those part of the meeting minutes are approved. Next item is, next Tuesday, the 30th. I have a doctor's appointment that'll just keep me out of the session to start with, early in the morning. I've already checked with Peggy, who's going to kick off the meeting and start things off on Tuesday the 30th. And Ron has agreed to take over secretary duties for whatever's required there, although he's already volunteered to do our timing for our hearings.
I remember that. I slept since then.
It is recorded. You can go back. And like, so along those lines, I also distributed a copy of the preamble scripts that we use in introducing kicking off any particular hearing. I did that for a couple of reasons. One is just general transparency. There's no reason to hide any of this stuff. You all should become and will become familiar with the words that are spoken in introducing any particular hearings. One of the main reasons why we do this is just so that we have a manner of consistency across all of our hearings and all the things that we need to say to kick things off are in fact stated, and we don't inadvertently miss something. The second reason is if we have situations like on the 30th where one or more of you need to step into assume the duties of chairman or run a meeting or that type of thing. The last item is related to running single member panels. Last year, the state legislature, as a result of some changes to the tax code that were implemented at the end of 2021, introduced this concept of a single member panel. Many other kinds of hearings, panel hearings are special panels are restricted, or it's not required to support having special panels in counties that have populations that either in some cases are less than 1 million or in other cases less than 500,000 population. They did not put such a restriction on single member panels. So for your benefit, what is a single member panel, and you happen to have a protest form. On the protest form that people can submit, there are 2 check boxes. One of them says, do you request an informal conference with the appraisal office before protest hearing? The other is, do you request a single member ARB panel? It's on the protest. And unfortunately, that's kind of the extent of the information about what single member panels deal with. So people sometimes will check that, not really understanding what that's about. Real briefly, the single member panel hearings allow a protest to be heard by a single member of the ARB. Now, the determination that is reached in that hearing has to then be taken to the full ARB to be accepted or not accepted. Okay, so it's, while the single member may make a determination to either no change or reduce or make some modification to the appraisal, the final determination, acceptance of that determination is made by the full ARB. So, in the scripts, there are a set of scripts that deal with the single member panel format, which is effectively the same, okay, in terms of the steps that are taken, but there's some rewording. For example, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. That step is changed, so it says I represent, okay, and so on. So you don't have to make those kinds of transpositions or modifications on the fly. We have 3 different types of hearings that are indicated or shown in the script. One is for in-person hearings, where the protester is physically here. The second is a phone hearing where they've called in on the phone. And the third is a hearing by affidavit only, where either the protester or a representative is available or he would have the hearing. And it's done entirely on paper via affidavits that's submitted ahead of time. Now, having said all that, with respect to the scripts, I also wanted to ask, and Val has well, it was a question that she and I chatted about earlier, is with respect to single member panels. I don't know a number yet in terms of how many.
We have a goodly number already that are requesting that, and Beth is working on that day, whatever that day is. I guess y'all talked about specific, or have y'all talked about specific?
That's what we're going to do.
Okay, yeah, Beth's got a set of properties. Well, I can get that answer for you pretty,
Just as a matter of interest, the number, the last year was the first year that we supported the ability to have single member panels. We had about 160 people that requested it. And what we do, what the district does, is if somebody requests a single member panel by checking the box or indicating somehow on their protest submission that they would like to be heard in a single member panel, a letter is sent out to them, to the protester, saying, you've requested single member panel. Here's what it implies. Here's what's going to happen. Because a lot of people may be under the impression, or in some cases misconception, that the results of their hearing will be, they'll know when they walk out the door, and that's not the case. Okay, so the letter articulates what is involved with single member panels, what they can expect to have happen, as well as if you look through our hearing procedures. There's also reference to that, that the determination from the single member panel goes back to the full ARB to be either accepted or
Reject.
or not accepted. I don't like the word rejected. It sounds pretty.
I don't understand the reason for it.
Well, there are some places, and in a county like ours, it probably doesn't have as much of a benefit as in other counties, which push through a large number of protests. If you have an ARB with 15 people, and you can split that into holding 15 concurrent hearings, it could speed things up. Okay, and so from that standpoint, it would.
But it's still gotta go.
It still does, although yes, it still does. Okay. So there is that aspect that it potentially could speed things up in terms of hearing the hearing, going to the hearing, but it doesn't necessarily have the perceived benefit. Now, in our case, it becomes even a little more interesting because of the tax code says that if a determination from a single member panel is not accepted by the full ARB, the protest can be reheard by another single member panel. Okay. So this is like a visual. Anyway, could be heard by another single member panel or heard by the full ARB in a separate scheduled hearing. Because of the size of our board and the fact that when a determination is brought back to the full ARB, enough of the information about the protest is known that it becomes really difficult to take another single member person to hear it in a single member panel format. So in that case where a determination is not accepted by the ARB, our next step is to schedule a hearing, or reschedule a hearing in front of the full ARB, at which the tax code does allow us to do. Now, last year, Kathy Hoffman and myself ran all the single member panel hearings. And in part because, the three folks here that were new on the board and didn't want to throw them into the water to,
It's interesting.
yeah, right. Okay. However, y'all have had some sufficient time to become familiar with this, so I'd like to offer or ask, if any of you doesn't want to do a single member panel here. And if not, then Val is going to start scheduling, or Beth, I guess, it's going to start scheduling single member panel sessions. And the way we've done it is we typically will take one docket, and sometimes one full day, and devote that to single member panel hearings. It depends on the number, okay? And then the next day, we will, when we convene as a full board, hear the determination that come back from that single member panel set of hearings. The acceptance or not acceptance of the determinations generally runs pretty quickly. Because again, we have some limitations on how much we can say in the recommendation hearing. If a hearing or if a protest may in turn come back to the full board, we can't go through a lot of details in the recommendation hearing, so that we take the ability to hear that protest in the full board. So, does anybody? Yes, sir.
I have something as soon as you're finished. I have one other thing of clarification before we get started.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Since I've never been to a single member hearing, would it be acceptable to come in and see how it's run? Or would that be against the regulation? And I guess maybe the next thing would be to view it on YouTube when
Yeah.
it's conducted.
The problem is, and maybe we can go back. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you can theoretically do it, but you would only let one other person do it at a time for a day. For the purpose that you would be excluded from the recommendation phase for that particular day because you've already heard.
Okay.
And so theoretically, let's say Scott did a single member panel.
Yeah.
You could actually sit in here and listen to how it's done just because you want to know how it's conducted.
Right.
You would have to recuse yourself at the recommendation hearing for that day because you've heard all those things. Now, the rest of the panel here would have a quorum and vote. They could vote affirmation or a declination of that recommendation. You see what I'm saying? But you'd have to do it very careful about it.
Yeah.
Even if I watch it on YouTube.
Well,
That's
That's still, okay.
right.
But if I only sat in for one hearing.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
you know,
couple
would have to-
of things.
that
I
would-
don't believe that there would be a problem with going back to last year
Okay,
and listening to
Yeah,
That's exactly right. That's a great
that's,
idea.
yeah, okay, so I can.
So we'll get the, determine the dates, because I don't remember the dates, and let you know.
See how it's conducted.
And to be honest, there's really nothing that I can think of that's different in a single member panel hearing, except there's one person
Okay.
that's running the thing. It becomes, I won't say challenging, but you may want to slow things down slightly because you're having to keep track of time as well as run the hearing, okay? And that's the only real differentiation. Now, I don't, it's up to you. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you try this year until you get your arms around how hearings work and that kind of stuff.
I agree.
Okay,
Yeah.
but it's your call, okay? So if the three of you are okay, okay, that's fine,
And then
that's fine.
I don't want to make a mistake.
Is there nobody in the room except the protester and you?
You, myself, or whoever's running the hearing, the single member panel, single member person from the ARB, the protester or protesters and agents and stuff like that, and the district representatives. So it's identical to a regular hearing, except
Just
the
one
four of
person.
you are not in the room. Okay, so it's run the same way, it's the same steps are gone through in introducing the hearing and that type of
Well,
thing.
that answers my question. I feel okay about that.
Okay.
At least for that.
So I will, I'll talk to Val and we will kick off. And what I'm probably gonna suggest is I'll do the first session, but we'll set it up so that I'll do morning docket, 8:30 and 10. And then have one of you two to start with, do the afternoon. I'll give you the information, you can review it online, and if you decide that you do or don't want to put your toe in the water, that's fine, okay? Okay, all right, Mike, you have something
Yes,
else?
I had one other thing. I wanted to give you a point of just understanding with the notice process, when we do a notice of hearing and the people come to this hearing, we send our evidence out, and it's associated with the section of the code 41-461, and it specifically A3. The appraisal shall deliver a copy of, A2. Inform the property owner that the agent of the owner is entitled to request a copy of the data, schedules, formulas, and all other information the chief appraiser will introduce to establish the matter of issue. So that basically says the evidence package, the evidence package. This year we tried to reduce the amount of the size of paper that we were sending out. And some of you may remember that when we go through our evidence, the basic format is, we have some kind of imagery associated. We have the property card, and then we have two sets of grids that we always present, a sales grid and an equity grid. And then at the back end of that, you might have like a 32-page, what we call the sales ratio report. Initially, I'm just going to let you know, we tried to reduce the size because of mailing and wasting paper and all the rest, and just give the one-liner, because we would typically go to the end of that sales ratio report and say, there's 48 sales, some number of sales, and here's the ratio. Well, what ended up happening is that we had individuals, some of the people that you'll hear in the first 2 weeks, they've said, what are all the sales that you considered but didn't use? I want that sales ratio report, which is in a different part of the code. It's the code is called the government code 552149. So it's part of the open records request thing. And so in an effort to try to reduce paper, I've created another problem. So I'm affirming to you that it's not a problem. We're within the legality of the law. I mean, we're running because what we've given them is what we're going to present. It's all fine and good. So we have given the one-liner at the very end for the first couple of weeks, but then we've gone back to just running the whole sales ratio report. And the reason for that is so that we won't miss an open records request of government code 552.149.149. And so I wanted you to know that that was going to occur. So the evidence packages at first will be very thin, and then 2 weeks from now, they'll be very, very thick again. So, yeah. And so anyways,
So I have a question. I mean, clearly, the evidence is your purview because that's what you're presenting.
that's correct.
Is there even a consideration not included at all? And the reason I ask this
Is there a consideration that's not?
to not include the sales ratio report at all. The reason I ask this is quite often, aside from the one page or summary thing at the end, quite often people misinterpret or misconstrue the information that's there and try and use the sales ratio report for a purpose that it was not intended. To go through and find other sales and not really have a good appreciation for, yeah, well, this is a, an 7SS and this is a 3SS and, and the differences between the sales, okay?
Yeah, and what I would say to that is that there's two things. Obviously, in the first 2 weeks, what we were trying to do was reduce paper, summarize, and to your point, this is basically our evidence. These are a reasonable number of comparables that are appropriately adjusted. This is the district's evidence, and that's it. But in doing so, like there are people that are requesting this 552.149, and I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss an open records request that's associated, because they'll come in between the time that I delivered the notice and the time of the hearing. I mean, yes, the time that I delivered the notice and the time of the hearing, because they'll say, where's all the sales that are in this entire neighborhood that you didn't consider? Which they have a right to see that.
Sure.
If they request it, but it's under a different part of the code. It's not part of the Texas Property Tax Code. It's part of the Government Open Records Code. But in erring in the point of both transparency and not missing an open records request, which is pretty important, I've just decided, hey, we're going to put them back in. And if they want to go look at one, the district representative gets to say why that's relevant or not relevant. They get to rebut it.
Sure.
So that would be at the time that they receive all the information when they're protesting,
That's correct.
and that's when they would request that, right?
If they wanted it.
If they wanted it.
If they wanted the additional, what's called the self-ratio report, which is typically all of the sales within an area that we considered, but we didn't use in our grids. And so anybody could have it, but we've already met the standard by doing the one liner at the end.
Mhm.
And so I just wanted you to know that in the first 2 weeks, you'll see a condensed kind of thing. And then after a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, you'll start to see it like it used to look like. And I didn't want there to be, I wanted to just tell you that in advance before our first hearing. So, all right.
Now, I'll also mention that by the code, the the district, the protester can request the evidence. And prior to their hearing, the district here takes a slightly different approach in that they always produce and deliver the evidence that will be presented in a hearing.
Always.
Yeah,
So that they can understand the last 2 or 3 years.
that's correct. Okay, so the steps could be based on the code. You file a protest, a hearing is scheduled, and you get a notice of hearing, which could be just a very simple notice of hearing. Show up at this time on this date, and so on and so forth. Okay, and by the code, after you get your notice of hearing, you can come back and request the evidence that will be presented by the district. However, what the district does to avoid having to do multiple mailings and, either react or not react to a request for evidence and so on, they always produce the evidence and they send it out with the notice of hearing.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Anyways, I just want to give you a little heads up that our evidence packages will look a little bit different for the first 2 to 3 weeks. And then they'll look like you've always seen them. Great, they'll be very similar, so. Anyways, with that, we'll see what we've got, and I'm gonna get a number for the number of single member
And
panels.
if you could ask Val to come in, because we have some scheduling stuff to.
Yep. I'll bring it back.
Thank you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just want to bring it closer.
I don't see any people out there. Good.
Lock
the door.
Lot of trees, so that means that.
People come in.
That's
Friend.
activity in the back, negotiate.
Well, they may.
So, I only have calendars through May.
Right, and that's what we're gonna talk about.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Did I miss something?
No, not necessarily, although this is today is the start of the protest season. So you can count on us meeting every week, Monday through Thursday, for the upcoming months. Okay,
Through August, probably.
through August.
So that's June and July
Yeah,
and August.
into August. It just depends on how
How
many protests get scheduled and so on and so forth. So, now what we're gonna talk about is there are gonna be a few exceptions to that schedule of Monday through Thursday. And we'll talk about that. Well, one of them is next week, which is Memorial Day. Monday and Tuesday, Monday is Memorial Day,
Tuesdays.
Tuesday Tuesday is gonna be a full day, Tuesday through Thursday. And we discussed at our last meeting about the handling for the July 4th week. And July 4th is on a Tuesday as well. And
We're not meeting on the 3rd and 4th.
right, so we're not gonna meet on July 3rd and 4th, which is Monday and Tuesday. We will meet Wednesday through Friday. We decided we would meet on Friday of July 4th week. And I'll put all this in a note as well, so you'll have some.
Yeah, Val usually does.
And then, every week, Monday
Through
through
Thursday,
Thursday.
right. Now,
This is the rest of your life.
start time.
You're kidding.
The start time is 8:30. That's when the first hearings are scheduled based on the notice of hearings that are sent out. We generally kind of try and arrive a little early so that we can hit the ground running at 8:30. Kick off the meeting. And for the most part, 8:30 is the date, is the time. Today was a little different because of having this administrative stuff to go through. And there will be two other exceptions that I know of right now. One of them is there will be a Friday session that will take place somewhere probably in July, which deals with minerals and some large commercial accounts. The second one is by the tax code, we need to make available at least one Saturday or late night after 7, although what we've always opted to do is to run a set of sessions on hearings on Saturdays. And we'll pick a date. Again, as I recall, it was in July.
That was later on.
Yeah. And I'm just right now, the only one I know is next Tuesday.
Okay, May the 30th. right?
And I should,
Yeah, I got it.
yeah, it's just I won't be here early enough to get this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll say that last year, the Saturday session, they had scheduled, I think, 7 hearings and none of them
I think
showed up.
one showed up. I knew one of
Was it?
them. Yeah, yeah. I remember that.
That was a year ago.
I've slept for like at least once,
Yeah, I remember.
you know?
Because she, yeah. I remember.
So it's every week, Tuesday through
Monday
Monday
through Thursday.
Thursday.
Monday.
it's Monday. I thought
Yes.
You said Tuesday.
No, no,
No,
Monday through Thursday. It's just that
4 days a week.
sometimes Friday, sometimes Saturday, but there were no events. That's like July, right?
yeah.
Open to some truck.
Sure.
Lock the door.
Anybody.
Good, lock the door.
Val is coming in. He'll come in.
She's got her
Calendar.
And then I'll let you know, I'm gonna be gone in August.
Okay.
We've already started.
Yeah, right. I just didn't notice.
So as far as single member panels, we have 89 thus far. But that's, last year you had 115, so
Oh, okay.
it's not. out of-
And they don't always show. It's, you know, sometimes they,
And remember, like, of that list, we have, of that list, the notices that have gone out are 26,000 or 26,000 roughly of the 30,000 parcels we have. So the vast majority of the notices have already gone out. And so that number will probably be in the same range as last year. And we have some exclusionary dates that you cannot have as far as single member panels because there's conflicts. There's either Freaking Habit Day or there's there are what's called online protest days because we allow some people to schedule their own hearings on if they do an online, and those are specific days. But other than that, Val's probably gonna have some suggestions.
Mhm. So, we have June 22nd or June 29th. They're both Thursday.
22nd and 29th.
Yes, and then on later into July, we have the 10th to the 12th. So a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think we kind of left that open though for putting in agents because we're going to be certifying on the 20th. So I would say we would want to go maybe on later to July 27th, which is a Thursday, or August 3rd, which is a Thursday.
Well, my first suggestion is that for the single member panel session is that we pick something other than Thursday or restricted to just a morning session because we have the recommendation hearing that needs to take place the next
Next
day.
day. Okay.
Or, well, that's what we typically do, right? I think our words to the protesters are within 2 weeks, okay? But in any case, we got to schedule a recommendation hearing, which goes real fast. Generally it can be done in, first part of a morning docket or something like that.
Yeah.
You can handle it as a business, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's up to you. I don't see a problem with.
Where are we scheduled through right now? We're scheduled through.
We're scheduled through this week. And I think
That's already been scheduled.
so. These are online right now. So I don't know, there might be.
Oh, she checked these are online.
That's what we left Thursdays free. Like I said, over here, we do have the 10th, 11th, and 12th not online. So that would be, we could maybe do it right in here. We also have this not online because we left this week open for certification.
You know,
Okay.
So,
July tenth and eleventh, maybe morning, consecutive morning.
July 10th is what,
Monday.
A Monday.
Monday? Okay, so let me suggest July 10th, and let's do a full day. What we're gonna do is I've talked to the other folks here, and we'll do morning session with one person, and then an afternoon session with another person. And then we'll do the recommendation hearing the next
The next
morning.
morning. So July 10th.
Well, let's make sure that
Is that okay?
there's no angst with anybody else.
We have to check with Beth real quick, to make sure.
So 8:30 docket, then you think that would be enough time for all this to go through, or do you want the whole morning? I'm talking about the recommendation.
Oh, the day go real quick.
Okay.
I would say within a
Yeah.
half an hour to,
Okay, let me grab that.
That was.
And what works best for me is if you schedule it.
You schedule it.
You schedule the meeting and then.
well, the key and the other reason why having the single member panel sections be on one day is the rest of you don't need to be here.
Yes.
Okay, and so rather than don't come in the morning, but come in the afternoon or whatever the case may be. For those of you that are not going to be running a single member panel hearing, you don't need to come in at all that day.
Right.
But we'll. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what we'll try to
Yeah.
determine right now. Yeah, we're gonna get some coffee quick.
You'll know well ahead of time.
We didn't want to do a Thursday, which is then wanted to do recommendations Friday.
Morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Yes, the 10th, there should be nothing on it, it's not online.
Right. With the recommendation hearing, because 8:30 docket on the 11th.
There's nothing on the 10th or the 11th, that'll work.
So we're gonna do that. We're gonna schedule the 10th for all day, single member panel,
Okay.
and the recommendation hearing docket of 8:30 on the 11th.
All right, that sounds good.
So they'll all
July
single
10th.
on one day. Yeah.
July 10th, right?
When you say all now,
Yeah.
I imagine.
All day.
Because Mike indicated you had like 80,
89.
okay, so I don't anticipate getting all 89 on that 10th.
Because we're gonna have to have another day anyway.
Oh, yeah,
It's like a
yeah.
week, if not more, of people sitting and stuff.
Sure. So schedule, the way you would normally schedule regular hearings, right, where what do you use, like 7 or 8 as in a docket?
8 in a docket.
Okay, so we'll set it up that way, so we do 8 in a docket, so the most we'll have is what, 32
Yeah.
on the 10th. And then we're gonna have to have other days to deal with more of the single member panel stuff. Later on.
So like you don't even wanna, I mean, we kind of need to know though, to be able to,
To do what?
like, if we have 89 single member panel people right now, we wanna
If you want
schedule
to
them.
pick another date for single member panels, that's fine. You got 32
For this,
for the 10th.
if you want some air.
I was just gonna put that
Um,
low away from us,
Okay.
just to move.
Does the single member panel
Uh,
go a little faster? Could we maybe
Not-
schedule?
not
now?
particularly.
Just let it stop, so hit the.
Uh,
I guess,
Well, that's right, y'all do.
Should we do 2 days of full day and
and
then?
then oscillate, you see the.
Or maybe
It's well.
3 days?
See, but it's-
I mean,
That's-
it's probably not gonna
that's
get it
fine.
all.
Let it come back around, and then when it gets right behind you, maybe,
Is 4 the fastest?
I'm not certain. I don't-
Well, I think that would be better if we did maybe 2.
we do.
4 is too much because it's.
I'm okay if you want to do, 32 here and 32 there. We're still gonna end up probably having to do a few more, another day somewhere down the road.
Just, yeah.
Right.
Mayor.
On
No,
number
that's not
two.
bad.
So you want to do that?
What's this?
That's for
And
just-
then,
Single day, single,
So
and
you
then
can
we're gonna do
Press the button.
Recommendation.
one docket for the recommendation.
I think that's enough time. They go very quickly.
Yeah, there.
Too much on my plate.
so I had to sign up online.
They
You
can't.
cannot, you have to.
Oh, it's like.
I think I'll-
Okay. Well, I mean, but
Three
yeah, we
You know
know
the color.
And you can oscillate it.
What speed? I don't.
Okay, on number 3 right now. 2.
Two's good.
Let's start with the two, and then we'll revisit it.
Y'all
after we
feel
close
it?
out.
I do.
It's like moving.
Yeah, if you,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what you
let's
need.
do that. That'll at least
That's
get
fine.
some of it.
That's
Okay.
fine. So we'll,
There you go. It's
not
oscillating.
not that you particularly care, but I'll do the morning, Peggy will do the afternoon,
A little bit of movement everywhere.
Yes. Oh, that's kind of.
and
That's
Thank
good.
on the 11th, I'll do the morning, and Ron will do the afternoon.
Also, to let you know, we did have one person that signed in for the 8 o'clock docket, but they, the 8:30 docket, but they did not have their affidavit. They were trying to do Zoom. And so we're waiting to see what time is it?
Someone was out.
9 o'clock?
And
No, that was not.
Oh, okay.
They were filling out something.
Something.
Okay, we have
We
reached
don't have anybody.
an agreement.
Oh.
Beth, you wanna
Thank you, Beth.
stick around for 1 second, to
Okay.
make sure I don't misspeak?
Yeah,
All right, so on July 10th and July 11th is gonna be devoted to single member panels.
So we don't have.
You don't.
Hold that thought.
Right on that.
So what I made an executive decision and said, the 10th in the morning, that'll be the 8:30 and the 10 o'clock docket. I'll handle that. The afternoon of the 10th, which will be the 1:30 and the 3 o'clock docket, Peggy will handle. Didn't hear any screaming.
no, she just painted, so.
Okay, on the 11th, the next day, I will handle the 8:30 and the 10 o'clock docket, and Ron will handle the 1:30 and 3 o'clock docket. So what that means is on the 10th, Sandy, Ron, Joanne don't need to show up. On the 11th, Sandy, Joanne, and Peggy don't need to show up. And on the 12th, at the 8:30 docket, that'll be our regular hearing time. We will devote the 8:30 docket to handling the recommendations from those 4 or those single member panel sessions. And it's
July 4th is the last one.
the 12th.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I.
Those generally go very quickly and that's what they say.
So you're gonna give us that, a hard copy of that. right?
Yeah, we'll summarize all that
Yeah, make sure.
and make sure,
we'll get a hard copy of this thing.
yeah,
You will.
yeah.
We will do that. Okay. Put it in here, but I sometimes make a mistake. Not often.
Don't remember the last.
Don't remember that. Tom does.
Okay, I think we have addressed all the administrative things I was planning to talk about. Anybody got any other things they want to bring up?
No, there's a 10 o'clock schedule on here that I'm familiar with. I may have to review it, so I put that out. I'm gonna build it up there.
Okay. As I and Peggy and I talked about this last week, I think it of course is each of your individual options. If you're not comfortable hearing any particular protest, you can recuse. the code indicates the items that where you must recuse, which are where you have either some kind of financial interest in the property or the
Well,
account under protest, and the second is whether there is a relative that's involved.
A degree in consanguinity.
Yeah,
Second or third degree.
yeah.
I don't remember which.
I went through it because that part of the code is in that 5 dot something or other, which is not the general tax code. It's in-
Of this is going. That is not reason to be.
It's up to you to say, it is my decision going, am I gonna be influenced by this business relationship? And if so, then it'd be, but Sam's not doing any single member this year, or you,
No, no.
then you're good. I mean,
Well, this is just in general.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I asked Scott a question that if I've been to one of the houses, let's say, do I need to recuse this? Because I guess it's my choice, because I don't have it's not a relative, I don't have a business association, I don't have a financial interest, it's just a matter of will I be influenced by that?
Yeah, I would encourage you to know for sure that you don't want to introduce new evidence. You're not an introducer of new evidence.
Right.
As an example, after the storm, everybody had a lot of inside information. And sometimes the review board would insert
I see.
new evidence that neither the district nor the owner. And when you've been inside a home, it's real easy to do that. Either way, you could say, this guy's lying, this house is amazing. Or this guy's lying, or the district doesn't either way, you have to be real careful.
Well, the district doesn't, I've been inside this house, it's terrible.
It's terrible.
And so
You can't say that.
in both cases.
You shouldn't introduce
The ARB member at the time inserted new information, and so you have to be very careful. You can absolutely hear the case,
Right.
but you have to be careful that you're gonna listen to the district, you're
Yeah.
gonna listen, and then you have to act as if you've never seen it.
I told the judge one time, because he wanted me to be on the jury, that I knew the guy too well. I grew up with him, I went to
Yeah.
school with him, I knew his parents. And he kept saying, well, are you telling me you can't be impartial? And I said, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's exactly why I'm saying, don't do this to me. Like, let me leave. I know his mom, I know his sister.
Yeah.
I know his other sister. I know him. I happen to know that he drinks a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I know too much. Like, I know too much.
Go ahead, Sandy.
I'm just trying to. We are to look at open the evidence and not impart anything that we.
That's correct.
exactly.
That's correct. Yeah, you have to be super, I was gonna say about the after the hurricane thing. The review board made some decisions about flood level that neither the district nor the owner knew or had even brought up, and potentially wasn't true. Because there was a lot of rumors floating around about how high you have to be, can you do this? If you had it downstairs in Holiday Beach, could you have another one? All of that stuff. And someone on the review board thought they had the information and made a ruling. And it's not like they're not a terrible person or anything like that. They just inserted information when it would have been a very good time for them to just kind of go, just let this be.
Yeah.
We have to let this be.
So we just consider only the information.
The evidence.
It's pretty hard to do. It's actually pretty, because this is a small town.
Yeah,
So it's
And you know a lot
actually hard, a lot of people. And we're battling with it all the time. Like, I'm telling Mike, hey, I know that person too well. And we're juggling. You'll see us switch spots because we're also
Just go back
juggling.
to Scott and say, Scott, Scott Arrington, you need to do this, when Scott will bring somebody to raise. and
Yeah,
you can't-
constant.
And,
We're constantly, because it's a small town.
can I ask, how do you handle if one of us comes in?
Oh, it's not a problem. We've had ARB members that have like, they have like a legitimate like concern about their value. And they say, I need because remember that the burden of proof is always on the district. So it's still our job to prove that number. And,
That's harder for y'all to do.
yeah, you just need to know that like, the rest of the board, do you know that person? But then you have to put yourself and say, am I gonna be influenced by this decision? And then you have to get in the mindset, I'm gonna listen to the district's evidence, I'm gonna listen to the protesters' evidence, which in this case happens to be a city board member, but they recused themselves, you know, obviously they recused themselves in the decision making for that hearing. They can't be a part of that, you know, board for the hearing. But it's okay, like you're gonna do a dutiful job. You're swearing that you're not gonna
Right.
consider anything.
And I can tell you that when you know inside information and you're battling in your mind to not insert it, just know that we are too. We know inside information, but it's not in our evidence package. We know they haven't brought it up. And we're battling. We're like, just don't say that. Just don't say it, even though, because we'll get information and we'll have that information.
We can't tell you how many times that Ray and I will be in that chair over there. And we'll be looking at, and we look at these cells. I mean, we look at the evidence that we're gonna present, but we're doing thousands. And so I'm like, where's this? Like in my mind, I'm going, where's this other cop? Like, why did we not, like, why is it not in the grid?
Oh,
Like, why is that comp not in the grid? Because it makes our case. And whoever was just chinning out the grid, they didn't look at it, and I missed it because I reviewed them all. But when I'm sitting in there, I'm looking at it like,
So that would be like the protester having evidence
That you-
and that you didn't use and presenting it to you and you're asking yourself, why didn't we use that one? Is that what you mean?
no,
Or
it's
just that we know
it.
there's
We just know it.
There's a sale,
I got you.
you know.
There's a cell in the corner that's exactly like the subject, and why wasn't that not in our grid? And then we can't introduce it
Yeah.
unless it's used in a rebuttal exchange. If it's a rebuttal exchange, you know, then it's open.
Yeah.
And so then, you know, it's actually really good for us. It's brought up in a rebuttal exchange.
But again, that
Open the
rebuttal,
door on your end. then.
Yeah, that's what I'm
then-
saying. It goes both ways, yeah.
Yes,
but it has to come from
yes.
from
Yeah.
the-
protester. Not from us.
Small towns are hard,
Yeah.
really hard. I mean, I've lived here for 35 years.
Oh,
So
you.
I've got 4 kids that have been through school. I mean, like that, I'm just, the chances are very high, and it is tough. It is a tough part of the job. It's the worst part of the job in many ways.
Because then it creates.
There was a meeting at the NAP district. I just heard about this through the grapevine, to tell people
How to protest.
Do you know anything about that?
I've heard that there's a member of the NAV district's, what is the official, like a NAV district elected official that is encouraging individuals, and they're gonna have a meeting. I don't think it's at the NAV district building, I think it's at somewhere else.
It's up on Bayfront by the rock.
Yeah, but, yeah, I believe that individual is,
Encouraging.
encouraging individuals to protest, and I don't know what let me just say, I don't know what to say about that, other than we give everybody a notice that this is their value. We give them a mechanism by which to protest. We actually encourage them, if they want to talk to us, which sometimes they're mad at us and they don't want to talk to us, and sometimes they do want to talk to us because they're mad at us. In both cases, we engage in those conversations. There's even a mechanism by which they can request an informal meeting, which, we're doing that. We're busy this time of year, but we try to meet with those individuals. As far as encouraging people to protest, I'm just going to say this: if a person has an inkling that their value is wrong, that we put a wrong number on their house or their property. And they have a question, even have a question about it. That's the mechanism that they use, like turn in a piece of paper, then you have a conversation, you find out information either that you agree with or you don't as a property owner. Like as a property owner, you would say, yes, I agree with that, no, I don't. And then you move on from there, like it's part of the procedure.
Every person that's called me this year, I've encouraged you on my personal phone. And nobody encourages people more than us. We send out 30,000 protest forms.
When is the,
For 26 of the 30,000 parcels, is this Friday, the 26th.
Yeah.
And then there's another set that are coming, I'll let you know that Mrs. Ford, has a property that's in the second set. She gets her start date starts 30 days, like her end date starts 30 days after that delivery of the notice.
so they can still file protests through next month?
Yeah, absolutely, for those last 3,000, but it's very, it's,
Make sure you understand.
It's the ones that.
That there was this first group that got mailed out on April 26th.
Oh. I
And
see.
that first group of
26,000 of the 30,000, so the vast majority of the properties.
those people have 1 month, which times out on this Friday, the 26th. Okay. There's another group that's being mailed out here shortly. And that, again, the clock starts from when they get mailed out. Okay. So, and Peggy's property evidently is in that second group. Okay.
I just
So-
didn't think I was getting.
Be nice. It's like you don't get an appraisal, and you don't know anything.
I thought, yeah, you got mine.
Okay, so does it make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I understand now, people that haven't received their evaluations, they're, you know,
Appraisal, yeah.
they're not asking about protest yet. So,
Cause they, yeah,
the only ones that have asked me about protest, they've received theirs.
Yeah.
So obviously, I told them to see it. So,
Yeah, when you consider there's about 3,000 still left, that represents about a 90%. So 90% of them are going to be due this Friday. And, you know, understand that even last year, which was the highest year on record, we had 2,900, 2,500 protests, 25-ish. That still represented only 8% of the entire county. So
you're anticipating more this year.
I'm anticipating just as many,
As many.
yeah, if not more.
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah. Yeah.
When you look at your sales comps, how far back?
We go to at least January of the previous year. There's two different tests. One, this is called value dependence. It's chapter 41 of the property tax code. There's another testing mechanism by the comptroller that's called the property value study, for which we are acutely aware of their data set, which is basically, it's the middle of the year to the middle of the year. So they use sales all the way till today or next, June,
The last day of June.
last day of June.
So
So they
it
use,
would be like last June to this June?
yeah, something like that. Yeah,
They
they,
use
Is
future
that what
sales.
you guys are doing?
no, they're two different sets. We use everything, generally speaking, we use things from January of the previous year, so January of 22 through as late as we can get, because we know how we're gonna be tested against. Having said that, there are situations in which we will present information that goes back further.
But you will look at 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I have a question. Okay, I'm looking at the form, so if I get my appraisal and I have to fill this out. And I want an informal.
Yes.
Okay, so I get an informal, I'm not happy with what I received. Then do I file another protest? Then this is sent to the ARB.
You walk in with that thing and say,
Okay.
I want to talk.
Okay,
And then either they're busy. If they're busy, just hand in the form. And
okay,
then on the form, say, I want an informal, and somebody will contact you.
okay.
And as
We're telling people hand in the form. This week, like, we're telling people, please turn in your form. Please turn in your form.
That's what secures your right.
Please turn in your form, because if they don't turn in their form, for the 26,000 of the 30,000 people, turn in your form. Like this, just, I'm having trouble like logging in, just turn in your form.
Yeah.
Like, can I talk to somebody? Well, everybody's busy, turn in your form. You know, we're just telling people, just turn it in.
Another aspect, a number of people believe that they need to have their evidence put together
Oh,
prior to submitting their protest. Now, in part, I think some of that may be based on that they think they're gonna turn this in and somebody's gonna ask them to come in next week. Okay, and that's not the case. So one of the things is, as they say, turn in the form. Okay, that has to be on record and it kicks off the process. What takes place after the form is turned in is scheduling, formal if it's requested, and so on and so forth. And what they're doing too is when people are coming face to face or face to face meetings, they're double checking the request for an informal. And there may be cases where for whatever reason, the informal meeting did not occur prior to their hearing. The code says if you're requesting the formal, you got to get an informal, and it needs to take place before the hearing. So there may be people that get shown over to deal with appraisers, staff appraisers on staff here to have their informal prior to actually coming into their scheduled hearing. And the result of the informal may be it gets settled out. They reach an agreement. Okay, in which case no need to have a hearing. Or it may be, no, I still have an issue and the hearing goes forward.
so when I turn this in, will it be date stamped and I'll get a copy of it?
You can't, people do that. People,
Okay.
they don't do it all the time, but they say, can I have a copy of that? And we stamp it, we give you a copy and
You want to talk to Steve and see our next? Or just have a message?
just take it, I think, in relation to like, yeah, just take it.
So explain to Sandy about Richard, who is it?
Richard Nabbitt?
Yeah,
Richard Nabbitt is our industrial and mineral appraiser. So we have, they also do our ag. So there's some specific things, if you think about real property, most people think about real property as a house or vacant land, or sometimes commercial property. Those are things that we can understand with some degree of proficiency. Then there's mineral evaluations that are done on productivity value, and you get, you know, so many barrels out of gas and what is the rate, and, you know, we hire somebody and they're called, it's called Pritchard Nabbitt. They do our mineral appraisal. They also do what's called industrial appraisal for things that are outside of the scope of norm, some kind of either it's distribution lines, utilities, infrastructure. They value all those kinds of things for us. So, and they also do our ag schedules. We have somebody that does in their group, we have somebody that produces what's called an ag report for us, and they produce what's called a capitalized rate of productivity. Okay.
yeah, and that's why I say that we set aside like a Friday for them to come in. You heard him say, well, that's when we preach that, it's gonna be here, so, because I didn't understand. Yeah, I just heard, you may know already.
Well, no, I know about
Yeah.
those types of assets, but I didn't know there was a special in that school.
There are a couple of things I've asked. In our last meeting, there was a chart or a page that was produced, I think Beth pulled numbers together from last year. Number of protests, the number of hearings, and that kind of stuff.
We produced one, it would have been, I gave something like that to the board of directors in the December meeting of last year, yeah.
Well, there were, and again, it was something that was presented or shown and discussed at the last, I'm pretty sure it's the last meeting. I'd like to get a copy of it. Sure. One of the things that I'd ask is to include the single member panel stuff in there. The second thing is, and it's very suspicious that Eamon walked in. There are a number of different types of commercial properties. And through the years, starting in 2020, they have added, and picked up more types of commercial properties. There was a chart that I think Eamon had produced that was supposedly for a meeting that didn't happen or something, that might be helpful to show for this protest season. These are the additional types of commercial properties that got picked up in appraisal to be done with the income limit. Okay, that weren't previously done with the income. That would be interesting to see. The last thing is he has a pie chart. And while Joe citizen can't relate to this, but if you look at the pie chart, it shows the different types of properties and what the percentages are in terms of the appraised value across the county. And what you find, what you see in the chart, and I might even accuse them of just copying it, but from this year to last year, the chart looks like almost identical. So while things have gone up, everything's okay. So the relative percentages is not really that different from last year. But things increase across the board. Okay.
And generally speaking, there's three approaches to value. There's the cost approach, the sales comparison approach, and the last one's called the income approach. The testing mechanism that I talked about with the comptroller is called the property value study. The comptroller uses specific types of approaches for specific types of properties. Commercial being one of those categories that they use income approaches for. And so in the last several years, there's been categories of commercial that we as an appraisal staff have integrated into that income valuation methodology. So you'll see those when they come out. It looks very different than a regular evidence package.
Yeah.
Not to get in the weeds too much. So
No, I mean, and in the orientation material that we've talked about, I know you and I sat down, I did show you an example of the income worksheet that is part of the evidence package from the district for those kinds of properties. And getting your arms around the details or the information that's shown in the income worksheet. Unfortunately, majority of the protesting here are on residential properties. So we become very familiar with the kind of evidence, property card sales, career equity, sale ratio, and so on, that's produced for those kinds of properties. Because we get a much fewer number of protests and income producing properties, or those that are evaluated with the income method, getting familiar with and comfortable with those details that I mean, worksheet can be, it feels like not magic in some ways. That's why I'm really hoping you will bring some big benefit to us. Because, well, you dealt with that a lot. At least I believe you dealt with commercial stuff.
About 40 years of it.
Yeah, right. So go ahead.
hey, Val, I'm sorry to interrupt. Val wanted me to ask, did y'all approve the minute?
We did.
Okay. You wanted to, I'll let her know. Thank you.
Val, I want to tell you guys about a source of contention that we might have to share between us and y'all. And I think
Between what?
between the district and you guys, There's a spot of, there's a spot of, could be a spot of contention. But it'll be okay. For us, we're so used to contention. it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna see if I can find this account. I had it opened earlier. Because it's an account you'll never, ever see. Oh, no, I do. When Val came in to give Mike a message, it reminded me of something. And here's the pushback you're gonna get from it. We don't want y'all in our software. So probably the hardest thing, or one of the strangest things out there is that our software is not working right now. There we go. I'm gonna show you guys something behind the curtain. Oh, here we go.
This is the pretend file.
This is a pretend file. You will never hear a project. This is y'all's spot. These are the only spots in all of our software that come from you guys. So here's where the contention could lie. There could be wetland, there could be effective size, there could be any number of things, a class, an age, that you guys see as an error. And you want it changed. But you don't have the authority to change it, and we don't want you in our software. Our software is labor intensive even for us. If you've been around software for a while in your life, one of the things you can appreciate is software that's 5 years old kind of struggles. This software is older than 10 years old. And it's basically a card catalog. And so everything that we do on here is labor intensive for us, and we don't want other people in. I just want you to know that in the design of the software, there's two fields. Your authority is to set value. Right. That's your authority.
And not to change that, I mean, not to
Manipulate what happens to us. This is really the case. This isn't a pride or we're an appraiser, you're not.
Right.
What happens to us is we need control of these accounts. And we only need appraisers in these accounts doing things, leaving notes. This is why I did this. This is on the date that I did this, so that we have this long paper trail. And so when that doesn't happen, then adjustments and things get pulled out of accounts that we wanted in accounts. It's not, the software is really like, if you could imagine, this software is basically like this. This is what our software is. It's just paper that we're writing on. We're putting these long notes, putting the date in it, and it's strange. You can put notes in 24 different places in the software. There's not one spot that you put notes. And so what we've learned over time is that it's not good. There's two things that aren't good. One is if the appraisal district hires a poor appraiser. That's really bad.
If the appraisal.
Yeah, no, the appraisal district, if we have someone who doesn't know what they're doing and they get a login, they have access to this, then we always, there's like people, we look back and go, oh yeah, that's this. And it's like, it's an out for everybody else. The other people can say, hey, I didn't.
Yeah.
And then also we can, over time, we see, oh, this was a hearing. And then we remember that this is all set up so that your notes, the things that you say, they come out in the hearing. And there's a spot for this stuff. We put notes. See this over here?
Yeah.
So it's not that you don't have a say. You do. Your notes are going in. We're talking about stuff in here. The person over here is working and saying, hey, they said this might be something we need to pay attention to. It's not like, again, it's not a pride thing. This is important to us, and it's only us, and the fields that you have to use are yours. This comes directly from you. You know, we don't influence this. You tell us what this is, we put it in. So,
And also mention the motion text will actually help and should help match. Because I was not aware that there were two
yeah,
fields, there, one
Right.
for market, one for equity.
right,
Okay?
right.
Technically, by all its holy, we should have been producing motions
Yeah, that's why we have.
all the time. And when it was noted in the procedures as well as the discussion we had with Jimmy Harper.
Yeah,
We went back and we now have specific motion
Okay.
text and we make motions on each one,
uh,
okay? So that should help. I hope it
I
helps.
was gonna say, to that point, it's really important. Sometimes you get what we call box checkers.
Right.
I protest
Yeah,
this, that. Understand, and we've said this before, but the burden of proof lies with the district for Q1 and Q2. Everything else, the burden of proof lies with the property owner, to the best of my understanding. And devoid of any evidence produced by there, you do need to make, you need to make a statement about Q3 through whatever. But it could be I think it could be, I mean, you might ask Judy, but it could be a blanket statement like the subject property owner presented no evidence, therefore their motions for these bottom Q3 through 14 are, like approved or denied, whatever you.
And that is one of the reasons why, if you look at the scripts, at the top of the scripts, one of the things is verify exactly what is being protested on the protest. Q1, Q2, which are value protest items, is the preponderance of, the majority of those cases. But when situations occur that any of the other protest values are noted or checked on the protest, we need to make sure that we deal with it in some form or fashion, either to say, for these values, there was no evidence produced, and consequently, no change is required. Or to make sure that we do cover those items. Okay? And as Mike indicated, the value protests, Q1, Q2, the district, the burden of proof is on the district, the other protest values, the burden of proof is on the protest.
So you asked them and they said they checked everything.
Right.
So,
We have a couple of options, okay? I believe. One is to go through these other items, and we've done this, I don't know if you recall, it happens a lot with agents that come in with a boilerplate letter or boilerplate form that they protested everything under the sun, okay? Failure to deliver, blah, 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 which clearly do not apply because they've got a list of 40 different accounts that they're protesting. And this boilerplate is there in large part to preserve their ability to sue. Okay? To do something. But, so to your point, we need to make sure that at the time that we review this at the beginning, we can say, are you going to protest, blah, 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 blah. And if not, if we can get them to
On the record,
to withdraw those items, that's good, okay, that helps. But at the same time, recognize that they can, even at the time of the start of the hearing, they can say, no, I'm not going to withdraw those. In which case, we need to make sure by the close of the hearing, one or two things happens. Either they have addressed those items, or they have not provided any evidence. Because there may be cases where somebody checked something and they never addressed it. They never provided any evidence. Okay. The thing that is onerous to me that we have to deal with is the ubiquitous other. Okay. Because there is quite often a number of times where somebody checks other and they scribble something in the comments. Now, in many cases, and when we start the hearing, what we'll do is we'll note of it, we can scrutinize what the text is of what's said and say, well, what you're really protesting is that. Or what you're really protesting is this, and so on and so forth.
So when a motion is made.
It may require,
They require to say,
you have, yeah, this addresses value, okay?
right,
We may have a need for other motions that address some of these other protest values, these other protest reasons. And I didn't even attempt to try and create some template boiler,
Right.
some template motion text. I'll leave it to you guys to deal with that. If there are suggestions that come in from anybody, any of you guys, even from me, to say, well, make sure you include this or include that, don't take it personally, right? It's just to make sure that,
Right.
since we're doing these things
yeah,
kind of on the fly for these motions. And we want to make sure that we are covered from what's on the record.
Yeah.
Anything you want to add?
I would say that you should, possibly have a conversation with Judy, but something to the effect of, for all other protests other than market value and equity, the ARB fines, and then, for or against, like if absent of any information, like any information that the property protester, the property owner would have presented, then it's a pretty easy thing, but you should absolutely ask Judy for help in drafting that. That would be my little suggestion.
Yeah, I'll chat with her. Double check it. We did go through those discussions, and in fact, the motion text that we have now for value Q1, Q2 was modified, just to a little extent based on the discussions that we had when she was here. And unfortunately, you weren't here last time. Judy actually was here. It would have been nice if you could have there. I'm sure we'll have a
Winston Churchill.
yeah, how was that? Was that good? Yeah.
I have a stupid question. What do you mean by that? Market value or equity? What is?
Okay, so there's two different standards in the property tax code that the district has to provide evidence for and defend value against. One is to be at market value, and the second is to treat all properties equal and uniform. And equal and uniform is kind of like it's a broad term, but it basically, the easiest way to understand it is that if, let's just say for easy illustration, every blue house in a neighborhood sold for $100,000, where every red house sold for 125. I'm just making this
No,
up.
I understand.
It would say that both the market value grid would say, okay, then we have a range of these blue houses that sell from 105 to 95, and their median is $100,000. So that would be a market value approach. But let's say there's this one little blue house at the end of the street, and we have it appraised at 200. I'm just making a gross example. That property owner, even though the market value would say it'd be 100, the equity would say, well, wait a second, you got me at 200,000 for market value, where everything else is 100. And I'm a blue house. I should be, equity wise, I should be appraised like other properties that are blue. And that's just a gross example of what happens in an equity approach. There's two different grids that are presented by the district. One supports a market value approach. The second is, let's just say it's all class 3 homes within a neighborhood with a reasonable number of comps appropriately adjusted. That's language in the property tax code. What is reasonable number of comps? Where, it's been, or at least it's our position, the district's position, 3 or more is a reasonable number of comparables. And they're not sales, they're just other houses. So sales approach has to deal with sales. Equity comps have to deal with houses that are like the subject. And so it's
But
like,
not necessarily.
they're not necessarily sales. And so it's just another grid that says all these class 3 homes within my neighborhood. You know, appropriately adjusted, one's a little, you know, have a little more square foot, one's a little less, and, you know, does that median value play out? And they do, for the most part. You'll see how it goes whenever you want.
It's an unfortunate dichotomy of terms that you will see quite often. Market and sales are kind of chosen, I won't say interchangeably, but in many cases, they're dealt with the same. Okay? The code talked about market, it translates well in dealing with sales. Same thing is true on the other kind of appraisal method, which is unequal compared to other properties. Parentheses, equity. You'll hear some cases where it's said equity, where the word equity is used. There are some cases where uniform and equal is sometimes used in evidence that comes from protesters and primarily from agents that use different software than what this district uses. They will produce the grid or a grid, which they call uniform and equal. And lastly, when you look at the approaches, right? You have the 3 different approaches to appraisal and marketing or approaches to value. One is, and if you look back in your
The reading.
the rating, yeah, market data or sales comparison. Okay, is one approach. The income method is another approach, and the last is the cost approach. And the cost approach, you know, is what nets out to be equity. Okay? It is that approach that is used to
Reproduce.
Well, cost approaches, those approaches are not necessarily, the cost approach is not necessarily an equity grid. An equity grid is a comparison of 2 properties that are similar. That may be the teaching, but that.
well, but it is, I think it's true to say that the
You have 3 approaches and then you have 2 appeals. And the appeals come from the property tax code that you have to appraise at market, that the district has to appraise at market value. And we have a standard that we should treat properties equal and uniform. And we had those 2 basically duties to do within the entire district.
but the stuff revolving around cost is comparison of features, similar features.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. That's great. No, what you just said is great. Yeah, it's similar features. You're looking for congruency.
Yes.
You're looking for this house at the class 3, 1,500 square feet. And then you might have in an equity grid, you might have a 1,500 square foot house of the same class. You might have one at 1,500, one at 1,400. And then the median appropriately adjusted plays exactly out where it should be. You will see that there are some neighborhoods that are very congruent, like Captain's Bay is very congruent. Whistler's Cove is very congruent.
All your plans.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, we're gonna take a break.
My bottom system.
Well, you can thank Patty because she was the one that pressed the issue. Smoke if you got it. So this unfortunately,
I didn't
for
know.
whatever reason,
Yeah. Equity is being dollar. Equity means.
oh yeah,
that
you're
to
right,
me,
right. And it's more equality as opposed to equity from a financial.
Right.
And once you see the district's evidence, you'll see that's when I understood it a little better.
And in both cases,
Yeah, the way they lay it out, you'll understand.
and in both cases, the sales grid and the equity grid, there is still a normalization process that has to be gone through. That's very helpful in the grid. So you take this subject property, which is under protest, and, comparing it to things. Well, you never get something that identically compares. So there's things where value is taken, is either added or subtracted based on differences in the features, which may be real features. This has a porch, this doesn't. This has a pool, this doesn't. That type of thing. Although they try and choose things that are similar. This is older. This is a different kind of construction. So all of that is a normalization process to try and so you can get an apples and apples comparison between a subject and these commerce. And that takes place in both situations. Sales and.
So I take it none of the 8:30 showed up.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna mention, that this is unfortunately. To start off with, this is very typical, where we just go, there's a high notion. These families. They have 10 minutes from their scheduled start time to be here.
To be here, they have
check
a window, 10
To check
minutes.
in.
Right. And so we get quite a number of no-shows.
Right down the hall.
Go out the door and down and be on your left.
First door, you know,
In the break room.
or maybe second door. It's got a sign. It's beating her. Don't you love women?
I know, I do love women, because I can say, well, it is women. It's sprinkled, it's. We're going to watch some of the old ones from last year.
Just one. I just want to familiarize us. Always. I mean, it's gotta be the same procedure, it's just one.
Yeah, yeah.
It's I guess it's a confidence thing.
Yeah.
That I can-
Yeah, it's like, do I really want to? And I don't want to mess up.
Well, we have to remember we're human. We're not out to get anything.
No, no.
We're just basically going with evidence that's presented to us. So it's like if you're on a jury.
But that sheet, the jury is usually a right or wrong. Thing. But this is, there are so
Well,
many other little,
Yeah, but it's evidence.
yeah.
And only what's presented.
And only what's presented. And I'm
That's the one that
considering,
always gets.
and you know, that's the thing, it's, we know sometimes,
And
sometimes
part of it.
it is.
Well, and. No, but you look at the reasons that,
It is for me. I have the right to remain silent, but I don't have the ability.
because you're looking at these pictures and they're saying, well, it's enjoying it. Looks really good today.
Yeah, but, if you know that that's not true, that's the point.
Judges and hard.
Yeah.
So I guess you could base it on, object, not agree with it, you just not saying. That's all you can do. And it's hard for these people too, because I mean, like I said, he been 35 years, he got 4 kids, he goes. I mean, it's just like my neighborhood. Not to the time. I'm not going riding around in the daylight.
Pointed, they take her pointing down.
And it doesn't happen to me. At one time, shoot, really. All I'm saying,
That's why I've been debating to make it.
and it's like, it's your right.
If I wasn't on this board this year, I would be sitting there, but I understand their process, how they came to these figures. On my property.
Yeah. That's the hardest part. Coming to that realization. You see, I have pride in the same church. Because I was dreading it because in that area was. I got my brain going and I was, wow, eight. Putting it in the drawer.
Yeah. Before they change their mind.
It went out before I painted it, and this year I painted it. Pretty good. But, you know, it's every, it's the whole United, it's the whole United States. It's not just us, it's.
Activity, I think we have at least one in person.
Oh, Jen, it's not.
We're gonna get back to what's needed if we don't.
So, yeah. No, they did. Yeah.
Once they check in, she'll upload it, right?
They're gonna upload, yeah, that, of course, any evidence.
Sure.
That they bring in, will get scanned and uploaded, as well as the affidavit that they sign, which should show up. He wasn't sure whether they would include it with the evidence package or as a separate. File.
The 10 o'clock is still open here. Or that'd be much fun.
Did she close 8:30?
I think that's a sleep there.
I would say so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they're black, there's nothing.
Okay.
Here's the case, I think was the listing over here, which is what you got here.
Yeah, yes, yeah, there's that. I don't know why I'm having so much more trouble reading this screen than our little one.
It may
Did
be,
that work?
well, you should be able to. Oh, because I didn't bring it on.
Yeah.
The,
That works. Yeah. Should I do this now? Now, that was more than, now I can really see it.
Yeah, when you do it that way,
Here,
it's sitting on the on off button.
Oh, yeah, you have to do it.
Yeah, and unfortunately. I don't know. So you're gonna need to get,
You can flip it around and get that keyboard back behind you.
Maybe that would seal that. Yeah.
now I have
yeah, I know. And I haven't asked. I don't know if they have sensitivity to. What the password is.
So you're on this,
we have.
Well, if it gets powered off and you get to
That'll take care of it.
yeah.
That'll fix
It
it.
is
I
around.
don't want no passwords, I don't want to get.
No, I don't worry about the password. I have enough, I have mine written down. And sometimes I forget to change them. When you find out the password.
I will throw it out to them.
Right. Charles is a yes. Maybe?
No, because I'm sure the. Yeah, because all of the files are.
You've been to Disneyland too much.
Disneyland's in trouble.
You did that or what? Santa's in trouble.
Lord is in trouble.
Or the-
This they can pull out in tax base.
I'm the text.
There you go.
I saw this sign. It's a Houston thing. Well, I'm just that web page on Facebook. It's so funny because if you've been in Houston, the signs, 610 south, 610 north is the same sign. You go, where is it? Anyway, I saw this this person took a picture of their foreign license plate, it was a California license plate. Said, I'm not from California, this is the rental. And I thought that was so funny, for some reason, it made me laugh. Maybe, let's get you.
I'll go ahead, he's already.
Go for it.
Too.
I had breakfast.
Yeah, what you do.
Came down at the bottom.
You ever,
Oh, wow.
you ever put them in the refrigerator? No. And I and Peggy are in a powered off and powered back on state, so it once the secret password.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, I'm sure it's not that.
Well, what is it?
Sure. You want to know.
Capital R, Rockport, 2023.
Oh, why?
It's Rockport, 2023, capital R.
Capital R.
That's helpful.
And that's spelled out, right?
Yeah.
20.
20.
Your pen, okay, so we couldn't be very far.
That's because it appears that you didn't.
Like Jackson's office.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in Bizarro. I think it just.
And then the Google Drive. And then going away.
They'll keep you still.
Can we do that and say it here?
Check it.
I had a street, and so when the other was, they were having them.
Oh, Well, hang on, let me see if this.
I ran this last time.
Just have the people.
I've got it. Some people
Yeah.
have it, right.
Everybody sign in.
No, I, so who's the.
Nobody's on the flag.
Oh, it's this, I signed in. I thought this was supposed to be empty.
That's what Colin.
You have to hold it in. Hold it and then come back.
Oh, there we go.
That's what I'm.
So far, you know what that I do.
Just went out.
Oh, it's going a little fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mine.
Yeah, it does.
It's only got 3.
It's better.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and settings and change that.
Maybe if we give it some.
Ray or Damon, somebody.
Yeah, mine is doing the same thing where it's
It's
Google
almost clear.
Workspace. You can. I go to drive. The hi. Bye. I've been trying resistant,
Yeah, it doesn't come on.
yeah, he's.
You didn't like your password.
Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I was restarting.
Yeah,
So how do you restart here?
Yeah, you can do one. You can try to-
Twilight stream. Sounds more active.
What?
More permanent.
That too.
Yeah, no, it's pretty, it shuts down pretty quick.
Hearings.
I got a new computer, new desktop computer. I get a lot of stuff in just kind of electronics. Awesome. The $3,200 desktop,
Is this a refurb?
yeah, for $250.
No kidding.
It is a monster.
Wow.
As a, one other point of order for procedure, one of the things that, that Chairman Lynch will remember is that in the protest form, people will check either that they want an informal or they don't. It's important that you go into images for each one to see, like, if that occurred. An easy way to determine whether, because a box is not there for the online, and very many people do it online, and we've had a lot of people do online, and there's not a box to check. It's on the protest form, so if they requested an informal, it would have turned into a formal. The other thing that they could do on the online, and we've had this happen, is they'll actually in their comments say, I want somebody to reach out, I want an informal. And so they'll actually say that in the comments, in which case we would have attempted to read them. So it's important for online, in your, as you're trying to determine whether they had an informal or they wanted one, it's important that, like, I think that the district and the ARB has already discussed it. It's not going to be in the questioning unless it's been satisfied. And so we're trying to police that out here. If somebody's requested one, our internal methodology is that I would just hear them right before the formal.
Now, we don't,
That confused
we
me,
don't.
Mike.
I'm sorry about that.
Online,
Sorry.
we don't see an online, aside from noting it in the,
You won't see it.
right, so we won't know if they noted it in the comments. or anything
That's
like
why I said we're trying to police it out
Yeah.
here. We're trying to police it out here, but it's in,
I will add to the script to be able to verify, including, for request for online or for informal.
yeah, maybe you can disseminate that information. This next case is an online. And he can actually just go into the comment section of the online hearing. And he can just tell you in advance.
We know that it's online,
Okay,
okay?
go into the account.
That's what
Which, I
OLA
don't know what account.
Which account is it?
Oh, yeah.
Mm,
Well, they're all.
13746.
So,
yeah.
So this is.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and pull this open.
These are all.
Yeah.
And so right here, we are reading we're reading this comment. Sometimes in this comment, this is what they say about things.
Yes.
And in here, they might say, I want it informal. But
Page 3.
we're gonna have the person back here just read it very quickly and say, no, they didn't. We're doing it out here, but as a redundancy, we're doing it here. You can pull it to the side.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
It's not.
The purpose here is way there.
Yeah.
It's got. They haven't managed.
Well, I'm, no,
Okay.
that you've got the view as grid. If you go back one. Over on the right side there.
Here. You as list.
Yes. So I'm viewing this list, you're viewing it.
Oh,
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, we're just getting started here. So it looks like we're out of control.
Computer.
It's Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
is it
Okay, this is 1347, 13747.
13746?
Okay. Okay, and you folks are Russell
Yeah, Russell.
and Dahlia. Dahlia Smith. What's,
Yeah, that's our primary residence. This property was for her families. We live with. First, I want to apologize. I didn't know I was calling the whole board. I thought we were, I guess I misread the paperwork. We really just had some questions because it was a pretty good jump. I think it's about 70% jump from last year.
okay, you filed your appraisal online or your protest.
Yes, yeah.
And there is not an opportunity aside from your comments for you to request an informal conference with the appraisal district.
Right.
Did they ask you when you came in whether you wanted to do that?
No, we didn't actually, I got to look at the paperwork this morning, and I said, oh no, this is an actual formal appraisal. What we really wanted to do was see if we could sit down and figure out how they came up, with this pretty good increase.
Okay, so,
We're gonna do that today and
okay,
we'll talk.
Okay,
Thanks to the other people that say,
yeah.
it'll be fine.
Yeah, no, we're just,
It'll be fine.
like I say, it's just a pretty good jump and.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with Trailer Avenue, it's not the best part of Rockport.
okay, so I have some, so we're gonna do this as a regular hearing. So
Okay.
not a problem that
Okay,
we're doing that. And I'm just reviewing some information here to make sure that all our ducks are in line. Okay, great. Okay, I have some administrative stuff to run through first,
okay,
and we'll get into the specifics of it.
okay,
So we're gonna commence a hearing on case ID 2023-2-27, account number 13746, which is Bellevue, block 30, lot 11. 402 trailer in Rockford.
yes,
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube.
Okay.
We're verifying exactly what's under protest, which, and online, so we have P1, P2. Okay, which is value. The correct trade market value and appraisal ratio exceeds DB level of in place. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any tax agency. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can complete the survey using this form, which you can take with you. You will also, there's also, that form is also will be available in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. That documents the results of our determination. You can also take it online, which you may want to do since you submitted your appraisal or your protest. And information about how to do that and URL to go to is all at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. Always appreciate any feedback you give.
okay,
You also have the right to appeal on this issue. Appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package. You will receive which details the decision. Okay. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The only evidence we have is really just your affidavit. So there's no specific evidence that you're providing with your protest for this.
yes, sir.
And that's fine. We certainly will be able to. For the record, I can confirm that the ARB members here who are considering the protest, which is Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Ward, and myself, Scott Wagner, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And they're signing an affidavit to that effect. Copy of that affidavit will be included in the determination package that you receive after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. For the record, I can confirm that the witnesses, Russell and Dahlia Smith, as well as the district representative, who is Greg Presley, at the end of the table, have each signed the required affidavit. I'll remind you that all the evidence that will be presented and discussed during the hearing will be presented on the wall here as well. And you can get to it here on the tablet. This is easier to do it on there. All right. I need to ask whether either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. It makes things easier, actually. In the package that scheduled the hearing, you would have received a one-page chart, which is the hearing procedure times. And if you're not familiar with the way that's laid out, it shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It's broken into two columns. It's also, there's one there, a copy on the table for you if you'd like. You as a protester can choose to go first, or the appraisal district can go first. You each have equal amounts of time to present and rebut. But the point here is that you get to make the choice of whether you would like the appraisal district to present first, or you would like to. It's up to you. You get to make the choice.
You need an answer right now.
Yes.
I would like to hear first, the
Excellent.
to see how we, how you come up with the numbers.
That's perfectly fine. Okay, so that being the case, Ray, I will let you kick off presentation.
So this is the property that's located on North Trailer Avenue,
Yes.
and trailer is an intersection run with Market, sometimes known as 16. And it's on their group with Monroe and Stewart, really, and working down the streets. So the first thing we need to do is, here, let me just put this property part. I'll point at one of them here. It's not typically pointed out. You look at the property part up at the top next to it, there's entities. You'll notice one of the missing entities is CRO. CRO is City Rock. So this is not in the city. When you get down here and you look at the sales, 7-Eleven Stewart, or say it's a say Stewart. So, it's about right. Is there's a land sale. It had a storage shed and it was set up with utilities. And that sale was for $125,000. It is 6,400 square feet of building. And then on 915 Road, there is a land sale. It has utilities. It does not have storage facility on the storage shed. And sold 108,000 and 6,000 square feet. And another sale on Stewart for 100,000, 6,400 square feet of land. Has a carport. Does not have storage, but has some utilities. Rendering a median value of 79,000. We have a market value of 69,000. Just jump through the second real quick. One notice that there's similar property here, and there's a 12,000 square foot property. There's a 14,000 square foot. The value is higher, and then the smaller square footage property, the value is lower, kind of showing the flow. this. Equity grid, so we have, this equity grid is just showing that they own 9,800 square feet, 9,840. There's not going to be a lot of 9,840s there, so we couldn't show the exact size of the comp. So we're showing 12. So you'll notice that every time we show one, the value is high. So there's flow, there's equity amongst the group in there. You know, the concerning thing would be if there was a 12,000 square foot lot, trailer, what was valued less than, or even right on top of it, they would be one of the five. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Equity just repeats the value versus the five. So the district knows that the value is.
So that's why you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the procedures here. You're about to get.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's formal, but it's just how it's right now.
Yeah, no.
So you have 7 minutes.
Is there?
And I'm keeping time, so.
You can ask me
We'll run
questions.
ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we think so. Yeah, like I said, we're just trying to understand why the 70% increase in value, and I get it. You know, you have to compare it to other properties. I guess what we're looking at is, if you look at Trailer Avenue, it's, like I say, there's some rundown houses, and then there's some
Yeah.
just lots that are just totally unkept.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like we're getting penalized for taking care of our property, honestly. I mean, we've got water, we don't have sewer. We do have city water on there, and then we have septic.
Yeah.
I don't know if sewer is even, they haven't notified us that sewer is offered out there. With the city, so yeah, just, you know, as a typical taxpayer consumer, if you will, when you get a bill and it's a 70% jump, I mean, they kind of made us question.
Yeah.
Granted, we did add the rather inexpensive, really mobile home. I think last year is when the first year that it was assessed. But as I see it, it's actually two different, y'all taxes, two different. You tax the mobile home is one item, I guess, and the real property is the other item. And the only thing we were contesting, or actually I say contesting, we were questioning is the real property. That's what actually jumped. In fact, the mobile home, I think, went down by $1,000, which stands to reason because mobile homes typically depreciate versus appreciate. So yeah, that was really just our whole question to us. Based on the neighbor, I guess if I could summarize it, based on the layout of the neighborhood, kind of some of the other properties in our neighborhood, as well as the 70% increase, we were concerned about that. I mean, obviously, this day and time, money's tight for everybody. So, and I don't, to be honest with you, it doesn't say how much it will actually cost us in taxes. I know this is all it showed was the actual increase in property value, I guess. So I guess that's kind of all we've got. I mean, we don't really have a lot of evidence, I mean, other than just straight testimony, anybody who knows that area. You know, we got the one right next door to us that is for sale now. In fact, they're asking 390,000. I can't imagine getting that much for that place. It's a 1-bedroom with a little cottage. We know the people personally, they moved away. And but beyond that, everything else in that neighborhood is pretty much mobile homes, RVs. A lot of people, I guess, are building them barn dominium type deals and storing their RVs and boats and so forth in there. So that's really all we got. I mean, we just kind of wanted to question the whole.
It's really hard to own land in Aransas County. Land values aren't cheap.
Yeah.
And there's timing.
Yeah.
This isn't a great county to own land that you're not trying to sell. It's a good county if you're trying to flip land.
Yeah.
It's optimal on that, but it's not a great place to just own a lot and just say, hey, this is my lot. We like it here, rent it to our kids. Well, over time, that lot would cost you money, our land is, the land here is very valuable.
Right,
The land that you're talking about, the Bellevue area,
Mhm.
that's the legal description over there,
yes, sir.
historically has been not right.
Yeah.
But you see in those sales comps, I'm showing you people paying $100,000 to
Mhm.
get over it. And at the very beginning, I talked about that this is not in the city.
Mhm.
So here's the question of the day.
Okay,
What are you restricted
what am I restricted from?
on your lot? What can you not do?
From what I understand, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I understand that when we took the city water, that we do fall under the city restrictions. That I know when we bought we have a mobile home and
So
we
you're
had
not
to,
under restrictions.
but we did have to go through the whole permitting
Sure,
process.
sure, you permitted the county.
Right. Right,
People have travel trailers down your road?
yes, sir.
That's right. So someone gets to own a piece of land in Rockport from travel trailer.
Right,
They can do that on your street.
right.
It's very valuable. It's
Uh,
very valuable. It, by market conditions, it's winning the battle against the unkept yard.
mhm,
So even if there's an unkept yard,
mhm.
maybe a broken down car, someone's cleaning the beer in front of it, who knows?
Right, right,
Who knows what they're, doing?
yeah,
People are still,
right.
because they're not restricted. They get to park there,
Mhm.
and that's where it's part money.
Yeah, so you're saying we'd be better off selling?
I think that you either have to,
Good.
I think that two things happen. That one thing is very,
Right,
is you should enjoy the park.
yeah,
If you don't, it's crazy to you know,
yeah,
because you're gonna pay, you're gonna have to pay to get, you pay to get your spot here. That's
right.
what all those people are doing. They're dropping $100,000 on a trailer or a steward,
Mhm,
and why are they doing it? I lived on the road.
mhm.
I get it. I lived on the street. I get it. I mean, we actually missed the area. But I understand what you're saying.
Uh-huh,
What you see with your eyes doesn't seem to be the reality,
right, right,
but it is the reality.
yeah.
Your land is valuable.
Mhm,
You should not sell it for $68,000. Should not.
mhm,
I mean, you really shouldn't.
Mhm.
And if you were gonna spend it for $68,000, show me what you would buy.
mhm,
You couldn't even buy it back on the street.
mhm.
You couldn't even get a spot on the road. So,
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
It's just expensive.
Yeah, we live in Austin. I know exactly what you're.
Yeah, it's just expensive.
California's killed us.
Yeah,
in Austin.
yes, sir. So I know you would have preferred to have informal, and this one is better suited for the informal. But I'm gonna turn this back over to the board. We're gonna have a formal hearing on this.
Okay,
And that is our story.
yeah, yeah. I mean, our worst, like I told my wife, because she's from up tonight, or this morning. I said, worst case scenario is it stands, but I said, at least we can come in
Yeah.
and be heard and just question,
What's going on?
Yeah. That's all.
I'm done.
You have 2 minutes.
I don't really have anything else. I mean, I do, that's some our issues. Still seems a little odd. I mean, like I say, going in 1 year, you're going from
Yeah,
40,000 to 90.
No
69.
no limitation without us.
Right, yeah.
That's kind of my point about owning stuff here is expensive,
Yeah, we can't homestead.
because you can't provide the limitation, so you've got to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stinks,
Yeah,
unless you enjoy it,
right,
then it's,
yeah.
that's the.
Can always hear.
Yeah, there you go, if you can't beat them, join them,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, it's,
True, true. He just doesn't like anybody else sleeping in bed.
I understand.
Since we said, I mean, if we were gonna do it strictly is, because we talked about. Her mom actually has a lot right next door to us. In fact, it's pretty run down. We were hoping to get that, but I don't know if that'll ever happen. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's all we have.
It's,
We appreciate y'all's time very much. I apologize again. I guess I should have read closer to the paperwork. Everybody does everything online, so I jumped on the computer and I said, okay.
District closing.
I'm back.
1 minute. You're done? You have 1 minute.
I don't have anything.
You have 5 minutes for the ARB.
So hopefully you understand, have appreciation for how they treasure constructed, this based on sale or based on value and equity. everybody. Everybody.
Right.
I don't have anything, according to the evidence, you know, I'm good with the current value.
I am. Such a no.
So, what I'm gonna do is, make a motion now regarding, case ID number 2023-27, account number 3746. Address 222. The ARB, it's motion, there is no change based on market value.
Okay, so we need a second in that. A second. In favor? Any opposed? Okay,
And now regarding the same case number, which is, 2023-27, account number 746. The ARB, I move that there is no change based on equity value.
I'll second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So you understand where the results?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
As is. We certainly appreciate your time.
Hey,
So
no
thank
problem.
you.
You will receive a termination package in the mail, which just documents the results of this hearing. And also will include the appropriate affidavits and so forth.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Enjoy your property. Oh, thanks. We do enjoy it. But like I said, this day and time, any place you can save a little money. Thanks a lot for your time. All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye now. Yeah.
The appraisal packages. Yeah. Scrutinized.
Yeah, here's, I think while we've been doing this, this canal is was not set up as a fun thing, but is now.
Oh, it is?
It would normally say it on here, it would say phone, but she,
17983,
yes.
and that's on
There's
page 4.
two accounts.
Was she here in hip or what?
I'm not sure.
I didn't see it.
So this is the phone we already.
Page 4.
It's
the
on, it's
second
on
and
page
third
4,
one.
the second and third, and then, account number 17983 and 564, yeah.
Now, these are two separate protests,
Right,
and we're gonna address both of them.
one at a time, right?
Yeah, right,
Yeah, so we're gonna address 7983 first,
okay.
okay? So you
Uh,
pull that up on the screen. Let's see, here's the evidence. She did. And she did put, I intend to give a telephone call.
check that.
She did. So you see, I intend to appear at telephone conference. Over here, after, you see that?
Yes. And
And
pictures and such,
there she is.
which on the first one I'm looking at.
Are you good?
I am, are you guys ready? She can Valero,
Yes.
is it okay, Ray?
Oh, yeah.
This is Annette.
Annette, hi, this is the appraisal review board calling to go over your hearing with you.
Yes.
Are you,
Yes,
are you ready?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to the chairman and he will go over some information with you.
Good morning, Annette. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to commence two hearings. I'm going to announce each one as we go into it, but I do have some preamble information I need to run through first. So if you'll bear with me.
Okay.
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can complete the survey using the form provided in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing, or you can take it online. The survey is, and information about how to do that online is included at the top of the survey form. The survey is entirely voluntary, however, we always do appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our determination, decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence must have been provided with your affidavit. And I see you've included, at least for this first property, a number of pictures and so on. Do you have, is everything that you wish to reference been included in the affidavit you submitted?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. For the record, I can confirm that the ARB members who are here and are considering the protest, which includes Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Borg, and myself, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F and have signed an affidavit to that effect. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You are considered to be under oath as you submitted a signed affidavit. And for the record, I can confirm that the district representative who is present here and will be testifying, who is Ray Presley, has signed the required affidavit. For our benefits, all of the information that will be presented as evidence will be shown on the wall here, but it does include, it would mirror the information you received in the evidence that was submitted in the scheduling for this hearing. I assume you received that that scheduling package.
Yes, I did.
Okay, excellent. I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, that's fine. In the package that you received, you should see a one-page chart, which is hearing procedure times. Do you have that handy?
I do have notice of protest hearing. Is that what I'm looking at?
There's actually a one-page chart, which the title at the top of the chart says hearing procedure times.
It's within the packet I received, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm looking through it. Hearing procedure times, got it?
Okay, great. So that shows how we're gonna run the hearings today. Takes two forms. One is if you go first. Excuse me. In presentation, or the other is if the district goes first. You both have equal amounts of time regardless of who goes first in presentation. But you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or you would like the district to present first.
The district is fine, they can present first. My question, I do have a question. I've got two pieces of property. Do we discuss each one separately, the
Yeah.
same procedure?
Yes, we will discuss each one separately, have a separate hearing. I'm just going to announce the first one here. We'll reach a determination and then we'll have the hearing on the second property. But I won't run through all of that script again.
Okay.
Okay?
So which property are we going with first?
Well, we'd like to deal with 1116
Okay.
South Church Street, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Okay, so we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2023-44, account number 17983, which is 1116 South Church Street in Rockport. We'll verify under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio and the median level of appraisal. So these are your protesting values.
Correct.
Okay, great. So we've chosen to have the district go first. So Ray, I will let you take over.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right, so 1116 South Church Street. Get to the cells, we're in here pretty quick, we'll start talking about some cells. 1007 South Live Oak Street. That you see there, it's sold in February of 22, 5,000 square foot lot for 67.5. Then the next comp is 1108 South Church Street. And it sold in August of 22 for 90,000. And then we have February of 2023. 5,000 square feet on 802 South Church Street, sold for 80,000. And I think this is last one is 1120 South Magnolia. February of 23, 5,000 square feet, sold for 85,000. Is a weighted value of 80,625 per MQA value. And then equity, these should all be pretty close here. We all have South Church Street, the equity comps are South Church Street, 5,000 square foot lots, all of them at 80,000. That's all.
Annette, you now have 7 minutes to cross-examine and to do your presentation.
Okay, so the property is South Church Street. I'm looking at the market value lot in comparison to the property itself. And on all the lots, I actually went down to Rockport and I looked at each individual lot. I actually took pictures of all the lots and I can see that adjacent to these properties are homes being built that are anywhere from 300,000 in value. These pieces of properties, I can see how the lot itself is being valued at a higher level. However, with the information that I provided on the 1116 South Church Street, you will see on the pictures that the property is adjacent to, if you want to call it quote unquote, a house that is facing the backyard. And the pictures, you can see that this house has not been maintained. If you don't want to call it a house, it's not livable. It has no sewer, no electricity. It's on beams. The current owner has actually trashed out the property. There's furniture in the yard. There is a rusted refrigerator. He's not maintaining the property. Also, there's other pictures in there that you can see that property adjacent to this lot are of minimal value. They're one-story houses, one's a concrete house, that, is not being maintained. There's another house right in the vicinity that is also concrete, that is vacant, I won't say abandoned, but it has been vacant for the past year or so. The structures are not being maintained. So the market value that I'm showing on my property is not comparable to what was provided by the district because of the value of the adjacent property. Now, this property on Church Street, I'm going from a $43,750,000 value in 2022 to a $80,000 value, which is an 83% increase in 1 year. And right now, viewing the properties that are adjacent to my property, I cannot accept this value. Able to see the pictures that I presented?
Yes, we can see the
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah.
Okay, these properties have been an option for many, many years. This has been, I did put 2018 Hurricane Harvey, but it's really 2017. These properties are not being improved on, which is really devaluating my property. Any questions?
You still have a minute and 48 seconds.
Okay, you know, the property, we try to maintain it as much as possible. I have an individual who goes out there and mows the lawn. So we're trying to keep it as clean as possible, but with the neighbors and this house, this very, very bad eyesore. The individual is just not doing anything to improve this property. And also the lots that I own, they have no sewer, no water. So that is an additional cost that I'm gonna have to incur if I ever have to sell it. And there's no electricity running to these properties. I did notice on the other properties that there were water lines and access to sewer and water lines on these other properties that were being used in comparison to my lot. So that's all I got.
All right, district now has 4 minutes.
So this is not a typical area that we discuss economic obsolescence in. I guess all that I would say in the discussion of rundown area. Again, it's not typical to do that in South Rockport. I guess I would point out that the address of the subject is 1116 South Church Street. We have a value of $80,000 on it. 1108 South Church Street sold in August for $90,000. And the 800 block of South Church Street sold for $80,000. I presume from looking at these two comps and the pictures that were given, that I can make the assumption that 1108 is closer to 1116 than the 800 block is. Yet it sold for 90 and the other one sold for 80. We think that the $90,000, we didn't adjust value to 90 or anything like that. That seems pretty strong. 80 seems a little bit strong, but when you have two sales on the same street, and then another sell on Magnolia, I mean, you know, at some point in the president street doesn't need to call everything an outlier. South Rockport is an area that does experience sales. So there's 61 sales in 1 year in that Live Oak, Magnolia, Austin, Church Street area. Moving down towards those apartments and buckled in by Market Street. Really not that big of an area to experience 61 sales. So just you know, it's got a market. I don't know what to say about the way that rundown house is affecting the value there. It would seem like the rundown house does not affect the value from the day to day. That's all.
Okay. The next,
Am I allowed?
you have 2 minutes.
Okay. And I disagree with it not impacting the value of the house, because if I were to build a house on this property and the backyard is facing a refrigerator that is rusted out, soft furniture in the yard not being kept up, I strongly, this does impact the value of the property. The other houses that were noted that he is comparing a $90,000 value, if you go over there and you look at it, which I did, the houses surrounding those lots are very nice. They're on piers. They're, brand new homes. So I can see someone building a house with their backyard being a comparable value. But if I turn around and I build on this one and I'm facing, as you can see from the picture, a horrible property or structure with the trash on it, severely impacts the value of my property. And I did do my due diligence, and I did go out. I went and I viewed every single property that that was provided for comparables. I took pictures of them. I noticed whether or not they had electricity, running water and sewer. I also made note of all the houses that were surrounding them, and compared those to my property. So, and an 87% increase from 1 year to, or 83% increase from 1 year to the next just seems extreme to me, based on what I'm providing. All I have.
All right. Ray, yeah, 1 minute. Closing?
Closing would be that the increase is extreme. And so are the sales. And this is a piece of land that doesn't have the ability to have exemptions on it. There is not a limitation on market value. The only limitation that's out there is on assessed value. This place is not eligible for that exemption. So I don't think it's overly complicated from our standpoint. We're putting it in the grid, the two cells that cause the problem, the 90,000 and the 80,000 street. The only other option the appraisal district would have would be to pretend that those cells didn't happen. That's all we can do. They either happened or they didn't. Whether or not the house across the street does anything with it. Because 1108 is not very far from the 16. It was the high city.
All right, Annette, you have 1 minute closing.
Yes, in closing, if I were to get an appraised value based on this property behind me, I am a commercial banker. I'm a loan officer, so I know that property surrounding your property does impact it. I've seen many appraisals that I have asked for my business, for my position, and I know that values are substantially impacted by the area. Photos are taken in comparison, and if you're trying to sell a piece of property, that those do impact your value of your property. So as a commercial lender for a bank, a big bank in San Antonio, I do understand the impact that these properties are having on the value of my property. And comparables that are not really comparable with the area that are being used to determine that value is not justified. It needs to be comparable with whatever is surrounding my property, and the condition of these other houses that are around the property do impact the value. But I have, thank you.
All right, the ARB now has 5 minutes.
And then I have a quick question. Do you have an opinion of value?
Well, I know that the values in in Rockport are increasing. And I can understand maybe 10% value increase at this time, and hope that the property owners around me are going to try and take care of their properties. But I don't think that 83%, in my opinion, is justified. That is almost double the value from 1 year to the next. So I could see maybe a 10% increase, but not an 83% increase. That is just 9 cents.
Okay, Amy, can we look at the concrete? Because, so while you're doing that. Here it is.
I have a
What are
question.
you doing?
We're discussing among ourselves on the board.
Ooh,
Okay,
I have a question for you, Ms. Canal. The evidence that you submitted, the one with the, you just have adjacent property, which is subject. The one that, the first one, with the refrigerator, is that directly behind your property?
yes, ma'am. That would be the backyard facing that piece of property right there.
And then the gray, kind of stucco looking one, 1123, I think, where is that located to your property?
That's Caddy Corner property. The next property that we are going to be looking at, that's the empty lot that you can see next to the photos. That's my other piece of property. So
Okay.
these
Okay.
photos are all in the adjacent to my property.
Thank you.
Yes. And then you'll see the one that is like a yard that is actually, that's still the front part of the house that is in my backyard. You'll see that they have not done anything of the property. They continue to throw trash and material in that piece of property. And the property next to it, they are continuing, same owner, he's continuing to throw trash in there. That is actually that vehicle in there that it's been abandoned. It's been sitting there for the past few months. I don't know if it's not working, but it's just there.
Also, I have another question. You said something like don't have any utilities on the property.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said if you sold it, you would have to add utilities.
Well, if I were to improve the property, I would have to run a sewer line and water line.
Yeah, you would have to do that. If you did sell it, you wouldn't have to do that.
But it would discount my price because the individuals would have to do that cost as well.
So Amy, can you highlight 1108? We're looking at here. Hang on 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
1108.
1790.
That was 1108.
No,
No, that's comp number one. This is comp number 2 on the same.
Right, let's look at it. And 1120, which is 18002, 18002.
That's a block up the road. Yes.
Oh, that's on maybe here. Okay.
That one does have a walk. And that one has a partial view of the bay as well.
Okay, folks. Thoughts? Okay, then.
Well, the evidence is.
Yes, driven by sales.
It's now driven by sales in that area is in process of change.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of interest in it because of the proximity to the.
And the somewhat inexpensiveness of the property lots.
Yeah, well, and the person's, city utilities.
I'm based on the evidence. I'm gonna be standing.
Yeah, someone.
I am.
Sales, we're killing it.
Yeah, okay, Ms. Canales, the ARB is now going to make a motion regarding case number 2023-44 account number 17983. Addressing Q1 and Q2 value. The ARV, I move that, there is no change based on market value.
Thank you. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay,
Okay, regarding, case number, 2023-44, account number 17983. I make a motion, regarding appraised value is unequal compared to other properties, that there is no change based on equity value.
second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. Do you understand the determination, at least on this property?
And what are my rights?
You have the right to appeal the decision. And the information about how to do that will be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you that documents this determination.
We'll take it, just for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that closes that hearing. We're gonna open a hearing on case ID 2023-45. Count number 56475, which is 1119 South Live Oak. Okay, under protest is incorrect market value and appraised ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value. Annette, you still have a choice. Do you want to go first, or would you like the district to go first in presentation?
District, please.
Yeah, this particular property is located on Live Oak Street, so this is the next street over, in progression from church, from the previous. And we're gonna go through the same, probably the same grid, but let's check and see. This particular property is 119 South Live Oak. Has a value of $80,000 and it's 5,000 square foot lot. First sale was on Church Street, 1108, 80,000, sold for 90, 5,000 square foot lot. The next comp is on Church Street, also 5,000 square foot lots. For 80. So in 1120 Magnolia, sold for 85, and 1007 South Live Oak, sold for 67. Median value or rated value is 80,000. When we check equity, we're gonna hopefully be able to just check Live Oak. Yes, all 5,000 square foot lots, all valued the same with adjustments. Actually, there is an adjustment on the last comp because the notice it is on Live Oak. It is 5,000 foot feet, and it's valued at $80,000. I'm assuming there's gonna be a new adjustment at 10% in this spot. Is that where that's 80?
Yeah.
So there's a big adjustment. That's the easy person. Subject does not have that adjustment. That's about it. We talked about this before. There's 61 sales in this particular area. That's all I have.
Can you repeat that? Adjustment was, I couldn't quite make that out.
You look at the equity grid, Annette, on the third comp in the equity grid, you'll notice that it's a 5,000 square foot lot, but it's valued higher than the other 5,000 square foot lots. And it's because there's a view adjustment on that particular lot. Comp number 3, 1232 South Live Oak Street.
Okay.
So there's a negative adjustment being made in that account to comp it. I guess one way to say that is if comp number 3 protested, the equity grid would potentially say we're overvalued. There's potential for that. Then we would have to explain that.
Okay. Can you Can you tell me why the 67,500 property comp number 4 was so low?
Can't, and I also can't tell you why the $90,000 property is so close to the Magnolia Street property, when the Magnolia Street property is potentially way better. There is one issue on Magnolia that some of the other areas don't experience. Between Austin, Magnolia, Live Oak, and Church, Magnolia floods the worst. So I don't know if that came into play or not, but if it didn't, that's very weird. That there's an $85,000 sale on Magnolia and a $90,000 sale on Church. Should be the other way around. For sure. 67.5 looks like a buy. I don't know who bought it. That may explain it. Who knows?
Okay,
The dates they were born.
They're so close that I'd hate to come in here and say that it was the date. You know, it's yeah, I mean, in fact, yeah, I'd hate to say that because I mean, I'd like to make it that simple, but what I think there is great potential that in this comp grid, that is the buy. We made a good buy. Maybe, yeah, who knows, there's a little bit of unknowns to it. Again, that's all that.
All right, Annette, you now have 7 minutes.
okay, with this Live Oak property, 1119 South Live Oak, this is another piece of property that I own. You can see on the photos that I provided that the properties next to my property are the same ones that we just discussed prior. The building that is not livable is run down with trash, furniture, refrigerator thrown in the yard. The property next to it is also in the same situation. It is a concrete house type building. The comparables around it, the houses are not equivalent to what was provided by the district. This piece of property has a tendency to flood quite a bit with any rain. So it is something that, I'm having to deal with as far as flooding on this piece of property. The primary reason that I'm looking at this one is the value is not correct is because of the adjacent properties that are on either side of this piece of property and the flooding situation on this property. As I, said earlier, this comp that you provided that has a $67,000 value, that's more what I would say is in line with my piece of property. I will complete an appraisal and get comp for you when I do appeal if you decide not to decrease the value. And that way I can show that my property is being impacted with the area houses around it and adjacent to it. And this one also does not have sewer line or water line. So that's all I got.
Ray, you have 2 minutes cross and 2 minutes above.
Every property in here has access to sewer and water. It's a tap issue, it's not an access issue. Again, South Rockport is an area that is really hard for me to think of South Rockport as having an economic obsolescence. When by and large, it's a coveted place to be. And so I would not apply that kind of thinking to the city. Property, not because there's not things around it that are problems, but because people buy even when there's problems. There are places that should be better, you would hope will be. So I would say that the market trumps, the buyer out there trumps the view, talking about the refrigerator, or one else. And I think that would be this.
Right.
That can be my closing to.
Okay, Annette, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, my question is, if you were to go out and spend this money to buy a nice piece of property in Rockport, and you were there and looking at this particular lot, and you look to the right and you look to the left, and you see these other properties or these homes, quote unquote, homes that are sitting next to you, my question would you be willing to spend, $300,000 to $500,000 on a home if that is what the neighbors that you're looking at? And that's what I'm coming across. I'm trying to have a nice piece of property in Rockport, and I understand it's South Rockport, and I understand that that is a prime piece of real estate with all the homes going around. But I guarantee you that if I were looking for a piece of property, I'd be looking at my property because of the houses adjacent to it. These are very much eyesores, and individuals who are willing to spend their hard-earned money to buy a piece of property, to find a vacation home or permanent home, they are not going to want to have these types of neighbors. So I strongly disagree with the fact that you are just basing this on sales that are comparable to areas that have brand new houses that are being built, and the neighbors are taking care of their property. This is extremely devaluating to my piece of property. That's all I have.
Anything on the closing, right?
No,
You're good. All right, Annette, you have another minute.
I strongly encourage you to look at these pieces of property and look to whether you would spend your hard-earned money buying a piece of property next to these types of homes, next to the ones that are adjacent to my property. That's all I have.
All right. The ARB now has 5 minutes.
Here you go.
Yeah.
This will be.
Get a sense of these comps, where they are and actually. So good.
So this was the last one.
Yes.
So pretty much everything's gonna track with this in the front.
Yeah.
Very similar.
That's the little refrigerator.
Yeah.
And then this is the concrete type house. I'm guessing this would be an operable vehicle. And there's a spiral staircase in the photograph. Later. That's one, that's the other. And then this one's, because it's slightly lower. The one, the sail is up. You can see the. And then there's some up the road this way.
Can you move
This
back,
is church.
can you move back just a little, I mean,
That's-
so we can get.
Hey, this is just a photograph.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
don't.
1007,000.
House level. That's gonna be up the road.
See it?
I can't see it here. But it is gonna be on the street. This is church right here. This is 70. Actually.
But it's just wondering, you know, especially.
No, these are, the comps are all unimprovements.
Okay.
You'll see an adjustment to the improvements if they're.
You can't see. Which the same situation, no. So improving area. Fitting utilities. Yeah. And you also don't, you're not in the subdivision where you're limited to short. Sites. In this area, you can do short. Sites. Big ones.
Yes, and people are longing, the sales are there, and that's what you do, base.
Yeah,
There's a really wonderful product.
I think that's the basis of it. I mean, this is not this area with all these bad habits. There are problems.
They're getting ready to go.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion now, regarding, ID number 2023-45, account number 56475, regarding the filtration incorrect appraised market value, market sales value. I move that there's no change based on market value.
All in favor? Anybody opposed?
The case ID number 2023-45, account number 56475. I move that there is no change based on equity value, according to appraised value compared to other properties. Equity.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Yeah, repeated.
Okay, Annette, you understand the values?
No, I don't understand, but, I will show that on the record.
Okay, I mean, you at least understand our determination, the value we came up with, whether you agree with it or not. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so again, you will receive a determination package in the mail, on both of these accounts. And that has all the information you need to pursue, any further action with it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye now.
I don't know who that is, give nobody else.
We-
Oh, they just need to see one class.
Okay, sounds good.
So we're done.
Okay, so we're
We're
done.
done for the morning.
Yeah, so if you look on this thing on the wall, this is our actual sign-in sheet.
Okay.
If there's nothing up here.
That's what that is.
Yeah, if there's nothing up here, it means nobody is signing this.
This-
And if you see that there's a person up there, but there's nobody in the lobby, that means that the person is either on the phone or at me.
Okay,
And we'll hunt them down.
We get started again at 1:30. And one question, and you may know the answer to this, these things are good for the day, probably charge wise.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out.
They should.
now just let it.
Just let it go.
If nothing else, we want to know what.
So yeah, 1:30.
The other thing is, I wanted to let you know, Scott, that we don't have to, the only reason we were ever broadcasting on YouTube was because of COVID. The building, we weren't letting people in.
Oh,
And so the only way to continue this being an open meeting, build the Open Meetings Act, was to have it broadcast on YouTube or something similar. Some way that people could watch it, but they're also not allowed in the building. Now, everybody is allowed in the building. Anyone that wants can come in at any time and just sit here in the corner and listen to the hearings. So we don't have to put it on YouTube anymore. It also was previously our way of recording hearings. We're not doing that anymore. We have a better or internal, more secure way of recording hearings. So,
That's fine.
that could totally be like eliminated, and there's really no reason for us to be putting it on YouTube. Kind of just all sounds-
decision or your decision?
That's,
I think it's like a joint thing. The only reason that, like, we didn't want to do it there anymore, because like I said, this computer is a glorified typewriter. So it struggles with all that video, but the only other thing left is that it is in the.
scripts.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem. Just let us know however you want to do it. I don't see a motivating me to have to,
tell them.
well,
Well, if we're doing it, we want to tell them. I'm just saying there's no reason to do it.
right,
There's no reason.
right. And I know Val had mentioned you guys were considering not, to stop that. And I'm okay. If you just let us know and I'll take it out of the script and we'll be done with it.
Okay.
There was another question. Oh, yeah. Pictometry, is there something that we can get up?
I'll find out. I don't know. The thing is, the only way I would open it and kick Jackie out of hers, and she's using it. So I don't know. I'm gonna find out. I'll find out.
Okay, because I know we had our own IDs that were set up.
Oh, true. Yeah,
So-
it's interesting. I don't know y'all's login or anything for it, so I don't know.
Okay, so we can find out, because that's really handy sometimes for.
Yeah,
See,
it gives
that-
you a better idea of where it's
And
at.
it allows us to zoom and rotate and stuff like that.
Okay.
We're back here at
1:30.
1:30.
Yeah, over toward 1. Okey dokey.
Okey dokey.
Alrighty then.
So are we doing one?
So I would love to.
Yeah, if you want to go outside.
Yeah.
There.
Or what is the favorite thing, like, or.
You know,
Something. You want to have it?
have you guys been to the Wild Fawn or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have, and I'm not a big club sandwich person, but they have the best club sandwich
Oh,
I have ever had, ever. I
Yeah.
mean, it's huge and
Shall we do that?
Sure, why not? You wanna go with it? You can fight these things. and-
Well, it's
maybe
up
talking
to you.
about something like elk and then
Yeah.
tomorrow or next Thursday, I wouldn't mind going. I told my wife.
Say hi for me,
I will do that.
So where,
your heart desire, I just want food.
not even hungry. No, I like that little place on Market Street, but I'm tired of kids.
Yeah. So you wanna go to the,
Well, I don't know, do you, what about the coffee place, what's it called? Where you want?
oh, we could have, yes,
Get a peach, in a salad,
yes. Yeah, that's healthy.
yes.
Kitchen.
Kitchen. Kitchen, oh gosh. Well, I go on June the 2nd for my knee.
Surgery or?
No, take another injection, but I told Scott I might schedule something. So
Hey, I lived on injection for 5 years.
yeah, I think that's what I'm doing with injection. Because some days, like, right now, I was stiff when I got up, but then I'm okay. Once I start walking, it's a little tender.
Well, these, the weather.
Came over here.
It's not, what company is,
No, no,
let's stand out there.
no, I wouldn't have left it down there. There's no way I would have left it there. In fact, I would have put it in my pocket maybe, but we don't want to like that's.
Nice trip.
Yeah, well, this is something I've wanted to do for 2 years now.
I hope you
Actually, before, well, we'll just go ahead. Some people don't get drawn for 5 years, some people never get.
Oh,
But she has a program on Magnolia Station,
oh, yeah,
part of the year for about
the Lost Kitchen
the Lost
in
Kitchen.
Maine. Okay, I'll have to look that up.
And read them. As we
I
were
know.
coming back.
But they came in before we did.
They just wanted to be early.
Oh, my goodness. You go home? Yeah.
How are you doing with your timing thing? Can you listen and time at the same?
Yeah, I can fake it.
You're doing great, I think. I have it on an app. To set it to a time. How do you do that?
Loaded the app.
Oh, that's good.
Loaded the app, and then you load it.
Didn't he give it to you? I thought he gave you that.
I don't know, what's the app?
I don't know. Stop.
Oh, Scott gave it to you.
Oh,
Because I
Scott.
just have a clock here and it says timer. But then you set it for 10 minutes and then it goes off and.
See, mine,
So
I
you
got
always you can say,
I got them all set up. Just
can I look?
touch it. Sure. You just tap on the green arrow and it starts
So where is your app?
on the front page.
May I do that? And it's called Timer Plus. Okay, and it's a free app.
Mhm.
Timer Plus.
I don't pay for it.
I know. Oh, yeah.
It's free, I don't want it. It's pretty simple, I mean, just
I
tap the
mean,
green
I'm
arrow.
not taking it away from you.
You're welcome to.
Oh,
You have to wake up.
Oh, there's a bunch of timers. I don't know which one it is. These are all those 14. Countdown. Kids, everything. Oh,
Probably count them.
so. I just put in time. Interval time. Set word that is a. I'm gonna download it and see. Anyway,
Find it?
well, I have several. We were driving. In the railroad,
Mm.
and if you're not there.
Mhm.
These are all old.
most of them.
I wonder if they did. What did they meant to
What?
type online?
Oh, I don't know. Don't get me confused.
One thing I know is, one thing is, Mike told me is that he do an online purchase. Why not? He didn't say.
So it's for your house up there.
Yeah,
You never got one on that?
not yet. Well, because we have what's called joint tenancy, because half of the property is homestead and Tom's half is not. Because his ranch is homestead.
Gotcha.
So I'm in the last batch. Mine is JTW or something, joint tenancy with. You know, that's why I said. But I called him and said, listen,
Let me tell you the story of my place. We had the same kind of thing. The whole thing was. His was senior and mine was with my dad.
okay,
We split it was, and so he paid his tax, I paid mine.
that's.
Eventually, I figured it was the same amount. It was like cutting the property in half and he gets, so
It's not.
it should, well, the prices were different because I wasn't a senior yet.
Your taxes. were there.
Yeah, our taxes were different. So when he died, I was really worried that it was. Because there was only one of us.
Were you
paying
not
taxes.
65 yet?
No, I wasn't.
It turned out my taxes didn't change. They didn't change. They didn't.
So somebody would say, you really need to go in and talk about that. No.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. Our value is the same. But my civil law, because I'm 65. I'm 60. Years of month. So last year I think I paid 1,000 something, you paid 2,000. So this year it's going to be, finding the value because I think the value is too high. Good luck, right? Well, I've done my homework. I put up every property on my street, on the canal, not the water, because that's different, a lot. Well, property,
Different land table.
yeah. And, I think I have, got it all set. Yeah, I think it's kind of. And he's used to going in, so you can just go in and sit in his bed, and you don't have to make it a moment there. I told him, so it's everything about that talk. You don't tell them. Those are not the things that we do.
That's gonna happen.
But hopefully he does. So I can wish for it. And if it comes out, I mean, you just do the best you can.
Undervalued.
In your.
And you're not gonna complain, are you?
I just sold it to you.
Is that the one in the front there, on the highway? Did you really? Wow. So what's gonna go there? Yes,
That would be nice.
what restaurant can you say?
It's gonna be like, they're gonna start off with hamburgers and steak fingers and quick food to start with, and then they're bringing in food trucks. And park them in there and changing them up all the time. It'll be an outside venue. Along with inside seating, and they'll have picnic tables, they'll have games for the kids, like
That's
cornhole and all that, and golf carts for the market. They want it to compete with pops, but there's not gonna be any smoking and drinking. They'll have a beer and a wine license, but you gotta buy food to get. It's not gonna be like.
So it's like, restaurants in Portland, liquor on the drink. Yeah, you have to have more food, but
Yes.
85% has to be sold.
Yes.
Food, you know,
And
and that's good.
they're doing good job. He's retired from Cisco, which supplied food. to all of them. And he used to have a barbecue restaurant in Porfirio for years. And he sold the ranch in Porfirio, he sold that, and they moved.
So they moved here when
They live back in on West Lake.
in Lamar,
In Lamar.
in Lamar, okay, that's like, okay.
Familiar with the old tennis courts where they're at?
Yes,
So it's
yes.
about 5, 6, 7 doors down. Yeah,
It's great.
yeah, I know it.
You need some, I remember that little Italian restaurant.
Oh, I loved it, Coco,
Provisional.
provision.
Oh, that's-
Yeah,
Oh, man,
that was the greatest
Once
thing.
they started adding the bar and the liquor.
Yeah.
I won't go in. I don't
And
go
then,
into it.
and then they had the place, the steak god, that had the butcher
I
shop.
love, yeah. Thanks.
That's strength and.
That's,
and-
yeah,
and
we totally win. Oh,
This-
Then they had this meeting
Yeah, and that one.
right here
Yeah.
until Harvey took it out.
Where did they go? Did they move?
I don't know where they're at.
mm,
They're here somewhere,
yeah, I don't think they're around this
but
area.
I don't know what they're
Because I
doing.
bought Christmas present from him one year. I just bought everybody.
He tried to diversify.
Steaks and,
That's good meat,
yes, the meat was fantastic.
terrific.
Well, first of all, they had like a little bar. They did have a bar. That didn't. Man, that is great news.
Lovely is now sold.
Who bought it,
I
do you
don't
know?
know.
She mentioned something about it, because they got the one across from Piers 77.
When you come out, I had that commercial corner property. At,
Oh.
on Seaside Loop at 35,
Okay,
and the 12 acres to the other side, they bought it.
oh, so they're gonna put another convenience store? What are they gonna do?
You know,
Oh, I know.
the name of it is Lovely's Camper LLC. So what does that say? And they own a couple of them down in Portland and Portland. They're fixing to open that old stripes there in Fulton.
Yeah, right across from Pier 77. Oh,
I won't.
I won't either. The first time I went in there and I saw they had all those crack pots,
Mhm.
ice on the counter.
Yep.
I was like,
Yeah.
what are you doing selling it? Oh, it's for tobacco use. I'm sure.
Think so.
Yeah, they use it.
Mhm.
And so I don't go in there, I don't really like. But Ron, do you know? Oh, what was my question? It was good.
Was it?
It's gonna go
I
to,
know, I hear you.
So be prepared, get
I
all
hear
your
you.
after in a row.
Well, wait,
that like. Yeah, they'll pick you
Yeah.
up. I'm not forgetting that land by the boat launch, the big boat launch, did that sell? Have you heard that sold?
I
Is it-
really did, see, it's not a.
It's not part of the holiday week.
They can't use nothing,
And they can't use anything, and they would have to get
so. why would-
water,
why would
and
Someone will buy it.
they would have to get water, and I don't think the water board would be willing to sell them water.
I bet they would.
You think so?
At the right price.
Well, I'm sure that everything's for sale.
I would think so.
But they have to fill that in because that's really.
I don't see, I don't know why someone would buy it, because it's used,
But RV.
to me, it is used. Even RV park, but they're not gonna have a boat ramp, they won't have a pier,
No,
they can't use nothing. So,
Well, they-
and they've got them all locked out behind gates, which is the best thing they ever did.
but you know, this weekend I was driving around, and I noticed that there was people in there who were staying at a Airbnb, and they were in parking.
Mhm.
And I know people, the owners are giving up those
Oh,
cars.
sure they are. Sure they are,
And it just-
because that's a leasing thing,
That is,
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
how my neighbor did, next to me. Reagan.
But the homeowners does not police those parts well enough, I don't think. I've still got some, the property I've sold, they're still after it. They don't
No.
police it, but boy, they'll sure get you for back due. You buy a property and sell it.
Well, I was telling Joanne, you know, that, they reach this.
It is, I wish the board was on the part,
Well, what do you want them to do?
it would straighten up.
Well, but
They don't, I don't
You
think
know
they
what
have
it is?
anybody watching them.
they don't have good fee restrictions.
You know, they-
That's the problem.
There were
It just
people,
popped up.
It just popped up.
there were people waiting to come in when we all got.
It just popped up. Yeah, let me see.
It is page 5.
Oh, it is, no, it's 7.
You guys like
Robin.
bacon?
Oh, I love tomatoes.
Page 5.
Do
I love tomato. I planted one tomato plant and I must have gotten a dozen tomatoes.
Yeah.
But it's finished.
Well,
Do you have some?
I give them,
Oh, good.
I'm only up to, my wife kind of went overboard.
They're on page.
7?
She was out of town last week for a
Yes,
couple days,
7. Yeah.
and I got tired after 6 bowls and sure she did. So she's got tons of them, so I'll bring some in. What's up?
Yes, love tomatoes.
Okay, well, how about you, Ryan? What's the tomatoes?
I got plenty, thank you. My neighbors popping them like crazy.
Like I said,
The
I'll put-
cherries seem to be ripening quicker than anything else.
Yeah, yeah.
I got, they're called, it's called patio tomato, and I put one plant in a planter. And I, took out the soil and fertilized it, and that little sucker has produced a dozen of them. Now, I'll eat them. Tomato, we will see.
We'll solve a little pepper mayonnaise. I become a vegetarian.
Me too.
I'm not a big tomato person, so. Never mind.
Oh, thank you. We'll be happy to do that for you.
Here's 130.
Yes. Oh, I guess we
Oh, no,
should.
that's May 19.
Well. Oh, one of these.
There we go.
Where are you?
More of that.
Oh,
I'm
you're in something.
trying to look for the July thing here.
The do.
You love it.
It's a new one, new lolly.
Is that like what you did?
Thingamabob.
Thingamabob. Oh, okay, gotcha. Which number was it? 72.
66486.
There we go.
Oh, I want the app, the timer app that you gave me. What's it called?
Timer. I don't know.
I know, first, oh, yeah, very,
What's it called?
Okay.
well, I looked at
For
it.
that key for lunch.
Timer Plus is the one that I use. I don't know if that's the same one.
It's
What do
free.
you do?
Yeah, and it's kind of nice because you can set up different times. Perfect, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So I've got it like for 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 minutes, and so on, so you can. Click a hop on it, I use it when I'm barbecuing too.
Oh,
Timer Plus.
I got the wrong one, but still need this one.
So a couple of years ago. When we were back in the other. Building or something.
For that one meeting or 2 meetings?
Oh.
Did we do it?
Yeah, well, this was before your time.
Oh, gee.
So timer plus This one?
No, it's timer and a plus sign. That's it,
This one?
yeah. Yeah,
If you want to add them, you just add in with the plus button on the top of it.
What then?
You
Wait a
add,
minute.
you add different times you know, with the plus. button.
Okay, that's how you do it.
And so as we're checking individuals in, you can see them come up on
Yeah,
the sign in right here. ARB here, it goes over to the ARB hearing, once you're signed in,
That's cool.
so. It'll be a good way to you, like, to check off the list of who's here, but. So
so we're on here.
Yeah, hit the plus button and you got it.
yeah, Alan was, we're trying to do this photography thing. He wasn't aware of an account that we could use. You set one up for Charlie and me, it wasn't, but it's still working, so. it's- I don't have a problem, you guys can use.
Show me how.
you mean it's a sign in here,
Yeah,
display?
That's it?
because I think the only one you knew was, Jackie's, and since she was on, you want to kick her off. Yeah, okay, great.
Well, you-
Okay.
You want to just like write down some stuff.
Scroll down to 5 minutes. And
Save,
You know, it'll pop it up here.
and then add. another
In fact, if you want me to do it,
Something.
I can pull it up.
Here's. Here, micro check if you want.
Do you 4?
So what you do is,
And do you 7?
so what you do then is you, press on the 5, it goes off. And you press on the 3, it goes, right,
Right here.
7.
Let me do your. Yeah, you
Yeah.
click it there. Hit the green button, it starts timing down.
Okay. I don't have any, it's in Wi-Fi. Do we not have Wi-Fi?
And see it's counting down.
I got you.
And then if you need to change to the next timer, you just hit the red exit stop. You go to there.
Okay,
Got you 3, 4, 5, 7. I had a 2-minute enter.
yeah, that's.
Yeah, right.
This,
So I was like,
Small detail, right?
Got 1 and 2.
so how do I get rid of roaster?
That I don't know.
Oh, delete.
There you go.
Was too.
Laundry, 45 minutes, 3. 2 barrels. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You got 2 in there.
And you can. Excellent.
It looks.
And it's right under that.
In case we need.
Yes. Case ID is 12. That's how we're showing up on the.
John,
we're gonna use this one.
it's on page.
Got It's Mr. Wagner's logged into the. Mr. Wagner. Oh, I see. Okay.
Hey, who's that?
My father, I believe, right?
Don't listen.
Asking you a question.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I didn't, that's only one.
So, out there too.
So if you would refrain from talking about it. Maybe she's not talking about something.
I don't know.
Actually, I'm trying to find my things for it to go in.
Where do you? Oh, you're on the time, I was like.
But this last time it upgraded it through all my things out of.
Oh, not, oh, here.
Yeah, I'm down to this kind
It's
of.
1:25.
Oh, it's, look, just
What
go.
do you think? Like 5 minutes or? do you want-
We're fine as soon as the rest of the team
I'm ready.
gets situated.
Mr. Lewis is big.
I have to take each
Yeah,
one.
let's get this to us.
Anyway,
That's not a bad house.
why there is no categories even. What I'm looking for is like.
Good.
That I can just go.
Yeah.
in and look
Yeah,
for.
this is your chair, right?
All right, hey.
Hey, you, Baylor.
Yeah.
I could talk about the Baylor
Yeah.
women's softball team.
I can talk about the LSU softball team.
Unfortunately, they lost last night.
Yeah, the ladies, no.
Yes.
Our youngest graduate.
Yeah, but.
All I did was
they
play
were
for it.
The softball, but the basketball.
Yeah, right.
Bas-
Right. We're just getting started after lunch here, so.
It's his mother, that's fine.
Yeah, well,
Y'all will find out, I've probably got more questions than anything. I'm retired construction manager, not really like tax guy.
Well, we're not.
You guys ever encounter on, I haven't used this a lot, what does it mean when it says the folder is empty?
It means that's a little bit. Well, it's one year, right here, go back out, come back.
Yeah. Reboot.
Yeah, some ones will. The, look, here we're gonna go.
Yeah, 'cause it's-
It does?
Yeah.
And we're gonna go to the 130, right there. And then the 112 up there would be this one. And that's where we'll be. On here, I think it's page 7.
Where are you on this one?
66486.
Yeah, 6648,
Yeah.
evidence and tax payments.
Y'all have it, right? That's
Yeah.
good enough. Y'all have it.
Yeah,
Yes.
Did I get my paperwork back?
well, you can pull it out.
I'm sorry, what paperwork, sir?
I brought it.
Well, they scanned some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just so I remember what I'm talking about, I'm old. We looked at it in the morning, we forgot about it.
Pretty likely to me.
Maybe if they're scanning stuff in, maybe that's one of the things. If there's something else that he might.
And all the stuff I have, except for the neighbors.
It's,
Yeah, I read somewhere that.
There you go, sir.
Thank
That was your folder, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was popping up as we speak.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's all off of the website, except for one page.
Now, the other thing I noticed, Ray, is to refresh.
pull down.
Yeah, but do it from the middle of the screen, not from the top. At least that's what's in
Mine
my
was
screen.
That's the one that, yeah.
all right.
All right, sir. So you are Mr. Lewis.
That's me,
Robert?
Robert E.
Is Robert or Bob?
is Robert.
Robert,
Well, they
my,
call me Pee-wee. I had to put it in phone book before I retired in Newton County. Remember phone book?
yeah.
I went through this so you can watch that.
Okay, Robert, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we kick off the specifics of your hearing.
Can I ask a question before you start?
You can.
So are you?
Well, I'll get to that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
This is my first time.
Well, that's okay. It's our first time to this year. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to commence the hearing on case ID 2023-112. That's the right one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Account number 66486, which is 3441-1781, unit 2E in Rockport.
She wanted to.
Yep, we'll get there. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we'll verify under protest is,
She wanted you to.
okay, so we got market value and equity under protest will be values. So we are the appraisal review board that'll be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing. We're appointed to do, appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So the four of us around the table are the ARB, appraisal review board. Gentleman at the end of the table is Greg Presley, who's a representative from the appraisal district. And we have some support staff, including the chief appraiser in the back of it. The whole cast of characters. So at the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can complete the survey using this form, which you can take with you if you like. There'll also be a copy of that form included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing that documents the results of the hearing.
Okay, so I won't know today.
I'm sorry?
I won't know the result.
You will today. In your case, since
Oh,
you're
that's what you're.
present person, you will know.
Yeah.
So you can take that survey using the form there or the one that's in the determination package that'll be mailed to you, or you can complete it online. Information about how to get to it online is included at the top of the form. Survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is also provided to you in that determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I understand you've had some material that was scanned in. You provided all the information.
Yes, sir.
That you're going to be referencing today.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, for the record, I confirm that the ARB members who are here and considering the protest, which is Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Borg, and myself, Scott Wagner. We have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.60F and have signed an affidavit to that effect. Copy of that affidavit will also be included in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And for the record, I confirm that you, Robert Lewis, and our district representative, Ray Presley, have each signed the required affidavit. Look at both of them. I'll remind you that all the evidence that you presented or provided, as well as the district's evidence, is going to be projected on the wall. You can look at it here on the computer if you'd like, although it's already shown on the screen in the wall. Robert, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
No,
Okay, it's indeed in many ways. And in the package of information that you received with the district's evidence, there's a copy of, and you will hopefully maybe seen this hearing procedure times. There's also a copy of it there on the table. And that shows how we're going to be running the hearing today. It takes one or two forms. Either you can present first or the district can present first. In either case, no matter who goes first, you each have the same amount of time to present evidence, to question and reflect and so on. But you have the honor of choosing whether you would like to go first or whether you would like the district to present first.
oh, I would love to go first.
Okay. Hang on just a second and blah, blah, blah.
You know what he's talking about. I'm guessing.
Sometimes they'd like to hear what the district says. Okay, so that being the case, turn it over to Ron. We're going to time each of the.
I'm gonna pick the timekeeper on this. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Won't take that long.
Make it all.
But, what I noticed when I got my taxes this year was that my market value went down. And my taxes went up.
Yes, let me interject for 1 second. Just to make sure what we're addressing here is appraisals. And the appraised values that you have that were sent to you recently are what taxes are calculated against. We don't know yet what the tax rates are going to be. And so consequently, we can't tell you whether your appraisal may have gone down, but your taxes may have gone up just because the taxing entities changed their rates. Okay. So as long
Well, I
as
mean, there was a figure for what my taxes.
I don't think that we specified in the appraisal package what your taxes. Is it 2023 taxable? Yeah, it's all it shows is what the taxable value is, which is the assessed value. It doesn't indicate what your actual taxes are gonna be. Okay, just so we.
No, I appreciate that. No, that's not fair. I needed that. I searched and searched for an explanation online. And I thought, I bet that is, yeah.
Well. And that's a very common question that we get, to just make sure that people understand.
About is the assessed value, and maybe the assessed value compared to my neighbor that lives in the same complex.
Yes.
The market value.
Market value. Market value.
I'm missing something here. My market value went down.
Can I explain it?
Yes, sir, please.
Sure. So on here on the screen, everybody will look up here on the screen. This is the subject property owner's notice. And understand that I'm in his time. I don't want to take away from his time.
No,
But right here is the market value. That's the only thing the ARB, this line is the only thing the ARB has ruling over. They don't have any ruling over this appraised value or the homestead cap or the exemptions or anything else right now. Well, they do, but exemptions was not protested. Notice that his market value was 241 and now it's 238. And he's asking, why did his appraised value go up? Because he was capped. Last year, he had a cap at 220. So if you take 220, his possible increase is 220 times 110%, which is basically another 22,000, which would be 22,000 on top of the 220, which would be 242. So he hasn't been capped again.
right.
And so that's the reason that your assessed or appraised value has gone up, is because you were limited on your appraised assessed value last year. Notice your market value was actually higher. And so, and then today, all you're really bringing to the board and to the district, you get to say, I don't think it's worth 238. That's really all that you.
Okay, but the market, I mean, the homestead cap,
Yes, sir.
why is that not on there this year?
It is. It shows right here. It shows right here. Right here is homestead, and then this homestead and over 65. The homestead is still in place. If you take this number right here, this 220,
Mhm.
and multiply it times 1.1, which is 10% more than
Yeah,
the last
yeah,
year's value, that number would be 242,000. I think that's what that number would be, somewhere in that range. It'd be 22,000 on top of the 220. And so, since you haven't reached that, there is no cap limitation.
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
okay.
you can go up by a maximum of 10%.
Well, that was one of my questions, because last year I know it was 241 minus, 2,000, I think it was 2,100 last year.
I don't know what you're talking about, your tax.
Yeah, it went from 241 to 220. And this year it went from 238 to 238. And I'm thinking something's not right there.
Well, it's just the calculation of the limitation. If none of us in the state of Texas had any kind of exemptions, your market value last year would have been 241. Your market value this year would have been 238. And that's what that would also equal your assessed and appraised value. But since certain people have exemptions, you being one of them, I have an exemption for my house. Many of the people here are citizens. There's a limitation, it's called a homestead cap, and so it can only go up by more than 10%. By 10% in the given year. That's and so you never reach that goal, that level. You never reach that.
And that's why that cap was minus last year.
That's why there's a difference between the 241.
21,000, yeah.
Yeah, and 220.
It's because I hit that cap.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so I thought the cap should have been there. I thought, oh, Eddie explained it.
Yeah.
All right, that's that part of it.
Okay, go ahead with his time. I think he has another 4 minutes.
Good, okay, that was, I'm in unit 2E. This is condo 3D.
Is that what you want right there? Do I need to?
Yes, this is what I was talking about right here. I had no homestead cap, and I said, why?
Okay, this is condo 2D. This is where he's at.
Yeah, 2 bedroom, 2 bath. Okay, and my neighbor is 3 bedroom, 3 bath, and the assessed value is 238. exactly the same.
Am I going down, sir? Just tell me when it's.
You're right there,
Okay,
3D, he's in 3D, 3 bedroom, 3 bath. The exact same assessed value or appraised value. And the exact same deductions, and his taxes are less.
Well, we don't deal with tax.
Well, next you know,
Yeah.
That's all I can talk to y'all about the appraised value.
Market.
Market that, market.
Market value. Well, who does this if they don't?
Taxing.
They do the tax rate.
The school and the county and the city. do the
Okay.
tax.
Okay. So anyway, my neighbor's 3 bedroom, 3 bath thing. Do all this.
That's good. They got that.
Well, it is. But you know, when you're a homeowner, you're a retired telephone man, not a tax guy. You say, oh, it went down, my taxes are gonna go down. And you look at your taxes went up. And so you think, well, somebody's gotta tell me why.
okay, so if you're still in your time, is that the gist? of
I'm
your
through with my
question?
time, because y'all explained to me what I came in.
Do y'all need me for anything? Is there anything left for me to do? I don't know.
I would, you got 5 minutes, I would still go ahead and.
Yeah, you can lower my. I can already tell that.
Ray, just go through the presentation.
So. I'll address the 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom thing.
Yes.
It's the same square footage.
Oh, so it don't matter how many.
We don't count bedrooms and bathrooms. So
That answered that
we're
question.
not, we don't actually get the data. You know, and to back into sales that way takes a lot of data. So
Yeah.
for us, it's just square footage. We're just calculating square footages, houses, porches,
Yeah,
but,
Okay.
yeah,
well,
bathrooms.
yeah, it is the same square footage.
Yes, sir. And so the calculation there is the same, whether or not one has an extra bathroom or less of bedroom or
Okay,
different sizes of whatever. We just don't have the sophistication in our data. To have that. It takes a pretty concerted effort to get that kind of data. We lack it. So we concentrate on square footage. I'm gonna go through this. I'm gonna go through it pretty quick. From the sales approach to value, you can see that our valuation is fine in the median value. It would seem that we're undervaluing the condo, and then in equity, you can see that there are comps here that show that from an equity standpoint, no adjustments, everybody has the same valuation. So that's all we have.
yeah, and so all the 2 bedrooms, there's 32 units. I looked at all of them, they're all 238, 830. And so if someone's taxes are less, obviously they got different.
Taxes, when you use the word taxes in this office, everybody bristles up.
Yeah, because you're appraising, you know?
Right, but so the only way it's confusing or messed up is if you're using the word taxes and meaning appraisal. But if you're using the word taxes and meaning levy, check that's written. The only differences that could happen within your complex of life value unit would have to do with exemptions. Meaning someone froze at a different date than you did, so they locked in a bill that was different than yours. And that happens in condos and in homes, it happens everywhere. So you're over 65, you have a freezing place. I don't know.
Yeah, this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody froze 3 years ago. Well, they would have froze at that value, at that tax rate. And so forever, they will pay less than until one day they are no longer paying taxes. And somebody else will come into that unit They will go up to full market value at full tax rate, and then they will be paying more than. It's the way the over 65 exemption works. It has a lock-in mechanism to it, where you lock into your taxes. So for you in particular, your condo value could go up to any number. And your tax bill is not gonna feel that reaction. Not really. You're gonna feel it in the navigation district. There's gonna be like a bump. But if this is the first year, it's gonna freeze. Whatever your tax bill is this year, and then next year, it's gonna be the lower of the two, and blah, 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 blah. What I'm saying is in the future, your tax bill is not gonna be your
And I have one more, if I can ask a question, I know it's right, but in the second one I showed you, my neighbors, he has a cap at the bottom. He has a cap price listed. Mine doesn't on the paper I got. from you.
You mean, you printed something on the website, right, Robert?
Yes, sir.
This one right here, sir? Look up there.
No,
We're
it's down here.
you're talking this right here, This? Is that where you're pointing?
Well, I mean, that's what but that's not what I'm referring to now. I did highlight that, because I had a question about it, but y'all explain that.
Where are you seeing the cap,
So
sir?
I'm digging through it.
Is it on 3D?
Yes.
3D.
This is the one I'm on, 3D right here. This is 3D. And there's 0 cap adjustment. He's got 238.
Okay. I know you don't. Put a picture of.
Here's a homestead and he has the other person or 3D has something.
Yeah, okay. Took a picture of it, just because I wanted to. Explain. Oh, it says tax ceiling.
Yeah, tax ceiling is what Ray just referred to. It's not the value, not the market value, not the tax rate, it's the actual dollars, it's the levy.
Okay, but mine doesn't have that.
Because this is the first year that you turn 65. Let me give you some good news.
Okay.
So it takes the lower of the two. So this year in August, all of the taxing units are going to come out their rates.
Okay.
It's going to be applied to your assessed value, which is the 238, times the tax rates. And it's going to produce levies, actual dollar amounts for actual bills for the school, the county, the city. Next year, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to do a comparison. And it's going to look at the tax levy. It's going to take the lower of the two.
Okay.
So that's the reason yours doesn't have a little star by it yet, because it does a 2-year test. This is the first.
Okay.
Year. Okay.
Thank
You're so welcome.
you. I can cut me loose.
Okay. Mike, don't go away from that yet. I want to ask you something after this is over. Okay, so I believe it's our time now to deliberate. I don't see any change required.
No, this matter.
Okay. So consequently, I'll let Debbie make a motion.
Okay, regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market value on case ID number 2023112, account number 66486. I move that there is no change based on market value.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Regarding the protest of appraised value is unequal compared to other properties, equity, in case ID number 2023-112, account number 66486. I move that there is no change based on equity value.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Robert, you understand where we stand?
Yeah, and I appreciate it too.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to come in it. But leaving it, I do.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You get it?
Thank you, Robert.
All right, I think we're all done. You'll receive a determination package in the mail that just documents all this, and we'll take it from there.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
And then.
Thank you, sir.
Where's that? Oh, so it's 2:38, and it's going to.
No, it's already, it's fine.
I had to get her to sign that.
No.
Five, six,
Five, 6, 5.
Yeah, but I mean, shouldn't,
Not gonna do it okay, it's gonna stay at there.
five,
You're
six, five.
not signing it. It's not actually.
yeah, but I mean, I think that this comes up with, we should.
Texas told us not.
Yeah, don't hear this.
Because if you don't, it looks like they're making a decision to change the value every time, and tax will go, oh, look, you had 1,000 protests and 1,000 of them had the value changed.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
and then over here, whenever once you've done that, this will refresh. Or you can have to manually do this. And so now the only people up here are people that are signing.
Took your finger in the middle of the screen.
The exemption reset. I'm seeing two different things. The property card
That's why we keep.
primarily for over 65 shows OV 65. For other places on the website as well as in that stuff that you printed, it says other.
It's for, it's for confidentiality purposes.
For
years past.
Do that.
And it brings up the page.
Yeah, it's part of the.
Excellent.
Yes,
That explains it. I just want to make sure. So if there was any confusion. Particularly with young people here.
Been confused since I got up.
On our property cards. Appraisal notices, the exemptions do show like HumpDad and over 55.
Yeah.
On other visible things like the website and some of the information that we're still printed out, it says homestead and other. Okay, and Mike pointed out that change to say other is primarily for private discussion. Okay,
This is Mr. Wallace.
okay,
Hi,
Mr.
Mr.
Wallace. Let me catch up with the documentation here, okay? John?
Yes.
So okay, if I call you John?
Yeah.
All right, John. I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your case. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2023-115, count number 56547, which is 108 Barcelona Drive in Rockland. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's in the protest.
Q1.
Right? Market value. We're actually going to probably address both market and equity. This, okay, good. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed for appraisal. We don't work for the appraisal district or any taxing unit. We're appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can complete the survey using this form, which is available here. A copy of that form is also in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing to document the results of the hearing. You can also take it online. Information about where to go to take it online is at the top of that. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And so you have provided, or they scanned all of the information that you provided. Do you have anything else that you need to make sure that we have access to?
No, I said there was no improvements, but I did put a carport in the backyard, which is
Okay,
not
what-
considered to be a permanent structure. I can take it with me to a house, so.
Right. What I'm interested in right now is any documentation that you want to offer as evidence.
So settlement statement for the house
Okay.
and so.
Now, for the record, I confirm that the ARB members who are considering the protest here, which is Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Board, and myself, Scott Wagner, we have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F and have signed an affidavit to that effect. And a copy of that affidavit will be included in the termination package you'll issue. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And for the record, I can confirm that protester John Wallace and the district representative, who is Ray Presley, they're at the end of the table, have both signed the required affidavit. For your information, all the evidence that will be presented by the district and the evidence you provided will be projected up on the wall there. You can access it here if you like, but it's useful just to see it on the projected on the wall. John, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Okay. In the package that you received, scheduling this hearing, there was also a chart, which are the hearing procedure times. There's also a copy of it there on the corner of the table. And that shows how we're going to run the hearing today. It's divided into two columns. One is if you present first, or the other column is if the district presents first. You each have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first. However, you get to choose whether you would like to present first or you would like the appraisal district.
That's my objection is simple, so I go first.
Okay.
I didn't receive it, by the way. I did this online. I thought you
Yes.
said some was online, but I only received the email today telling me I had a hearing scheduled today, so luckily I was here. No big deal.
Okay. Ron is our timekeeper and he will put you off and say,
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Simple, I paid $103,000 for the house. And now you've it was when I bought the house, it was, I think, appraised for around 189. Okay. Now you raised it to 270. And I feel like that's excessive. This is a house that was built in the 90s. It's the smallest, if not one of the smallest homes in Spanish Florida. It's 160 square feet. Made no improvements. It's just basically I've kept the house and the property. It's a property that I used to buy family and this. I feel the value should be more in line with 230,000. They just what I specified in the opinion value of the building. So real estate, when I bought the house, really was a lot better than it is now. This is a tough market for real estate, so whatever you praise the house for, it may not be what you can sell it for. Especially since the mortgages are hard to get now with the interest rate. So that's my position. I just feel like it should be more in line with 230,000. Maybe if they wanted to add the carport, if I left that there, I could get 235,000. So I just feel like 271 is excessive. Real estate here improves approximately around 7% a year. That fluctuates, of course. That's really all I know.
District, 7 minutes, cross-examine.
I don't have any questions. Going to that. Yeah, district evidence, this is in Spanish words and 108 parcel. The property owner in his evidence had a. So it's a closing statement for 2020 for 203. That our grid will not have any sales that forward. So it looks like all of our cells in the grid are going to be year 22 and year 23. So we'll look at these for a second. On the first page there's a 106 South Santa Clara and 106 Paquito. One sold for 270, the other sold for 378. Both of these homes are larger than the subject property. Let's say, what is it, 500 and 600 square feet larger than the subject houses. So when the comparison is being made, when you look at the indicated value, you'll notice that what this grid is trying to do is pulling value out of the sale, mostly because of the square footage. Class and age, it's really negligible here. This is mostly a square footage adjustment being applied. One of them comes out in 228, the other very high sale comes out to 335. Then on the next page, we have a sell in Barcelona, 115 Barcelona, and then 102 North Santa Clara. And again, we have, okay, so this is interesting. An August sale for 212, and then on the Barcelona out on Barcelona, and then 102 North Santa Clara and 356. Again, both houses are larger, and the comparison that's being made has a lot to do with square footage. You'll notice the land value is about the same, or is the same. So therefore, everything that's going on here has to do with improvements, porches, carports, and square footage. A little bit of a class adjustment there. MV is better than SS. In other words, masonry veneer is slightly better than T111 siding house. Median value is 271. In equity wasn't protested. I'm going to go just look at this equity grid and say that we support the equity value. Let me speak a little bit here to the board about something. I would say there's validity at play. Yeah, there's some validity at play in Mr. Wallace's words here. We kind of read between the lines in this grid. And we notice that the one cell that's smaller, that's on this screen, is 212. Then you're certainly think, well, maybe even though we proved 271, maybe it's not 271. I don't know that I would go all the way to 230. Certainly 7% in this county. We're about double that in increase. So yes, sir.
Not just 7% a year.
No, but we're in residential sales, we're closer to 14% a year over the last 3 years. But that's okay.
Can I say something
In
about
just a second. Yeah, just a second. In that approach, the district's looking at a number closer to 260, 255, maybe. From that standpoint, and I'm only speaking out here. I didn't have to speak out. I put it into the map on 271. But the reality is I think if you read between the lines of this grid, you can see it here because his house is small for Spanish woods. That's a true statement. It's a true statement. His house is small for Spanish woods.
the thing that I was wanting to mention?
You're gonna have this at the top. Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay,
I just wanted to say that you said it was brick in here, but it's only brick on the ends. It's the front and the side and the back or side. Okay. It's good. The house is not conducive to expansion.
Yeah.
So that's all. I wanted.
That's pretty normal to, for someone to think it's a brick veneer, but not really.
Right.
On the back of the set.
Right, the ends of the house is brick and the back and front and or side.
Yes. Sir. That's all I have.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
But for what you presented to me,
I'm sorry, you have 2.
okay. From what you presented, I can see where you came up with your values, but I think maybe we're closer to the value of 240. I think that would be fair, considering the fact that the other properties that you used as comparisons are quite larger and probably newer. And the age of the house doesn't have a bearing on the cost, the price, the valuation. The house was built in the 90s, so it's 30 years old. So that's my position. If you're real, something like what I just said, is an adjusted value, then we can be done with this.
Well, I'll close and get most of everyone.
With there.
And I'll let everybody know that I agree with it. But you guys make a decision. I'm agreeable to the standpoint of, I didn't want to end this hearing. I'm counting my fist on the table and saying 271 and solid with Uber. I don't like that number. And I feel more comfortable with you guys picking.
The ARB now has 5 minutes.
I'm just gonna throw a figure out there. 247.5.
all right. Could you educate me again? I'm trying to figure out how you get to how the grid gets to 270. Because we got 4 columns.
Okay. I didn't look that close, but let's look at it one minute. It's 4 comps, should pick the middle 2, divide by 2 and have an average.
Yeah,
Are you thinking that it didn't do
I
that?
see those first middle.
Yeah,
two
the-
are really, really high, then the second are more and more.
Yeah, so it's taken one of those 300s, one of those 200s, coming up with the 271, which that's kind of the point is, I don't like the grid. I built the grid. But when I'm looking at it here, I'm not liking the math, because the math is not 2 numbers that are close to each other to get an average. It's 2 numbers with $50,000 difference, which is about 20% of what we're talking about. here,
yeah, right.
And so that's why I'm speaking up the way that I am. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What did you say, 247.5? Or anybody else?
I think that's a good number. I'm looking at 111 for detail in the grid, which is closest to the size, but it's newer and 250 by solid. We need to adjust that down. a little bit.
They come in for 250.
Yeah, I was gonna say you.
The size is.
It's
Varies.
1235.
Yeah. 12. Second.
How much is it? 250? No, that being the case. I feel I'm okay with you.
Sam. Ready?
I think so.
Okay, regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market sales value on case ID number 2023115, account number 56547. I move that the appraised value is changed to the correct market value of $250,000.
Second, all in favor? Opposed? Okay,
Okay, regarding, never mind, we didn't do that.
that's good. Okay, John, you understand where we're headed? 250, you okay?
No, I'm good.
All right, you'll receive a determination package that documents all this and go from there.
That was almost as easy as the one online. from my review.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
They all need a relative like you, that's a spare house.
Yes. But you know, sometimes some of your kids you don't really want. Definitely don't want to stay. And it's a good story.
That's true.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you for coming in.
Appreciate it.
Yes. Say that again, what did you do? You picked the two of the lowest?
For the way that it came up with 271,
No, yeah, is that the way you do?
well, in the case of four comps, basically take throughout the top, throughout the bottom, and take the middle two and average.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's the reason why a fee appraisal only one. Because in appraisal, you're not supposed, it's better to not deal with averages, it's better to look at a house and say, that's the house. That's the house, but you know, we're just spitting these things out. Sure.
Well, those two, you know, who keep them on the really deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a question on the next,
Ike?
actually, is that it, 119? And there was a question on, she wanted to change this to a phone hearing.
Oh, really?
I don't have any problem doing that.
Is there anybody sitting out here waiting?
No, the other one.
They're both, okay.
As long as all of the information is okay. Taxpayer,
Which one is that? The last one?
119.
Yeah, page 8. 1347.
and just to reiterate, technically by the code, it says 10 days ahead of time. We have a general rule allowed up to the time of the hearing.
I don't know.
Okay. And so we actually slightly modified our procedure.
Right, which is like.
Switch that.
Right here, either.
You're gonna ask me to find it real quick. Because,
Here's our next two little post-it notes.
oh, I need to get her to switch these around.
We're doing high.
Okay, so
Right.
we basically say that the ARB may choose to conduct a phone hearing up to the point of the time of the hearing.
Why not?
Well,
Well, the only hitch is that if they don't get us this, which is their affidavit
Yeah.
evidence, then they're not considered sworn in.
right,
But as long as we have that, it's okay.
Yeah.
This also has their phone number on it, so this will have the number.
okay,
Whenever you're all ready.
Ready?
you got the number?
I do.
Ask me always.
Or they do need to be swapped.
They're just,
You start on that one, you end up.
Japanese.
Japanese, I mean,
Is Ray doing this one?
Yes.
Okay. Did they make a note of the pictometry count information?
Yeah.
I gave it to use mine if you want.
Oh,
I
you
think
know
that's
your
all.
login?
Yeah.
You're the only person on the planet. That I think.
Who knows what it is?
Yeah, I have nobody else knows, because it's saved in the browser, we open it every day.
Yeah.
Outlook login and Pico login is nobody.
I sounds like she's on the phone.
Yeah, you know,
We have a whole meeting. Her and Panjo's last two holdouts. And I was the only place to be open.
Well, it's, hi Susan, this is the appraisal review board. We're handling your phone. Hi, can you hold on just a minute? Go ahead.
Okay, Susan, my name is Scott Waggard. I'm the chairman of the ARB. I've got some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing. So if you just bear with me. Is it okay if I call you Susan?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So we're going to commence a hearing on case ID 2023-119, count number 13478, which is 2206 Bay House in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest.
Q2.
Okay.
Appraisal ratio exceed median. Equity.
All right. We'll probably end up getting into both market and equity, but that's okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and you can complete the survey using the form that will be provided to you in the determination package you will receive in the mail after this hearing. Or you can also take the survey online, and information about completing and returning the survey, if you do it online, is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence must have been provided with your affidavit. And I see we have some photos and so on. Have you provided everything that you intend to reference during your hearing today?
Yeah.
Excellent. For the record, I confirm that the ARB members who are considering the protests that are here, which is Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Borg, and myself, Scott Waggard, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And we have all signed an affidavit to that effect. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And we're going to consider you to be under oath as you submitted a signed affidavit. For the record, I can also confirm that the district representative who is present here will be presenting evidence, who is Ray Presley, district representative, has signed the required affidavit. For our benefit, we have all your evidence available to us on our tablets, as well as being projected here on the wall, but you have provided everything. You should have received the package of evidence from the appraisal district at the time that your notice of hearing was sent to you.
I did. Sorry about my voice, I've been sick, so I'm not there today.
That's fine.
Yes, I do.
Keep the germs in your house. I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I'm not an appraiser.
That's fine. makes things a little easier, from our standpoint. And in the package that you received, there is a one-page chart, which is called the hearing procedure times. I don't know if you have that, do you have that available to you?
I do not have that in front of me, but I can go grab my computer and check real quick if you want.
It's not necessary that you have it, we just want to make sure you're familiar with it, because that's how we're going to be running the hearing today.
Okay,
And that chart, that table is broken into two parts. One is if you present first, or the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who presents first. However, you get to make the choice whether you would like to present your evidence first, or whether you would like the district to go first.
I think the district can go first.
Okay, very good.
All right, great, you now have 5 minutes.
Okay, we're looking at a condo in Bay House, 2206 Bay House. And we have a value of 383,480. So we're gonna look at the sales and it only says equity, but what did y'all decide?
Go ahead and present both if you would.
Okey doke. All right, so comp number one. We have a sale in May of 2022 at 1801 Bay House, 405,000. Comp number two, 1501 Bay House. In June 2022, 483. We have comp number three. 1905 Bay House sold for 347. Comp number four sold for 380. All of those are in 2022, rendering a median value of 389,666. From the sales approach to value equity, there's going to be some comps in here with no adjustments because they're the exact same everything. So they're going to give you 383, 480. For the district, it feels like in both checks, we verify our value to be correct.
Anything else, Ray?
No, that's it. Okay. That's it.
All right. Susan, you have 7 minutes, 2 minutes to cross-examine, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, well, for me, what I have offered is that mine is not in the shape of any of those that have sold. I mean, I think I'm one of the only ones that has Formica counters still from 1984, the original sink, the original bathtub, the original plumbing fixtures. Most of those people have had the money to knock everything out and remodel those. I don't think I could get that on the market today with all the work that still needs to be done. And I try to outline that in, what I wrote up for y'all today. So I don't know if you can see that in my pictures, but it's the only thing, because of Harvey, I got stepped back because I didn't have the money to even, the insurance covered about 30% of what had to be done, and we were forced by the building to put a pier and to put a deck in, to do the assessments for the outside building and all that stuff. I mean, it was just hard to hold on to it. So here I am, that's not a remodeled unit next to all the people that pay cash. I did pay cash for this, because this is my entire retirement fund. But they pay cash for theirs and they don't rent it out. It's just a place for their families to enjoy in the second, third, fourth, or fifth home. Mine is a full-time rental to make income to be able to support it so that we can live there one day. So I've just been skimping by. I didn't get any federal funding, state funding, city funding, no funding for Harvey, all those assessments. And then here the taxes are just killing me as well. So I'm just trying to catch up. It does not cash flow right now as a full-time rental. So I'm just looking to maybe do the comparison based on the actual shape of each unit. If you look at the pictures from some of the sales, they're very beautiful. and mine needs about 100,000, 150 worth of work. Like to reconfigure the air conditioning is something a lot of those units have done that we have in our upstairs. It's just totally hot all the time. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay,
There you have form.
And I, just volunteering to be on this board, by the way. I know how it works, and I think that's awesome. And y'all help with this. Thank you.
the district is scrutinizing some information.
I'm just looking to see, I mean, some of what was said has to do with appraisal. Some of what was said does not have to do with appraisal.
Right. To look at my second paragraph, the windows, sliding glass doors, the, all the cabinets are actually falling through in the middle of them. You know, it's, yeah, those parts are part of the appraisal. The other is just my pity party and that's, you know, it's just another saga.
I guess, Susan, let me just ask a question here. The photos that were taken, when were they taken? When were they taken?
Those were taken, that is exactly how it looks right now. That's on my listing. I didn't get a chance to come down there and take it. That is exactly how it looks right now. There were no updates to that.
So, right. The only issue, Susan, that I have with the photos is this. That they are for Micah, I get that. It's dated, you've got a, I don't think those cabinets look original, but I don't care. One way or the other, maybe they.
Just painted them.
Okay.
They're original.
I guess the only thing I would say is in the photos that I have before me, other than it being dated, could use new counters. I'm not sure that I have enough here to say, yeah, this condo is not to par. Maybe it's not, you know, the thing you said about the pizza and the upstairs, that's not a good thing.
Yeah,
They
pictures
have,
of those fiberglass bathtub fixtures that are about to crack.
yes, ma'am, Bay House, the way they did their remodel is they didn't gut every building. So some of the buildings. Some of the buildings were gutted. So when it came back, everything was the same. Some of the buildings, it's kind of a checkerboard in there. You know, this one was done, that one wasn't, this one was done, these two weren't. You know, there's a lot of that within Bay House and the individual buildings themselves.
Right, ours is damaged of all of them, but we still got water in. Rain came in through the sliding glass door that was closed and locked, and it flooded some of the floor there. So that was our major issue. And then through some wind.
What I would say from the district's position here is when you look at the comps, I will tell you that her unit 2206. Susan, this is gonna sound rude. It's not rude. Don't talk for a second, and then you're gonna have time to talk.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so 1501 Bay House and 2206 Bay House are not the same thing. The sale you see at 483 for 1501 is, if you look at the market value there, we only 385. There's $100,000 between what we think that's worth and what somebody paid. It's kind of crazy, but it's an in unit. It kind of sees the lake in a neat way, maybe. But out of all of these comps, even if you went to the lowest one, which is not any way to do business, but if you did, it's 347 and it corrects out to 364. So I just don't know, you know, I don't know how we arrive at any other number other than the district arrives and says our value is fine. So that's all I have.
All right, Susan, you have 2 minutes.
I don't know what to say, you know, I just think it deserves a lower value for tax purposes, that's it.
Is that all you got?
That's all I got.
Okay. Great district closing.
I'm gonna say,
Okay. Susan, closing.
Okay.
ARB now is 5 minutes.
Susan, is this property rented now?
It's rented, it's up to, it's rented, yes, it's a full,
So it is rented.
short term, short term. Yeah. As much as possible, it rents out about 40% of the time, I think. Which is not enough. It net a loss of about 10,000 a year where we are right now.
Particularly to, as in the superior. 1,500 buildings, really. That's.
Yeah, but it's 40.
Exactly. 1801 is another superior.
I don't either. I don't believe it is found.
You got it?
Oh, I'm fine.
With it, as it is.
Scott, yeah, I am too. Okay, at this time, regarding the protest of incorrect appraisal, it says in case ID number 2023119, account number 13478. I move that there is no change based on market value.
I second.
Sorry,
The,
do you want me to amend my motion?
well, the only thing on the protest is.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to amend my motion to read regarding the protest of appraised value is unequal compared to other properties, equity in case ID number 2023119 13478. I move that there is no change based on equity value.
I second.
On favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Susan.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, and you'll receive a determination package in the mail here shortly.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we can market.
I understand, but the only thing we have to move on is what is.
Okay.
Ward 8. That's another phone.
Yes, I have it one here.
48.
It's on page 6, top of the page. I don't know. Page 6, top of the page. Are you ready for me to make a call?
No.
Numbers.
Okay, we got this.
Ready?
Hello?
Is this James Benwell?
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, sir. This is the appraisal review board. We're calling you about your protest. We're gonna turn you
Yeah,
over
thank
to,
you.
the chairman of the board now, Scott Rager.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and it is James?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, can I call you James?
Yep, that's fine.
All right. So I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get into the specifics of your hearing, so if you bear with me for a moment. So
Okay,
we are commencing the hearing on case ID 2023-48, count number 40638, which is 209 Forest Hills Apartment 230, Hidden Oak condominiums. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And under protest,
It's Q2.
Q2, just appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal for equity value. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entities. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and you can complete that survey using a form which we provided in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing that documents our results. You can also take the survey online, and information about completing and returning it are included at the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence must have been provided with your affidavit. And I'm looking here. Oh, taxpayer evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see we have 7 pages of evidence. Have you provided everything that you intend to reference in your presentation today, is that correct?
yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. For the record, I can confirm that the ARB members here who are considering the protest, which includes Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Borg, and myself, Scott Waggart, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and have all signed an affidavit to that effect. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So we are going to consider you to be under oath as you submitted a signed affidavit. For the record, I confirm that the district representative who is present here, which is Greg Presley, representing the appraisal district, has signed the required affidavit. And copies of those affidavits will be included in the determination package you receive after this hearing. James, I need to ask whether or not you have a license from the license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. In the package that you received, scheduling this hearing, to also include all the evidence, you should have seen a 1-page chart which says hearing procedure times. Do you have that handy?
I believe so. I have several packets of paper from the something specific you want me to reference.
Well, as long as you possibly remember seeing that chart, it shows how we're going to run the hearing today. Takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or the appraisal district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, irregardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice whether you would like to present first or you would like the appraisal district.
I can go first. That's all right.
That's perfectly fine. Your choice.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to our timekeeper here.
All right, James, you now have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, first off, I want to thank all of you for taking time and giving me the opportunity. I also want to thank you for providing some comps, and I was on the website. Is able to pull 2022 appraisal data. And the main basis, if you look at my packet, is that there's 14 identical square footage, 1-bedroom units in this complex. And they range last year from an appraised value of $71,020 all the way up to $96,840. So they vary over 25,000. I believe that's largely due to the fit and finishes. I looked at some before I purchased mine that, had high-end finishes, marble and granite countertops, real nice appliances, real nice flooring, all that. My argument basically is that I hope you see mine, based on the pictures I provided, is something at the low end. It's 38 years old, has original cabinets, scratched up, they've been repainted, but you can see it's not even a professional paint job. They've scratched like the countertop, and the original fixtures in the bathroom, which are also scratched and dented. So I believe that the fixer upper and that it should come in at that low end of the 14 units. And I believe the comp he gave me was probably more towards the middle to upper end. Of course, I can't quite tell because I have 4 out of 14 units, but that's the premise of what I've asked you guys to consider, is that I have a 38-year-old unit within a rental pool. It's in pretty poor shape, which I'm not worried about. Over time, it'll get fixed up. But right now, it's just fairly rough shape, original stuff, a little bit of painting. Nothing's been done to that unit, and it doesn't compare to ones that I've been in, either looking at through a realtor or now that I've got some of the neighbors looking at what they've done in 30 minutes. So that's the premise I'd like to get to consider. That's basically all I have, other than ask that you do look at what I submitted in the pictures, see what I'm talking about. So that's all I have.
All right, the district now has 7 minutes.
James,
Yeah,
why'd you pull the 22 data and not the 23 data?
I'm sorry, the 22 data was what I was able to see online. 23, I don't think has been released yet. Other people could be contesting. So the table that I was able to get off the online website for the appraisal district was 2022 appraised values. And then you guys gave me 4 comps for 2023.
23. When exactly did you try and access this data? Do you have a time frame?
Probably within the last 2 weeks, it was when I filed my appeal, which it looks like I signed my affidavit on the 9th, so I'm gonna say the 8th or 9th.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious, James, I'm just curious.
Okay.
The numbers, the 22 approach for equity, it's a little bit hard because we're in 23. So there's not a whole lot I can say about it. I can definitely say that the values went up.
Right.
And I'll quickly go through a couple of grids. One of the grids is going to be very fast. Although I do see on this that Q2 is checked, but not Q1. But so here are, from a sales approach, there's 4 1-bedroom sales in our grid, with the subject property owner being one. So he's comp 1, comp 2, comp 3, comp 4. You can see that between $114,000 and $119,000 for all 4 in 2022. That is a pretty tight grouping for what it costs to get into his notes. And then the next thing you'll see is an equity grid again, equity in a condo is, there's the identical units essentially. So,
Right.
there's no adjustments. The equity grid doesn't add or subtract anything. It just says, hey, you're just like this one, you're like this one, you're like this one. So it shows a value of 115 and 20. So we don't, the district doesn't have a number lower than our notice value to go to. And the pictures that were shown, I think for me, it's kind of what I would expect condo and Hidden Oaks to be pretty close to looking like. So if you don't know where Hidden Oaks is, it's in the back of the country club. It's hidden. In the back. Yeah, it's a dead, I'm pretty sure it's a dead end. So just in the back there off Forest Hills. District would be comfortable saying that James and Sheila own $115,000. So
Can I have a moment to make a comment or?
Yes, you now have 2 minutes.
Okay, I understand that your from the update on the sales price, so that includes the real estate as well as any personal property they convey. That's not necessarily what the units are worth. And like I said, I have been in several units, and they range from what I showed you to be quite nice. And based on the 2022 appraised value, then you have a range of 71,000 to 96,000. I believe that in previous years, we definitely recognized that there's quite a range in terms of fit, finish, and how you can value the property. Again, I'm just asking that you consider me at the lower end, and that not all units are equal. It's continuing with the same approach that you had in previous years in terms of recognizing some are nicer than others. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, you have 2 more minutes if you need it.
No, I mean, that's like that. I don't want to get the horse to death. I think that some of the numbers from previous years support that you guys recognize the different values and the pictures I'm just showing that, yeah, definitely don't have, I like that, I've been in the units down below me, and it's got granite countertop, mark backsplash, it's nice, but you look for it. That one, is valued a little bit higher on the 2022, which I would expect.
Ray, you have 2 minutes.
all right. I was gonna take my mind back just for a second here and step into 2022. With James. I think I'm tracking with what he's saying. The assumption is that in 2022, the difference in values has to do with fit, finish, amenities being improved. That's not typical of an appraisal district to work that way. Typically, in a condo, it is, even in the country club, there would be some location modifiers, maybe for views or what, that kind of thing, or maybe 1 bedroom versus 2 bedroom. But when something is adjusted for fit and finish and no adjustment is applied to the whole, that's called inequity. And so that's not showing up here in the grids at all. When we put equity in 2023, when we put equity to the test, we see other condos valued the exact same amount. So the only way to do that would be to do what he said, would be for us to go specifically find units that will support this value based on fit and finish and push back against appreciation. That's not what we're doing. We're just valuing these things based on that nice tight grouping, 114 to 119, and pulling values up. Now, could there be a unit in here somewhere in here that is valued, it's a 600 square foot unit and it's valued at 89.9? We didn't catch it. The answer to that question is yes, but it's not found in fit and finish. It's found in our evidence under that 1-bedroom neighborhood modifier, where we are adjusting all 1-bedrooms at 184%. But it's really not, it's really, we are valuing all 604 square feet apartments at an extra 1.8. Did we miss one? Possibly. Somebody named it a 1-bedroom, but just because it's small.
Right.
So it should have came, well, I guess the short version of this is if we're doing what James is saying we're doing, it should have came out of the equity bid. We would have had to specifically went after this thing. Like, this guy, we're gonna go get him or something like that, and that's not the case.
It's not, I don't mean to imply, I'm just looking at, if you look at 2022, the grid I have on page 2, that is directly off your website, public information. I don't know if you're saying that because you looked at 4 that's owned, that every 1-bedroom unit is going to be reappraised 115. And you got like mine's going up 30 some odd percent, you're getting some going up 40 something.
Yeah, so to speak specifically to that, James, that, and I didn't think you were accusing us of that. I was swinging around to saying, how could that happen? That's how something like that would happen. But this grouping here, if I was to look at this 22 grouping, what I would say is most of these are exactly the same. Mr. Sandritter's thing has something going on. I don't know what it is. And the 2 on the end have something going on, or the 4, I'm sorry, on the end have something going on. And I don't know what that is exactly. I can't say for sure, but the nice tight window of the 80-something thousand there. That's what that is showing you a grouping of a neighborhood adjustment. This isn't showing you a grouping of fit and finish. We usually don't have any of it. And when we go after fit and finish, which we will do based on listings, in a condo, it's going to come out in the equity grid because we're not going to be, because if we didn't do it to everybody, then we're not, you see, it would have came out in a condo because they're the same thing. It's not like a custom built neighborhood where stuff gets hidden in the porches, the garage, the carports and the docks and all this stuff. There's no way to hide. There's nowhere to hide at in equity.
I guess just one last thing I'll bring up is you mentioned Chandler, that's the cheapest unit, and I looked down the owner's name. That person actually owns 3, so they have the cheapest one. Then they have one that's right in the middle, that same grouping you referenced, the 82.920. Then they have the second highest priced one. Well, if one person has 3 different values on a unit, then that's why I'm led to believe some of it is based on the finishes and how how recently it's been remodeled.
That's fair enough, but it would stand out as this. Your condo would have needed to be valued higher than 115 for it to come out from an equity standpoint. Because then it would have said, wait a minute, now it's high. Right now, it looks like you're just grouped amongst the group. So anyways, I don't really have anything else.
All right, now the ARB has 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make one comment. James, you also referenced on page 1 of your evidence a reference to 10%. And I just need to make sure that we clarify that the 10% limitation on increase in appraisal only applies to homesteaded properties.
Okay.
So
And I know being new is not something that you had to be in the previous year, but
well,
I understand it.
you don't live there, right?
Right now, I spend equal time between that amount. Sometimes I'm there 3 days a week, sometimes I'm there 4 days a week.
A homestead,
Equally But I mean, I've not applied for homesteaders, I just purchased it.
Yeah, and you have, it has to be your primary residence and you can't have more than one in Texas. So,
Okay, yeah, understood.
okay,
And so James, you bought this property at 114?
That's correct with some personal property.
we got this.
I don't know, I agree with that. Regarding the protests of appraised value, compared to other properties, equity on case ID numbers 2023-48. Account number 20638. I move that there is no change based on equity value. I agree. My second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, James, value's gonna remain the same at the moment.
And if I log on now, like, everybody 2023 appraisal is.
Yes,
so
yeah,
this
I just checked. Yes.
Should be the same.
Yes. And I will confirm that I know immediately after the appraisal notices were received, I didn't see 2023 values. I'm not sure exactly when it changed over, but for sure it's available now.
Yes.
Okay, and so I guess if I'm gonna get some paper saying whether I'm appeal or not, if everybody's got the same values, that it's really not fruitless to appeal, but if I see some that are still significantly lower, you need the one to appeal.
You certainly can do that. Yep. Okay,
Okay, thank you for your time.
you bet. And you'll receive a determination package here shortly in the mail.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blank screen.
It would appear at the moment.
What time is it? Coming into the 3.
Sims.
Break time.
Are you having fun, Sam?
It's just that, yeah, I mean, I have to just really zip my mouth. I really need to, because
Well, you have it really so
there's
too.
too much going on there.
You're doing great. You haven't said.
Yeah, well, that's the.
You like Ron.
I'm sort of following you guys.
You like Ron, yeah.
Have the right to remain silent, but I don't have the ability.
Well, in this case, we need to.
That really can do.
That's the board.
Can't argue that. Oh, actually,
Oh,
7 more loaded in.
oh, but that's all these, yeah.
Anybody else?
No.
Y'all on your phone?
Is that?
There's
I'm
only
not 3 o'clock, but there are 2, 4, 6, 7 of them on the
Case ID 13.
13, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, oh,
Oh, here they are.
and 14.
Yeah, they are.
Another,
That's the last one.
maybe an agent,
Yes. Is it gonna be a?
Heal and that's
Oh.
LLP. Right, gonna be a development.
You want you to, if you, excuse me, how rude of you. Ronnie.
Yes, yes, it is very rude.
Well,
You
you
can tell
know,
I'm really devastated.
Say it's affidavit or something,
No.
doesn't say, does it?
Allegro North condominiums.
It's only one line. What is Q5?
Oh, let's see,
Okay,
what
right
does
here.
that look like?
2.5 is other. Other. That's one of those agents. that-
Yes, check it.
Yes, this now becomes my Bible.
How did you get that?
It was under my pile of junk.
Oh, mine's. Oh, here it is. Thank you.
I just looked at it and I thought, that ain't no big deal.
Would that be seven?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
What is this?
well, I was trying to.
That's 3 o'clock.
What, community notion?
Yeah.
All of it.
So, hey,
I should be careful
I
how.
like
I
those.
speak.
Okay, this is the same person.
Agents.
so do we go with 14, because we came here in 14, 13?
Yeah, we can, it's the same person probably, it's affidavit or?
Don't know yet. So if there's nobody out there,
That's not what.
We sort of get. the
Oh,
feeling.
video conference and to include physical evidence
that's a good question.
is not.
What's physical evidence?
Well, they need to submit it with their affidavit.
Let's see what number 7. Fair evidence.
Are we gonna start it in that order?
We'll ask.
Yeah,
I don't
let's
have
do
their
that.
evidence. This is-
Pull it down in the middle. See if anything.
I guess
comes
so.
up.
That's a good thing.
No,
Nope,
so it's not up.
Which one do you look at?
7.
Yeah, I have taxpayer evidence.
32 is
Well, 14 was the first one. Let's see. And you know, was the ribbon
It's an agent.
Yeah, but it's just,
after.
it's the
Now
affidavit
that is just that,
That's what it means.
without, yeah, you're right.
so that's what it is. Got that second page of dissertation in there.
Mhm. Oh, this is. Let me see. Oh, we can.
Same place.
It's. Allegra North County.
What we'll do.
These are retail.
This is 105.7.
And it's got comforts of home.
14 is Allegra North County. For. Divided one. It's 20 south.
So this is a combo.
Um,
Yeah, they've got a lot of different things in here. Yeah, because I just opened up, what is it, the 6247? No, 742. And that one is for comforts of home.
Yes, we will just.
We will find out.
Yes, we.
Yes.
It's amazing. What you
It's amazing how much.
I didn't know you knew.
You-
Show that I don't want to.
it's- Don't push it.
I thought you were getting a close look.
No, I'm trying to move around without throwing my knee out again. I got it. I'm good. I just.
Yeah, let it go, because I want to put it on the anyway.
You got pneumonia?
I got knee on
Where you were there.
skip where I'm sitting for a long time. It's skipping so far.
Proud.
I'm living off ibuprofen.
That's so good.
Yeah.
seen that commercial of basketball player and also one guy who's getting some goldfish, you know, that cheddar thing. That's guy next to him, can I have some? Or can I have a hand? Goes in. Comes out, half the bag comes out of the pan.
Let me get a read.
Yeah, you got enough candy kisses there.
Cherry.
I'm doing this for
You can't have just one.
Yeah, I can.
Tonight.
Well, that's what we do, and
It's
it's
happened.
really bad about it. And so then we go out and buy big bags that we have in, so that we'll never run out.
That way we find their stash, we know where it's.
Yeah.
Probably done with the 130.
So we have a situation where the agent wanted to have somebody else speak. But he didn't submit an affidavit for that person. And once we get the ubiquitous, well, I've never heard of having to do that before. Well,
How it is.
it's last year.
Are we in a voting pattern?
We are, but he also understands that he's working with the time constraints. So
How much time we got?
10 minutes,
Okay.
we all voted on.
Oh, y'all did? What the
No.
figure?
Don't worry, we would have voted for you.
Yeah, I know.
Is this gonna be a phone? Or one
Video or something.
video or something?
According to this, it says neither.
We could do it on Zoom, but at the same time,
So are we still on, live,
we are.
on the internet?
When are we
We're
gonna,
still streaming.
how long will that go on?
I don't know, it was mentioned to me last week. Back now, when we were doing
Here?
the agenda. That she had heard that we were going to be using YouTube, for yeah, I didn't take that as, I thought they were gonna do something else, rather than YouTube, but it sounded like the meaning that we needed to be.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's okay, they, at least streaming wise, I think they still are gonna.
It's still recording, yes. And that's okay. So we had 2 out of 15 this morning. Still a pretty low rate.
Ooh,
Val, it's a second
you can even-
text, it's a second note on.
But getting there's another thing.
Now, when you're in the office here and you check the messages, are you using Dell? Computer to do it on your,
Sorry, when I checked.
when you text, are you using Dell's computer?
No,
Because somehow I had her number and I was sending her stuff and thinking I was sending it to you. So,
No, he usually texts from his phone.
well, that's what I thought, but then you know.
That's a group
She
text.
texted me back and thinking,
It's a
so
group
I don't,
text.
I know you didn't do that for Scott, but I got it, so
It's
thank
a
you.
group text, but his number is probably listed first.
So rather than reply to all, just reply.
It's on an email, was on a text. It's a group text, but like I say, his number.
I don't know if she's sending this group text or not, because she doesn't,
She does, she sends me, I get an
and I think
That's
it's,
what I thought, but I, you know, that was, I don't know, I just,
you know, anyway,
Yeah,
I'll be more.
one she sent me was just to me.
unless she blind copied it, you know.
That may be.
Nothing.
Why not?
That's- good enough.
Yeah, about halfway
Is it
through.
10
this.
minutes?
Oh, I know. Be gone. Sounds good.
Yes, about it.
5 to 10 minutes.
Well, that's the time I could say no and leave it.
It's, yep, 3:12.
This meeting he loses out or he just comes back and nothing.
Jeez.
okay, so.
So you got something for that, that's what you're reading.
Yeah, and you guys can see the email if you refresh the 3 o'clock docket. There's a note in regard to activating the phone number.
Yeah, okay.
Which is just been basically saying he works for an attorney, but is not an attorney. And Nasur, who's one of the attorneys, signed the affidavits that are on file, and he sent Mr. Cohen an affidavit form, and told him we didn't.
In his 5 years of working.
We didn't need to know the signature.
That's. Great.
Funny what they're trying, I think, to get away with.
Yeah.
So. I think we're still waiting.
And this is thing that people all of this information and all the.
You know, it is just amazing to how people try to do this.
Well, look at the news.
Oh, that's true.
Exactly.
I was referring to.
You didn't watch it.
I don't even, I watched the game show.
What do I watch?
And it keeps me, you know, I love the truth, because I love truth.
But she's sitting here on her iPad. Looking at all that.
Watching, well,
And
I
then,
discovered a really neat. I love Smithsonian, it's one of my favorite. Well, there's news and it's called Story. Story, and it's. It's a lot of biography,
is it,
and it's on, it's 156.
okay, and so it's Smithsonian, yeah, because I see.
It's not connected to Smithsonian, it's on a separate channel. Smithsonian is 151.
Oh, now, do you have Spectrum? Okay, so what's the, channel?
It's 156, it's called History, Story, History, or History Stories. And you're really gonna like.
On the History Channel?
No, it's called the Story Channel.
Story
History, HISSTORY. History.
Yeah, because some of the games that Tom likes to watch, they refuse. But,
How about storage for it? I had friends that come from Austin and they were just, they come down, they go fishing. 2 or 3 of them, and then they take them in the boat, and I gotta watch Story Wars.
oh, that's, yeah,
What are you talking about?
that's like pawns, yeah.
Yeah, same.
I was watching the cooking show one time. I love the cooking show. Someone comes in and says, anyway, cooking show. Thanks. Okay, so why do I have to watch this? Okay, well, I want that.
And we,
Right.
one more. Okay. All right, so. Let's call this individual and
You're gonna make a phone call, you're gonna talk to him, and that's the plan.
yeah,
And
okay.
you're prepared to give him bad news if he needs, like, that he can't do it?
Yes.
Okay,
If she doesn't have the updated active.
well, I'll hang out here and I'll make sure, I'll come in if we get it. Okay?
Okay, well, I did, so there.
One police.
See, you messed up my favorite.
There you go. Got out of sequence.
When you press. And you know, I mean,
Sorry, who am I speaking to?
This is Alex Cohen. I'm a sewer,
Yeah.
the sewer.
Okay, Alec, my name is Scott Wagner. I'm the chairman of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. And
Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Were you in the process of trying to send the appropriate affidavits to us?
So I got one sent to me by Val, but I've got an affidavit that's attached to the evidence that we've been using.
Correct. However, it's not signed by you, as I understand.
Correct. So Keel in the sewer, Jason the sewer is the attorney for the agency, and we work under him
Okay,
for
so
the agency.
since we don't have an affidavit from who was going to present evidence, our option right now is to take and use the affidavit and evidence submitted with the affidavit and run an affidavit only hearing.
Interesting. I mean, I've been doing this for 5 years with you guys, and we've never had this issue. I'm very confused about it.
I'm sorry, this is the way it's always been. And maybe there's been some confusion, but at the same time, that's the way, and I've been here for 4 years, so I don't know what to tell you.
I've got, there's eight properties on the docket. I only intend to hear, there's 2 of them, I think, that we're only gonna discuss. I'm flabbergasted, to be completely honest with you. I've never had this.
Well, we need to have an affidavit, a signed affidavit from whoever is going to present. So,
Okay, well, Mr. DeStore is currently in a hearing with Williamson County. I can go check and see if he's almost done with that. He might be done soon.
well, we kind of,
Just to let you know, on the affidavit that Mr. Nassour presumably wrote himself. It's the one that he signed, because it's not our form, right? It's the one that you guys wrote.
Correct.
It said, there's a paragraph that says, if I'm unable to appear at any of the scheduled formal hearings, either for personal reasons or because of practices or procedures of the county appraisal district that make my appearance impossible, it is requested that the county appraisal district accept the affidavits and evidence for any such properties which have been uploaded into the county appraisal district's portal and or submitted via email as are evidence at this hearing, the same as if I were present. So it seems like
I see that,
the total
I see that.
the intention here is that if he is busy, then we don't have to have like a no-show or something like that. We can still do your hearings. And we'll go through the affidavit and all the evidence that he's presented.
I would like to go through the affidavit with you.
The problem is, once we're in the hearing, the only problem is that once we're in the hearing, the only person who's sworn in, because everyone has to be sworn in, is Jason Nasur. If you had an affidavit that said you were sworn in before a notary, before the hearing time started, you can talk. The problem isn't whether or not you work for the company, it's that you're just not allowed to speak. The same thing happens with even like a family member of a
I've been
home,
sworn in the day of the hearing, though. Before the hearing has commenced, I've been sworn in.
but you've not been
Before the
sworn
hearing.
in on the phone. You
Yeah.
can't get sworn in.
In previous cases, absolutely.
You're not, a notary is not permitted to swear you in over the phone. They can't prove who you are. You send in an affidavit ahead of time. That's what swears you in for the phone here. What I'm saying is, I understand your concern, but we're fine to receive these things. I don't have any problem with doing it. You said you only really focus on 2 of them. We'll do all 8.
This is Jason Masur.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm actually currently in a hearing in Williamson County. And I put them on hold to come in here to see if I could help understand or at least alleviate any concerns that we have on my evidence.
Yeah, we have no problems with your evidence. The problem is we only have an affidavit swearing you in. That's it.
Well, the affidavit swears to the evidence, and you guys will swear in for the hearing.
No, that's what the affidavit is for, is to swear you in. It is not to swear the evidence, it is to swear you in.
We can still present your evidence.
But ultimately, if we just have to appeal it, have district court tell us the different result, that's fine. We have the evidence to protect against the default or dismissal.
No,
That's not how it works.
No, we're not doing a no-show. That's what I was just telling the other person. The thing is, we can still do all 8 hearings. Your affidavit makes it clear that your evidence is good and useful. We can still have the hearing in your absence. Just we can't have anybody but you speak. Because they're not sworn in. You're the only one sworn in. We can still do the hearings. We're glad to do all 8.
Well, under the circumstances then, if for me to be able to talk, I need to continue it. I'm currently literally in a hearing. I can take you in there and let you visit with Mr. Dunham, the chair for the hearing I'm in panel 4 for Williamson County. But this is the only time in 254 counties I've had this happen. So I need some time to be able to have, because we need to be able to talk about a couple of. So I sent this evidence a week ago to be able to talk with Mr. Amon, and I never heard back from him or Jackie, the other person.
I believe at the time that you sent evidence, it was not made known that you were not going to be presenting, that somebody else.
That's okay, it wasn't made known to me that I wouldn't get a response either, so, under the circumstances, I need a continuance, if that's the case, because I have to be able to advocate for my clients.
Now you go through and decide.
Yeah, I don't, it does not warrant a continuance. You submitted evidence, your affidavit clearly states that if you cannot attend, that we can use the evidence and that we can use the affidavit and the attached evidence in lieu of your presence and or testimony.
Who am I speaking with?
My name is Scott Waggart. I'm the chairman of the ARB.
Thank you, Chair. Under the circumstances, we really don't want to spend a lot of money on the district for my clients appealing this matter if it's not necessary. And under the circumstances, I have a responsibility in a fiduciary to protect my clients and advocate for them. I know exactly what my affidavit says. I'm now asking for continuance because I'm currently conflicted with another hearing. And the rule specifically provides for that opportunity. If you deny it, I'll deal with it on appeal as well. Or we can just reset these, or I'll be done in about an hour and a half, abate, and we can start up at that point.
Well,
But it's going to cost 15, 20 grand to decide, ultimately going through an appeal just to be able to get what we need done. Per file.
hey. Hang on a minute. I don't see them.
Mr. Chair,
He's checking on something, sir. This money's.
I'm talking about, that's something the other Mr. Chair, I'm talking what I'm dealing with.
Okay, all right. He's coming back in.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No, never mind, go ahead.
Just so you know, I'm almost done, I'm just finishing up, with an issue out of Aransas County, just bear with me one more second. Thank you all for your consideration.
Is your name Jason?
I am Jason Masur.
Jason, it's gonna take a second. The chair is calling his attorney. So,
Okay, I appreciate it.
yeah, I don't know if you just, no skin off my back if you wanna sit and wait, but if you need to go do something, that is the reality here.
I'm gonna put you back with my son, and then,
Okay.
he can grab me and meet, and I'll proceed with this hearing. Am I dealing with Amy?
Yes,
You're talking to Ray, my name's Eamon, I'm Eamon.
Oh, hi, Amy. The real question is, I mean, I didn't think there'd be much issue with these guys.
I don't know, we're not really dealing with any value issue, this is purely a clerical issue of
Yeah,
legality.
no, I'm tracking with you, but between you and I, and when I sent you for informal resolution, I really didn't think you'd have much problem with the numbers I had. Except for maybe one, I thought they would be informally resolved.
Okay, well, all I can say to that is that I have a giant, massive stack of work on my desk, and whenever you file a protest, you are requesting a hearing. These don't have to be real contentious. Like I said,
It's okay. I've never had a problem in Aransas until right now, so I've never ever had an issue. It's
Yeah.
okay.
and like I said, if you guys, I mean, I know you wanna. You don't wanna have a no-show, obviously, that's not necessary, it's not even like,
Well, we can't because we have the affidavit.
Right,
I'm just
right.
saying, look, if I don't get to have my hearing, I will appeal it. If I don't get to speak, or if my son doesn't get to speak.
Oh.
And we're just gonna spend money. That would be ridiculous, instead of just letting him advocate. There's nothing in the law that says that my son cannot advocate on a sworn affidavit back about it.
well, it's just that we have nothing swearing him in personally, we've had this problem with like.
You actually swear him.
You cannot swear somebody in over the phone.
Okay.
You can't. We dealt with this through COVID for years. You can't swear someone in over
Oh,
Zoom, over phone, over nothing.
Okay. Okay, what I did, this, I tell you what, I don't want to tell Williamson County if they screwed up my swearing in. Let me let you think of it. That's
Sure.
right.
Right, that wasn't my idea, I didn't make it up, so. Take this or not. The way it is.
You know, there is an outcome.
Hey, the chair of the board is speaking with his counsel, so it's just gonna be a minute, we're just hanging around right now.
Yeah, this is good.
It's just. Oh, man.
David?
Who's on the phone?
Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
Is it, hello, my name is Mike Soto. I'm the chief appraiser for Aransas County. With whom am I speaking?
hey, Mike, this is Alec Cohen.
Alec Cohen, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do you work for the Keel Lesor attorney firm?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have some kind of document that Jason Lesor has given you the authority to speak on behalf of you regarding these tax matters?
Documents that I mean, I can give you some, I got a business card. I mean, I've got pay stubs, this is my job, this is what I do, I've been doing for 5 years.
Okay, we just don't, we have an affidavit submitted by Jason Lesor. And then, you know, the reason I was brought into the room is that, the ARB was, I guess, expecting to hear from Jason. And they didn't, and that's been typical for us. We're not real big, we're just a small little county, so, forgive my ignorance, but, as long as I have some, from what I've indicated, from what I've seen, or what I've heard, I'm sorry, as long as I have some kind of document. I'm sorry. As long as I have some kind of document that would indicate that you have authority to, you know, present the affidavits in association with these accounts, then we can proceed. Can you submit that to our office?
I've been doing these properties for 5 years with you guys, we haven't had an issue. Mr. Lesor he sent over, I think some informal to Mr. Amir, but never heard back. We've been trying to, I mean, we were never, never knew this was gonna be an issue. I don't think I've got any documentation, saying I can go ask if there's something that we've got, but I've been working, I'm Jason's son, I've been working for him the past 5 years.
I appreciate that, sir. Do you have any?
With your property.
I appreciate that you told me your history on 3 occasions now. Do you have any written document that you work for the company in question, or that you have some kind of authority from Jason Lesor or Keel Lesor? If you have something that you're an employee of Keel Lesor, that you have authority to provide, you know, some kind of defense on behalf of the property owners, anything with your name on it, and then we can proceed and get these done with.
I'll see if I can find something. We would have been done with these hearings. This is taking longer than it would have done through the entire hearing, but yeah, let me go see if I can dig something up for you guys real quick.
Well, again, if you read the instructions with the hearing, then we wouldn't be talking about it right now, with respect. I don't know if he's away. Are you away from the phone now, sir? I don't know. I think he, Alex. You know what? You can chastise him from now on.
Yeah. Hang on, our lawyer for the ARB is on my phone. She had a comment to make. I don't know if you can hear her or not.
Okay, I'm looking. Get that.
They're concerned, and I have not seen, I will preface by saying, I have not seen the affidavit and the that was filed. But if it's just for Jason Lesor, then it's just for Jason Lesor. If it's Lesor and Associates, and you can show that you are a Lesor Associates, that would satisfy them. But they're at this point, they're just not sure who you are and don't appear a record anywhere.
I understand that concern. I've got pay stubs so that I can send over to y'all, just black out what I make, and I can send y'all that I'm getting paid by Keel Lesor to do this work.
Well, okay, can I ask a question? The designation of agent, was it designated Jason Lesor, or was it designated Lesor Associates?
Jason
Keel
Lesor.
Lesor.
Keel Lesor, okay. So it wasn't just Jason.
Correct.
We don't show that.
Oh,
At
okay.
least,
The agency agent designations for Jason the Silver, for the district.
That should reflect Keel in the sewer, not just Jason.
Okay, that's
So,
what I'm asking.
district, is that?
Hang on.
It says Keel in the sewer.
It does, it says Keel and Sewer LLP.
Okay, and I work for Keel in the sewer.
Of agent, and they designate the property owner has designated Keel and the sewer. So it doesn't have to necessarily be Jason the sewer that testifies. It could be another agent.
I'm, the only point of confusion on that, Judy, is that the affidavit that was submitted is a personal affidavit for Jason DeSore. It doesn't reference Jason DeSore LLP. And it actually says, before me, the undersigned personally appeared, Jason DeSore. You know, and so on and so forth.
Okay, okay. We'll take a little break here and I can take what I think.
Okay, let me step out.
Hold on, Alan.
That's the same. Let's talk about it.
Gonna walk in and ask him this. Alex, what's your full name again?
Full name is Alex, ALEC, last name Cohen, COHEN.
Cohen, COHEN.
So Alex, in here, can you provide the errors? The proof that you are an agent, Keel and Sewer.
The only proof that I can provide you was just when Jason Stewart came in earlier, telling me to speak on this hearing.
But that's not. You know, that's.
You can make something real quick, that he, and I can sign and scan it on over, it's a written document real quick that says, Alex Cohen has the right to speak on behalf of Jason. Do you like that?
Something signed by me. Yes, that would be great.
Fine. Can we accomplish that pretty quickly?
Absolutely, I'm getting it in right now.
Okay, Alex. We're standing by.
Take care of
Yes, I think so.
it. Okay, good.
I think we're okay at the moment, Judy. Thanks for your time.
Sure, sure.
And if my,
Yes.
okay,
Which is a designated agent, then he can proceed with the hearing. Again, he cannot introduce anybody with the dates.
right. The only evidence that we can use is that was submitted with the affidavit.
Yes, yes,
Okay, fine.
okay.
Now, should I
Now,
call?
what email would you like to, to be sent to?
The same one that you have, the Aransas CAD at Gmail.
Gmail.
Thank you, Judy. And if my caller ID,
Anything else to that?
and if my caller ID does pop up, you can please answer the phone.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks.
bye-bye.
Okay.
The threat for the board, just to let you guys know, the threat to litigate is not a weight on your shoulder.
Right. I understand.
Okay, I'm just letting you know, you don't have to feel that as a truckload of money.
Where we-
Okay, I just sent over, sent something over to y'all, let me know when you get it.
Yeah, we're checking now.
I'm gonna print this real quick, give me a sec. This is the prayer on Scott, I really don't.
I say we go with it. We have the evidence as
Okay.
it is. And if there was a new.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not real.
Okay, we received your email. We're gonna go ahead and proceed. Are you prepared to move forward now?
Yes, sir, I'm prepared.
Okay, Alex, so we have eight accounts, 8 protests. Do you care which order we take them in?
So, yes, actually, I do. Out of these 8, we'll only be discussing 2 today. And I can give you those 2, the rest, the other 6, will be submitted by affidavit.
Are you expecting a determination on those other 6?
Correct, we're submitting those by affidavit only. And the 2 that we'll be discussing today, I'll talk over the phone, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, we want a determination in the forward for every single one of these.
Yeah, they need to have them heard because they can't, property owner can't arbitrate or anything afterwards, it's like considered like a no-show. So we'll hear them all. He's just saying he only wants to attend to it.
Yeah, I understand now. So which ones would you like, which of the 2 would you like to address first?
Okay, we can start on 22847. And the following one, the last one could be 24900.
22847, and the other one was 2. Give me the last one again, please.
24900.
Page 14 and 15.
Okay, we're just locating the information here. 14, 15, okay. All right, 14, 15 is, all right.
So.
Yeah, so we'll do 22847 first. So Alex, I have some administrative info to go through first. We're going to commence the hearing. We're going to commence 2 hearings, actually. I'll announce each hearing as we go into it. With identifying information. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. So we have Q1, Q2, which is incorrect appraised market value, incorrect appraisal ratio, which is equity, and other. And what is the other?
So we check all 3 boxes whenever we submit a protest. Right now, we're just going to focus on unequal market value. We don't need to waive any of the other ones, but that's what I'll be focusing.
Okay, you identified in your submission other, as well as appraised ratio, as equity. So I need to,
Okay.
address that in the hearing so that we make the appropriate motion to not handle that. So let me suggest this. You're going to present market value discussion, and at the end of the hearing for motions, I will say no evidence was presented for median, exceeded median level of appraisal or equity, and no evidence was presented for the protest reason other. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and you can. I'm sorry. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can complete the survey using the form provided in the determination package you'll receive after the hearing that documents our findings. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be included, will be provided in that determination package you will receive, which details our decision. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence must have been provided with your affidavit. So for both of these cases, I'm assuming that all of your information, all your evidence has been included. And I'm talking slowly because right now for the first hearing, I only see an affidavit. I don't see any other evidence.
It's past, yeah, there's.
Is there?
Yeah.
I just have to refresh. I don't see any.
It's good.
We should have our evaluation between the affidavits. Should be in there.
This is. I'm sorry.
22847.
Yeah. We're trying to catch up with all this stuff here. Okay, so this is 22847, number 12, number 12. Okay, I'm just verifying that I've got access to all this stuff. Yes, okay, fine. All right. So I want to confirm that all the evidence that you claim to reference is in fact included with this affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. For the record, I confirm that the ARB members who are considering the protest, that includes Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Borg, and myself, Scott Waggart, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F and have signed an affidavit to that effect. And in accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So we're going to consider you to be under oath since we have a signed form, signed and notarized form authorizing you to deal with the evidence for these two cases. And for the record, I confirm that the district representative, who is Eamon Burke, present here, has signed the required affidavit. We have the luxury of seeing all your evidence projected on the wall, but since you have it as well, I just want to make sure that you know that we can basically see all the stuff that you're going to be recording. I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not hold a license, and I'm not a licensed attorney.
Okay, that's fine. We have hearing procedure times that you may not have the luxury of seeing or having if you don't have the access to the evidence package from the appraisal district. But basically, the way the hearing is going to be run is there are two ways we proceed. This is how either you can present first or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time to present. But you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or whether you would like the district to present first.
Okay, the district can go first.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I would,
Okay, maybe like 5 minutes.
This is account 22847.
correct.
Yes.
All right, we have a note. This is a single family residential. There's a note saying that the house is 50% complete. Last year, the market value was 115,000. You can see on the aerial there that there's a home under construction, with a pool also under construction. This year, it was noticed with a value of 510,250. And if you look at the improvement information, it is indeed 50%. And the land value is 117, so I'm going to guess the 115 last year sounds about right for the lot value. Probably wasn't even any kind of house here. All right, so let's look at our sale comps. The grid is adjusting for these things to be 50% complete, so the indicated value takes into account that the subject is not done. Otherwise, the indicated value will be higher. The comp number 1 is a sale on Kingfish. The subject is on Palmetto Point. Comp 2 is also on Kingfish. Comp 3 is also on Kingfish. These are all canal homes, similar size and quality. They're 5-class homes. The subject is the biggest of all of them, so it's going to have some upward adjustments for that, and then of course it isn't done. So it indicates a value of 616,848, and it's noticed at 510. What that's telling us is that when this thing is done, we won't have enough value. But it's okay. It's 50% complete. It is what it is. The next is the equity grid. This is not adjusting for completeness because it's an equity grid. So the subject is compared to other properties. If you were to adjust it down, you would end up pretty much alone. These things are, it's just showing you that this thing's a 5-class home. In this neighborhood, it's going to have the same neighborhood adjustments and square footage and that kind of thing. It's saying, oh, well, it's, not equitable, it's too low. It's because it isn't done yet. It's construction site. Praising a construction site is not an exact science, I should say that. That's it. That's all of our evidence.
All right. Alex, you now have 7 minutes for cross-exam and your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, panel, I just want to double check and see if the affidavit and the evidence is in front of you guys right now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, if you want to go, I'm gonna scroll through with you guys. The first page is the affidavit. If you go to the second page, it's gonna be our property details. You should see, recent roll value history, as well as a photo aerial of the home and the lot. And if you go to one more page after, this is where we're gonna see the district's property part. Okay? Now, follow me to the following page. We're gonna zoom in on the improvement section of this property part. Okay? Now, are you all there with me, where you see some writing and some numbers and some highlighted stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so this property, like the district just said, is currently under construction, is being shown as 50% complete. Except in the top left corner, you can just see an MMA that was applied. Okay, they applied a mass market adjustment to a property that is not 100% complete. Now, the mass market adjustment is derived by sales in the same neighborhood as the subject property. And those sales are 100% complete. Considering this subject property is only 50% complete, a mass market adjustment is not warranted. So I offered to remove the mass market adjustment and use just the 50% complete subject property as the improvement value, okay? So what I'm suggesting is that the improvement value be moved to 142,200, is reflected in the bottom right-hand corner. And then we leave the land at 2023 land value, 177,500. And my opinion, the value for this property is 319,700. Again, that is removing the NMA, the mass market adjustment that is derived by sales in the neighborhood that is 100% complete. That is all. Thank you.
David, you now have 4 minutes.
I don't really. have anything.
Alex, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm not gonna say, I have nothing else further. Thank you.
All right, district closing, you have 1 minute. Okay,
I think that's.
Alex, you have 1 minute closing.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes. ARB now has 5 minutes.
So let me understand his contention is the 195, 195 is not appropriate to apply.
Yeah, that's the basis of the adjustment.
Generally, is that applied to everything when you have an apartment adjustment?
If by you mean Aransas County Appraisal District, yes. But if by you mean appraisers, who knows? There is no IAAO standard for appraising construction. So how this gets done is arbitrary. You could just say, let's take the finished value and split anything that's not done 50% of the value. You could say, let's just make them all $10. It would be fine. You could do what we do and try to come up with some degree of doneness. There's, like you said, there's no standard for how it has to be done because it's purely hypothetical. From an appraisal standpoint, our job is to produce market value, and the seller trying to maximize their gains would simply finish the house. So you just can't assume a non-market sale. So it is arbitrary how these things are valued. To put it bluntly, most appraisers don't care what you put on the house. It's just not that. We just have to pick it up because this is our job. We have to pick up every structure in the county.
And this is your standard operating procedure.
Right, what we do is there's a chart for doneness. That chart also is arbitrary. 25% is, there's 2% added on that chart for beginning on the normal. That is like, that is, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know when it's appropriate to then pick up the 195%, because that's a neighborhood adjustment, right?
It is. Every improvement in the canal area of Holiday Beach is gonna have
I'm gonna make an assumption. Thinks that is 50% complete and at 319.7, so then with at 100%, we're putting it what? 600. Yeah, about
that. Yeah, so the improvements value will be exactly.
So. But this
Oh,
is,
it's gonna be more than double, you take out the 195, if you include the one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what you.
Okay, Ray, can you
I'm gonna show you guys. You don't even have to do any math. Well, you have to do a little bit of math. All right, right here, this is complete.
Yeah,
So somebody can multiply, it's multiplicative. The adjustment's multiplicative, so you gotta do a little bit of math. But you're gonna multiply this times 1.2 times 1.95 times this. You see what I'm saying? Multiply this times this times this.
Oh.
1.2 times 1.95 times 284. Thousand. If you're trying to get it, what would it be? If it was complete, 1.2 times 1.95 times 284,000 will give you the improvement value complete.
That is
I'm gonna-
2437.
yeah, 665 or 2.
There you go. Now add 177. And you'll get the total, Scott. So it's 664. And then if you want the land involved, it's there you go.
I didn't want to,
right there.
they really got the
It's right there.
Well, that's not an accident. This is what the grids do.
Right.
Yeah.
So you came up with what?
842, 4250, 425, 842, 425. And so the option right now is to accept this committee, accept the discussion about taking the 195. Okay, which is a neighborhood adjustment, like everybody plus here. And accepting his intention on a different value. Recognizing that when this thing gets completed, it's gonna be heart attack.
It'll be reapproved.
Yeah. It will be.
So 319 sounds very low.
Well, to me,
Yeah, that's to me too.
And the previous, you were surmising, even that the 115 was. Oh, it was just land.
well, I'm good with the.
And then Randall this year on the land was 177.
Yeah. And they're not contesting them. So what was it?
I'm good with this value.
Was the 5.
The 510 240. Anybody else? Yeah.
Oh, you got it? I mean,
Yeah,
you
no.
hear that suggestion? Yeah.
Not over one. I mean, considering that it is only 50%.
Yeah, and that's shown, that's reflected in the,
Evidence.
in the property. You see the property card?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
The equity grid. Showing For a house in size.
That's complete.
That's complete. Right. This is not.
Okay, and Haven, you did indicate that the equity grade did not reflect any 50% adjustment on these.
Yeah, that's what it says 7.
Yeah.
But there is no equity.
Interesting.
In fact, tax gives a warning.
But you've got that the land is worth 177. And then, so when we're talking about this, not the land being complete, you're only talking about that building being shown.
Right. So what we're really debating is the value of 142 versus something different. Is that right? Because that's a speculation or supposition. And two. He's taking out. He's saying, consider the 195. Yeah, not only the 195. Okay, so two.
So basically what he's,
All right, so let me do this. Let me try this.
so
284 times 270 times
So the-
2.
the building will be worth about 665,000 around that. Complete.
Yes.
So if you take half of that and add it to the price of the land. Yeah. I'm,
Okay,
give me a
yes.
second. 3, 4, 5, 10. If you take the property value of 177, and you would assume that from what this is said, that your house value is 665. And you take half of that 665 and add it to the 177, you come out with 510.
That's exactly what our thing is doing, like what the property owner is suggesting is to not apply the mass adjustment for the neighborhood because it's incomplete. Which is,
50% in. It's only 50, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting idea. I could argue it both ways, obviously.
yeah.
So what does the board want to do?
He didn't make note of the neighborhood of the subdivision adjustment 120. We just talked about the,
The MMA.
well, it's a neighborhood adjustment 195.
They can't get us all this for.
Yeah, I can just take the land value and you build a house, $250. So that's 700.
Well, yeah, I'm okay with that. We'll see what the board wants to do.
I'm good. We kind of need to-
I will go along with.
I can't come up with any other defensible solution that is not perverting the approach that's being used here today. Good where it is.
Make a motion regarding the protests of incorrect appraised market sale value. Case ID number 2023-12, account number 22847. I move that there is no change based on market value. A second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, Alex, the decision is to leave market value the way it is. I also need to, for the record, state that while your protest form did identify appraised ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity and other, that there was no other evidence presented for those protest matters. So we are not taking any action on those. Okay?
Alex?
Got it, yes, sir.
Okay. So that closes that hearing. We are going to proceed with case ID, okay, case ID 2023-13, count number 24900, which is 1896 Bayshore Drive in Rockport. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
The district can go first on this one, thank you.
This is 24900.
Correct.
Okay,
5 minutes, please.
all right. As stated, this is the house on Bay Shore, it's on the bay side. The pool, looks like a nice dock area. All right, we have this house being a 5 class, its effective age is 1985. Built in 79, effective age of 1985, especially after everything that happened in Key Largo after Harvey. This is a pretty heavily depreciated home. Field appraisers, that means the field appraisers have consistently driven by this thing and said, this is about what it's been like for a while. It doesn't look new and improved. Okay, so it's noticed at 1,165,340. We got our comp. So this is sales. Sales are going to be in Key Allegro. We got one on the Kingfisher. Comp number 2 is on Bay Shore, on the bay side. The total adjustments to be like that sale are only $26,000 on a $1.2 million purchase. Land value is within 100 grand, which sounds like a lot. Nothing, we're talking about a $700,000 lot. Pretty close in size. The net adjustments being so small just means it's a really good product. So we would expect it to sell for 1.2 million if everything is exactly the way we used. And the next comps are on Bahama, Mazatlan, and another one on Bayshore. We'll fit it on the dry side of Bayshore. Median indicated value is that 1.2. We have 1.16 on it within a margin of error. That's where our value came from. Our equity grid is showing we're right on top of it in terms of equity. And what all that means is that this property is not an extreme outlier in either direction. It's not the biggest, nicest house, it's not the smallest, oldest house. So being on a lot of schedules, this thing's just working out. No equity reduction showing there. And then, that's it, that's all of our evidence. Happy to hear what the property owner's agent has to say.
All right. Alex, you now have 7 minutes. Over.
Thank you, sir. Can you just confirm that the affidavit and evidence is up front in front of the panel?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
We're looking.
Okay. Let me know whenever we're there.
Yeah, we're there. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay, awesome. We'll go through it again. The first page is just the affidavit. The second page is property detail. It should have a photo of the subject property along with full value history. It looks like this property increased 30.37% from the previous year. If you go to the next page, this is going to be property consideration. What you'll be looking at is a letter from Edwards Engineering Company. And I can summarize it or I can read it through, whichever you'll prefer. I'll start with a summary. Basically, what happened is in the southwest corner of the subject property, there was a a sinkhole that was forming underneath the foundation. Okay, and the property owner, this is actually Jason the Sewer's uncle's house. I used to go here quite a bit whenever I was growing up and loved it. But what was going on is there's a sinkhole that's forming up underneath the southwest corner. And what they believe is happening is that there's a bulkhead they keep having to replace, and the water is coming in through the property that is directly adjacent south of the subject property, 2409. There's water that's rushing through underneath that property and eroding the soil underneath the foundation of the subject property. And there's a big slant going from one side of the subject down to the other, and then getting worse and worse. And there's nothing that they can really do initially unless they want to completely tear down the entire improvement and start over. Okay. Now these repairs are going to just it's going to be more than what the property is currently worth. And right now he's been trying to figure out what to do with it. But with he said it took about 2 years to try to get insurance for it, on top of COVID delaying a lot of improvement work that could have been done. So right now, this property increasing 30%. Last year, we agreed with the county that $893,891 was a fair assessment for this property, despite a massive sinkhole eroding the soil underneath the foundation. Okay, now nothing has been done on this improvement to increase the value of that improvement. Anything is getting worse. Okay, so what we're deciding to do is go back to last year's value, because nothing has changed on this improvement to increase the value on it. The sinkhole is only getting worse in there. And this letter shows that someone went to go look at it and proved that there, quote, the inspection revealed a large portion of native soil that was originally indigenous to the area immediately under the corner of the foundation and under the large portion of the patio was not present. It was all eroding, so missing the soil, and it soon will sell. But right now, I'll offer last year's value, $892,891, because that is what we agreed on last year with the county, and nothing has changed to the improvement. Thank you.
District now has 4 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 questions for you, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Oh, okay, I have 2 questions for you. One, who is Cedar Willow LLC?
Peter Willow LLC, that's probably just LLC affiliated with Mr. G. Ford.
Oh,
My
okay.
assumption.
Yeah, because the way you're describing it, it's like it's been held for a long time, and I'm just trying to make sense of the deed transactions, because it's like,
I think Jimmy likes to keep a lot of his properties in LLC.
oh, okay, does he move around a lot? Like, are these all himself?
Excuse me?
Does he move them around a lot? What I'm seeing is in 2020, there was a transfer from a Rock Bay to a Rock Bay, which I guess is the same person. And then there was a transfer from Rock Bay to Cedar Willow. And then there was Cedar Willow to Bayshore LLC. Are these all the same person?
I can't speak to that. I can assume so, because we still have it in our I guess on our list, and we're still the AOA for the owner.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is,
on that.
yeah, the engineering thing was to a guy named Stephen Oyster, which, by the way, is an awesome last name, if you live on Bayshore. He should consider putting that in his LLC name. That's pretty epic. But so is he the owner? Like, I'm just trying to find out who's who.
So Stephen Oyster, yeah, I know Mr. Oyster and Mr. Desur, they live on properties together.
Okay, okay.
And I know they do some stuff together, but this was, yeah, for maybe Mr. Oyster reached out to this guy to get this letter, to get this inspected.
Okay.
Because he's friends with Jimmy. I can't speculate on it, but I can't tell you exactly. All I can show is just the address that they're inspecting.
Okay, oh, that makes sense. Ray, what was the land value?
Six.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay, all I'll say is that the 788 of it is land value this year.
Yeah.
Going back to last year's value, we put $100,000 in the improvements. There is a possibility that the improvements are a liability. So, or not, I don't know. Fundamentally, what you're dealing with is right here. This is Bayshore, right? The whole world of depreciating buildings is based on the idea that a newly built house does not depreciate for 3 to 5 years and then depreciate 1% a year for 60 something years. That's the expectation. If you build a house on the bleeding edge of Frandolik Island and you don't do anything to it for 20 years, it will fall into the bay. So everybody on Bayshore is fighting this constantly. And you have an engineer's report saying basically they have to tunnel under here to even find out what's wrong. So what is it worth right now? I don't know, but everybody's dealing with some amount of this. They don't all have unrepaired washout, if that makes sense. Some of them do. It's a case by case thing. All I'll point out is that the land value has changed from last year. That's And I'll also still recommend that they change the name. Guy's last name is Oyster. Like, come on. That's amazing. And it's awesome. We have a festival in the corner every year.
Yeah, true. A lot of beer.
All right, Alex, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you there that all of these properties on Bayshore are dealing with depreciation. They're getting attacked by that day. This one, all the properties actually they should have these bulkheads or rock walls that protect the property, right? They'll probably have to replace the bulkhead for that rock wall, protect the property from obviously destruction. This bulkhead, they have kept replacing it and trying to fix it, and it still keeps breaking. And in between the fixes, water has been getting through and eroding the property. Okay, so they've been trying to fix it, right? But that water keeps seeping through there and making that sinkhole in the foundation. Okay. There's nothing else they can do except trying to either, if they want to completely demolish the property and restart and fill it in with concrete and start over, but that's going to be quite expensive. Okay, and they keep it's the bulkhead on the bay side of the property that keeps needing to be repaired, and that bay just keeps destroying it, just keeps breaking it down, and water is getting in there and eroding it. Not all the properties on Bayshore have this sinkhole erosion problem underneath the foundation of their own. Or at least I can't speak to that. Maybe the district might know. But this one is a special issue. Okay? And I just like that to be taken into consideration. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right,
I have a couple of questions. For the
district now has a minute.
Hang on a second.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay. For him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, one is, do people use this house?
It's a good question. I don't know the last time someone was using it. I can't speak to that.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, you know what? I mean, yeah, sorry. Next question.
That's fine. Second thing is, when did the sinkhole become a problem?
Well, they got this letter in 2018, so I'd say somewhere around there, at the end of 2018.
Do you happen to know why they rebuilt it after the storm, if this problem is this bad?
I don't know if they rebuilt it after the storm. I think this property I don't think it was affected by the storm. It was just remarkable. Considering I know the damage did back there, but I think that was really I can't even speak to what was repaired. I don't think there was many repairs done to it.
Okay, fair enough. So, you're not sure if they use it, you're not sure about repairs after the storm. One last question. Was there not a way to show pictures of this problem? I guess what I'm asking
I'd
is,
love to go to Aransas and Rockport, Texas, because it really is one of my favorite places in the world. I mean, this place is special. I love it down there. I have not had time to go down there and take some photos. I don't think Mr. Nassur has, or Jimmy or Oyster has gone down there to take some photos of it recently. So
okay,
I just know I haven't had any time to go down there and take some photos. I'm sure if I did go down, I'd probably stay there for way too long because I enjoy it.
Alec, thank you for answering those questions and not answering the ones that you weren't sure about. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Damon, you now have 1 minute, closing.
I've got nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. ARB now has 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not rolling it completely back. I was considering taking the new land value. Prior improvement.
Which would take you up to 1,015,780. 1,101,5,781.
780.
0,
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're contemporary software. Can't do
Right.
I'm good with that.
Okay, Joanne?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, regarding the protest of the incorrect appraised market and sales value, case ID number 2023-13, account number 24900. I move that the appraised value is changed to the correct market value of 1,015,781. I'm sorry, I keep wanting to put a 1 in there, Rick.
Okay.
780.
Fair enough.
Okay, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, Alex, the new value is 1,015,780.
Need to address the.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And then, as the last item on this account, you had also identified Q2 where appraised value exceeds median level of appraisal as well as other, and there was no evidence offered to address either of those, so we're not going to make motions or make any adjustments on those items based on those protested items. Okay?
Got it. Understood.
All right, thank you. You will receive a determination, well, you'll receive several determination packages, or one with a lot of stuff. Because we're gonna deal with the other accounts, the other protests by affidavit only.
Okay. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry it took so long to get started.
All right, y'all have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right.
We know already.
Yeah, let's take a quick break. Okay.
I'm kind of punchy right now.
We haven't even started.
Really, we haven't even started. But you know, I have stomach.
So there's only 10 homes for sale. And of those 10, 7 are open. We've never seen this few homes for sale on here.
And they're getting
They're coming up on these.
But and they're not really getting it, that is small.
it. Yes.
What's crazy?
I just sold some lots in Holiday Beach. And
Again?
I mean,
What's in your head?
well, look at my
You
tax
sold,
bill.
you sold 2 last year, too. So you had 2 more. Where they're located.
They were on West Rusty.
Oh, that's okay.
Out, no, okay. And they
You know
screwed
the
up
one?
the tax the tax sale stuff, so it's almost impossible to get something done tax sale. You know why? Because you have to put in your maximum bid before you ever get bidding on it. And I don't trust the system.
Yeah.
They're gonna max it out and whatever your max is, it's going there. I don't trust it, so I'm not bidding it. I'll start sending letters to owners and everything.
I think you're gonna help on that.
You know, take that. Landing up here.
I know, but I know we can find out, I didn't know that.
You go into the history.
Oh, see, they haven't, I got you. Oh, you see, I was thinking board, I was thinking assess, but it's tax, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, they really messed.
Did you ever know Roger Vaughn? VNRES? He was permanent fixture in the house. And he the bond was fine, the last 30 years.
Bought and sold many. The Weinberger does a great job. It's
Yeah, they really
quality,
do.
yeah.
They get used to use the,
Yeah, we read it, yes,
Well, I
almost read it mine.
The only problem you ever have.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. All right, let me drag Eamon back in.
Oh. We did 14.
Well, we're gonna take the rest.
No, we didn't do.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 14.
Okay, so we did.
With any luck, we can go in numerical order.
That's what we're gonna do.
That sounds good to me.
Me too.
Okay, we're going to commence.
8, 9, 10, 11, and 14, what about 7?
Oh,
We're sorry.
Didn't hear it.
Okay, we're going to commence a series of hearings. I'll announce each hearing is for identifying information for each hearing as we go into it. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify for the purpose of discussion right now, all of these next 6 hearings all specify market value and equity value and other. And we'll determine as we go into them whether or not all 3 protest items are addressed with evidence. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district or any taxing entity. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and the appeal information will be provided in the determination packets that will be sent, which details our decision. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the applicant. For the record, I confirm that the ARB members who are considering the protest, which includes Sandy Swanson, Ron McCann, Joanne Ferguson, Peggy Ford, and Scott Wagger, have not communicated with anyone about the protest in violation of tax code section 41.66F and have signed an affidavit to that effect. In accordance with tax code section 41.67A, all testimony from all witnesses must be given on oath. And for the record, I confirm that the district representative, who is Eamon Burke and maybe Ray Presley at times, has both signed the required affidavit. The district representative will now read the affidavit into the record. We are commencing the hearing on case ID 2023-7. Count number 21. I'm sorry, count number, thank you, 12132.
All right, so the first page of the affidavit, or the evidence submitted, is the affidavit itself. Saying that this is the affidavit from Jason Masur. Use it. The second page is the relevant part to the hearing. It says that Jason Masur's. Y'all can read this, but I'll just hit the relevant points out loud. From Jason Masur, and he's licensed attorney. And it says, I have reviewed documentation for the real estate parcel known as 620 South Fulton Beach Road, apartment 403. Which is listed by the county appraisal district as PID 12132. The county appraisal district lists the value of this parcel as being $387,410. My opinion as to the value of this parcel is $381,419. And that concludes the affidavit, and it was signed on the 18th. So there's $2,000 away from our number. I'll present our evidence, so we can, I don't know where that number comes from, but maybe it's in the right. So we have a 381, or sorry, 387 value. This property there in the Road North. And if we look at our sales grid, the comps are going to be nearby comps. So the median value there is 386,783, warranting a slight reduction. And then the equity grid is our notice value because it's a condo. They're extremely low. So ours is indicating a reduction of $1,000. And they're asking for 381. That is, our value is supported by our evidence. I will also say that 381 is well within the partial. So I don't know where that number comes from, but that's it. That's all we do.
My opinion is go with comment. There's no evidence. I agree.
Regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market sales value, in case ID number 2023-7, account number 2132, I move that there is no change based on market value.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I'll second.
That's not correct.
Why?
The sales grid does indicate a slight reduction.
386,
386.
780, taken to zero.
So I'm guessing, okay. Are we doing? What value are we?
386, 780.
Yeah, we're making 780.
386.
780.
Okay, so I'm gonna amend that motion I made regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market sales value in case ID 2023-712-132. I move that the appraised value is changed to the correct market value of $386,780.
In favor? Any opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We commence the hearing, okay?
We need to.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I also will, for the record, indicate that on the protest form submission, the Q2 of appraisal ratio exceeding mean level of appraisal and other were both specified in the submission, and no evidence of support was submitted or presented to address either of those protest items. So the board will take no action on those two. That concludes that hearing. Opening the hearing on case ID 2023-8. Count number 17627, 211 South Austin.
The first page of their affidavit is saying who the affidavit is from, and it's affidavit.
He doesn't date, he's, or doesn't say.
Maybe, yeah.
Not the first, not the-
Yeah, the previous one wasn't.
Oh, really? Yeah, the meat and potatoes part of it here, it says, I've reviewed the documentation for the real estate parcel known as 211 South Austin Street, which is listed by the County Appraisal District as PID 17627. The County Appraisal District lists the value of this parcel as being $410,900. I've reviewed and researched values for properties of this type, and my results are attached herein as Exhibit A, incorporated herein by reference for all purposes. The attached valuation utilizes an assumable method promulgated by the County Appraisal District and reference in the County Appraisal District as in the packet. My opinion as to the value of this parcel is $390,900. That's the affidavit, signed the 18th of May. What follows is Exhibit A, property detail. This is a retail space downtown Rockport, while Austin Work LLC is the owner, 211 South Austin Street, 4,128 square feet. We've got 410 on it. They're saying it's 390. Reduction $20,000. The history shows the values of year over year. District provided no sales comps to support an increase in land value. The owner opinion reflects 2023 improvement value of the 2022 land value. No change from the prior year. The photo is the shopping center. It's constructed in 1950. So the improvements value has decreased year over year, and the land value has increased year over year, and they're saying, hey, you don't have the evidence to increase the land value, so reduce it. That's what they're asking for. Okay, so this is our evidence. This is 17627. The last time this thing was purchased was 2019 after the hurricane. So it's the new era. So it was 375,000. Last year we had 421. 421,580. This year we have 410,900. Value it down slightly. The difference in value is kind of breathing room with commercial income value properties, tax rate changes, cap rate changes, all that kind of stuff. Considerations for insurance costs year over year, they all affect values. So anyways, there's a picture of it. There's a, you can see which one it is. It's this thing on, yeah, it's that whole set. Okay, so now we know which one we're talking about. The value is based on an income approach to value, based on the normal lease rate there, which is $10 per foot per year. There is a consideration for reserve for replacement. It's in a heavily weathered part of town. They don't really get a whole lot. It's kind of the point, I guess. And then there is no excess land. It's just capitalized income. So the reason the land value went up is because of sales in the area, but income approach does not split out land and improvement value. You can't lease a building without land to put the building on. So the reason the improvement value went down is not because it really depreciated that much. It's just that when land value goes up, the leftover is going to shrink. The value on this barely depreciated. And then the equity grid just shows other stuff in downtown Rockport. It's all the same. We have some good information on what stuff is important here. That's it. That's why the value changed. We did not increase the buildings by.
But it went down, so that's.
It did go down.
Yeah.
I'm good with this value.
I'm good with it. I think they showed it and not the reason for it.
Sandy? Regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market sales value on case ID number 2023-8, account number 17627. I move that there is no change based on market value.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, I'll also note that there was protest values submitted for appraisal ratio exceeds meeting level of appraisal or equity value and other, and there's no other evidence, there was no evidence presented for those two protest items, and the board will not take any action. That closes this hearing. Mentioned hearing on case ID 2023-9. Count number 17659, 415 South Austin Street in Rock.
All right, so the first page is the opening part of the affidavit, which is sworn. Second page, affidavit, including the evidence. Says I reviewed documentation of the real estate parcel on 415 South Austin, PID 17659. Our number is 995,390. It says I have reviewed research values for properties of this type for exhibit A. Use the same, it says the attached valuation utilizes and assumes the method promulgated by the county appraisal district and referenced in the evidence pack. My opinion, the value of this parcel is 962,500. Okay, let's look at their exhibit. There's a picture of this property. This is the back part of, I forgot, I think it's called Austin Street Station. The building sits on top of the line 2 parcels. So you can see this one is this the back part of it? 176. This is a picture. I'm not tracking.
Yeah, I'm not either, because there are, in fact, there's
The building and parking.
the protests, there's 2 other protests that deal with 59,661.
So this is there's 3 portions.
Oh, I see.
7659. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The way they highlight it. Okay, so it's the front, we're on the front. Okay. And it says, there's one economic. Okay, so their rent comparison, let's look at it. They have an income comparison, it says CAD model and actual rents. Okay. Let's see. So you can see the very first, I'll point up here so y'all can see walk you through this stuff. Let's see this. All right, go up a little bit. No, the comparison. This is where their data comes from. Okay, so this is our valuation. They're saying doesn't sound right because that's not. But whatever. This is their actual rate. They're actually getting 1262 complete year. And then they have some reimbursements for bills they pay, that goes in. So you get this thing. And then this is their estimated gross or their effective gross income per foot. So then they have operating expenses. They're saying they're at 59% operating expenses. They get 4% reserved for replacement. And then so it ends up, we're at NOI of 780 per foot. They're at 567 per foot. You multiply it by the amount you have, you get, we're saying, okay, so you should be getting 86,000 a year in rent. No, we're getting 50. So then you capitalize that, you get 995, they didn't dispute the cap rate, we just get a different number because they're NOI saying, wait, we're not making this much money. We're charging more rent, we have all these expenses. And I think that, and they corrected the square footage here to from 11,000 to 9,842. So between this 59% and this size variance, that's where the difference is valued. That's where they're, but did they say 637?
No.
Okay, that's fine. Their owner value is 962, which is what is this?
962.5. It's their appraisal.
Does it have a source or come from your feel it in your nuggets?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
It's their opinion.
that's okay. All right, so there you go. And this is, go back up. This looks like it says for both PUDs. Okay, so that's gonna confuse things a little. Okay. All right, that concludes their evidence. Y'all can look at that as long as y'all would like. I will present mine real quick. I'll I'll just do it up here. First, of note, go to the front, and I want the exact number. Very first page. This thing was purchased last year for $1.2 million. So. There's that. And then the next page, this is how we have the building drawn. This is the entire building. So because, go to the next one, I think it's the next one, where we'll have, because of the way this thing's laid out, kind of funny, for whatever reason, this is not on a separate parcel. This is,
It needs to go over, huh? Isn't what you're saying?
it doesn't matter, really. It doesn't matter if this one's just land or if it's land in that building or all the buildings over on this parcel, because as they've also said in their evidence, this is one economic use. You buy these things together. You don't get to buy this parking lot and part of the building.
Yeah.
You don't get to buy this without that. So they go together. How you break it up would not affect the valuation. So we don't. We just put the building on here, and then this is just. So their valuation goes together. This is the lease rate is 10. You know, we've been through all this. We get $9.95. We're pretty close to what this thing actually sold for, which tells us that our cap rate is doing pretty good, but they are getting better rate than we were thinking. And they had, you know, maybe they have a little bit of some expenses we don't know about. That could get us right on top of their sale price. We don't know. It's not gonna be that perfect. I will just point out that doing the adjustments that they were doing led them to a value that they didn't even assume. They're not even saying it's 600. So it's like, if you're gonna value it on your action, say, hey, this is my actual rent, here's my real expenses. Then you have to stick by your guns and do it. And say, this is what it's worth. And if what you get is a kind of a nonsensical result, something went wrong. And I'll tell you what, this place has consistently underperformed for years. Their rent roll did not remotely support what they asked for when they were selling this. They were trying to sell it for $1.7 million, and it didn't even make $8,000 a year. So it's just, it would be an insane way to spend $1.5 million. Somebody did spend $1 million on it. It is a little bit underperforming, but you know, why are their expenses 59%? I have no idea. They shouldn't be. Nobody else's are. Everybody else is just leasing little buildings, so they need to fill it up. Their vacancy was very high. If they're not claiming high vacancy right now, maybe that's a sign of onward and upward for the property. Maybe they're turning it around. That would be great. But I don't know where their number comes from. So that's it. That's our evidence. That's theirs. You want to look through there longer? You're welcome to.
No, but the property sold for $1 million.
Yes, yes. It sold with the one next. Yeah.
And it was the reason.
22.
Just to be clear, an income approach is distinct from the sales comparison. So it's like the whole idea of the income approach is the sales could be very different number because of other business considerations.
You have,
Other PID
yeah, I was just looking at that.
140,000,
is 140.
143.
The land,
The 17661, 17, which you guys will be doing
oh,
next.
the next, I got you.
So that's why I'm a little,
You'll be doing that next.
Yeah,
1761.
their data kind of sort of tries to combine those.
Mhm.
Well, because one of them is, well,
Go ahead.
one of them is mainly just land. So in their
That's
data,
Has an integrated part of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Parking lot. yeah.
right, the parking lot's pretty important.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on, you're asking, yeah, I still don't know where 960. I'll tell you the property should be considered one day. They paid $1,050,000 and they got the lot next to it and
When you say the lot next to it, what are you talking about?
the parking. Yeah, yeah.
That came,
Yeah, it should, we're gonna have a separate hearing. This is a different meeting. It hasn't been merged.
But they paid $1,050,000 for both parties.
I vote,
Correct.
And they want us to take this down to 962.5.
I don't know.
Let me see what. Let me do some. What you guys can maintain your techniques. It was their requested value 962,500.
Yes.
Okay, now I know where their number. Their number is to fit to the same.
I'm sorry.
It's to make the properties together to fit to the same. I'll just tell you.
1,000,000.
Yeah, that's the source of their.
Why would they do that? If they didn't want
Why would they do what?
how to make it fit.
Because they're basically saying it's worth what we just paid. Their other option is. Humble. Their other option is to say we potentially pay $350,000 too much. But they may be better managers, and it may, that kind of thing.
Well, that's an example, then no.
Well, the thing is, our ratio for this is not, it looks like the sale price was here and our notice was here. That's what it looks like, right? But it's because there's two parcels. We'll put them together, our notice value is actually above their sale. Because they got both parcels. So they want to go, let's adjust my sale. How do you do that when it's two parcels? You either take the whole difference out of one, or you take a little out of both. They're asking to take a little out of this.
But they really haven't given us what other values, I mean, they've just given us a little.
The information pertinent to what they're requesting is that they just bought it. The owner bought it for $1,050,000.
What's their occupancy?
Actually tell you because we gave it to us. In the hearing, normally I can't tell people things like that, but they actually presented their. Let's see here. They are 89%. They filled up. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I don't know why.
Well, they used to be like 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what they want to do. They want to buy the place, get the tenants in there, put some money into it, make it nicer and have something for money.
My scientific approach. The thing that they don't, well. Now you're gonna tell me land is wonky in terms of how this stuff looks. Because. And you said you normally do land separate and then the rest goes into improvements?
Yeah, that's how PACs distribute.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So this scientific approach still can hold water for me. Because what they have not really addressed per se is the difference in land. Which on the one, they both went to 140. So I took the new land value and the old food value. And they,
Page 7.5,
which one are we on?
the first one,
We're on 1769.
yes.
Okay, on 1769, it's 140 plus 680 and 96. that becomes 821.96 versus 855.
Oh, goodness. 8:55.
855 is what it currently is. I'm sorry.
I got you. I see. No,
No,
that's,
that's not right.
that's
That's
not
not
right.
good. I'm sorry. I was reading the wrong one. I guess that being the case, I'm okay with
Yeah.
where they are.
So,
Get the 995.
yes.
So 995.
That's where I'm at. I don't see.
Yeah, I was trying to get magic.
I can't pull anything else out of it.
And his income is good.
They're doing real well.
Okay,
So regarding the protest and the correct phrase market sales value. On case ID number 2023-9. Account number 17659. I move that there is no change based on the market value. Second.
all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, I'll also note that, yeah, thank you. Also address the fact that Q2 appraisal ratio of PPP level of appraisal or equity value and P5 other were specified in the protest submission, and there was no evidence presented for those two protesting items. So the board will not take any action on those two protests. All right, that closes that case. Going to proceed with case ID 2023-10-10, account number 17661. 17661, all right, 412 South Magnolia Street, Rockport. What you talk very quickly, and then
Okay, so the affidavits in here, the second page of the short called South Magnolia, it's PID 17661. The district value is 143,960. They're requesting 87,500. What follows is a picture and then a showing year over year. It says to reference the other account for valuation detail, but we did thankfully order. This is the other part, getting to their adjustment and make it.
Parking.
It's the parking, and the adjustment is based on if you add their values up, you get the sale price. This is currently 143,960. Land value increased this year on Austin, Magnolia, that whole area around the new development. Art center, the art district, the historic area. So I included a land grid. We have sales there in that area. At $10.22 a foot, $17 a foot, $13.30 a foot, and it was made $14. So that was just a land table change for the entire area. And the land will probably be worth even far more than that. If that anchor gets done, being close to that is going to be really, really just kind of where all the economic. The equity grid is going to be perfect because it's land, it's on land table, there's no adjustments. Again, if you put our number on this plus the income value of the other one, you get a higher number than their purchase. So if you want to adjust to the sale, you have to do it somewhere. And if not, then it's just a piece of land and it's at hand. That's it. I have to say about that.
Sounds like a move. I'm good. I'm good with the words.
Yeah.
Oh, the parking lot looks much nicer than the.
Yeah. You're Carol?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a motion regarding the protest of incorrect appraised market and sales value on case ID number 2023-10. Account number 17661. I move that there is no change based on market value.
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'll also note that in the other protests, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value. P5 other were both specified in the protest, and there was no evidence presented to address either of those protested items, hence the board will not take any action on those two items. Closes that hearing. All right, we have opening the hearing on case ID 2023-11. Case ID 17687, 501 South Austin Street.
David, 501 South Austin, 17687, PID, notice value is 330, 460, they're requesting 298, 500. This looks like, oh, what is it? It used to be Comfort as well. It's got Gold Coast. Downtown, am I right about that? Am I crazy?
No, that's,
Picture is not right. Imagine a restaurant back. Where is this?
well, is that, the senior, loyal?
This has got the salon. And the Indians. So it's a across St. Mary's from Rock Bottom and SR. It's across St. Mary's.
It's a crawl.
Yeah. Okay, so they're requesting 298. There's a photo. It's got Nancy's and picture. Other opinion and group. Oh, they're, okay, they're trying to make this like similar to the other property. The other account, I guess. So they're saying, okay, we wanted 962 on the other one, we want a similar reduction in kind of this.
Isn't this next door to Rock Bottom?
It is.
So it would be senior loyal.
It's next to that, so this is SR Boyle House,
That's all.
and then SR stands for Sacred. So this is the subject.
Oh, that's, okay.
Wait,
No.
no, it's not.
That's what we just did.
That's what we just did.
Yeah, it is that.
Oh, God, where is this thing?
It's the corner. It's 176.
Yeah.
Their picture
It is that one.
is of this, but then the other pictures of this. Okay, so it is SR.
Yeah.
It's there, it is.
Okay.
It's a border.
Okay.
It's senior.
So they're saying, well, we want to reduce this one, so reduce that. That's their evidence. All right, we got 330 on this thing. It sold in 2019 for 300. It is, it's got a restaurant in it, and that's pretty cool. It's still on as part of the historical district. It's not being valued, especially as a restaurant, even though there's quite a lot of food out in it because it's a restaurant. Because presumably there's some costs associated with that. So that's where I value. The value last year was reduced from what it would have otherwise been because of, they're saying it's in. It's not in. All right, that's it.
Did you?
Yeah, that was it. I'm just explaining.
Can you scroll down just a touch, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on as being a part of the retail for the historic district. It's $10 per foot per year. Their lease is probably a lot higher than that. Because it's really built out.
Is that in front of, Apple Duncan?
No. No, that's downtown.
Apple's on the next screen.
That is on.
Yeah.
Austin.
Confusion. This is, sorry for the confusion. This is the profit. Okay. Restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they have the picture.
Is that mine? Anybody else?
I'm good with
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm gonna make a motion regarding the protest of incorrect phrase in market sales value. In case I need 2023 account number 17687. I move that there is no change based on market value.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'll also note, as in the other protests, that Q2 appraisal ratio, median level of appraisal, record value, Q5 other were both specified in the protest submission, and there was no evidence presented to address either of those protest items, so the board is not taking any action to make any items. That closes that hearing. Last but not least, is case ID 2023-14, account number 62742. 105 South Boston Street.
Okay, so the first page of the evidence, is the affidavit, second page says 105 South Boston, 62742. Notice it's 610-180. They're requesting 663. The next is a picture of it. This one is. It's down the road. And yeah, it used to be comfortable. And then the value is based on, again, extrapolating from the other property, they wanted 962, and then they were just saying, well, just do the same other ones. One, we did not change that one. Two, this place is like right next to that anchor. This place is gonna be worth a ton of money in 5 years. They have really good tenants, so. Yeah, it's called the Downtown Anchor Project, people call it the courthouse.
Oh, I got
So it's like the courthouse and the city hall. all go together.
The art center and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna be. Cream of locations.
They're clearly revitalized.
Those people are very nice. So their evidence is based on the assumption that the other one was worth this. But even if it was, this one's nice. So our evidence is just gonna be this property plus the income valuation, again, $10 a foot. Lease rate in there, I think that actually is pretty close to what their leases are. And then that's it, it's just capitalized $10 a foot. Or sorry. The value would be it's a little bit less. Yeah, that's it.
What is it? You need?
Regarding the protest of incorrect phrase. Market sales value, in case ID number 2023-14, account number 62742. Move it there. With no change based on market
All in favor?
value.
Anybody opposed? Mandy, it's okay, you can second sometime too, if you like. Duke it out with,
These
the others.
We got the other.
Yeah, thank you. I'll also note that as in the other protests that Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal and Q5 other were both justified in the protest submission, and there was no evidence provided for either of those protest items. Consequently, the board is not taking action on those two protests.
You have something on the agenda?
Closes, yes. At least for today, that's fine. There may have been some, well, some other administrative things that have not spoken. Okay, so that closes that hearing. I believe we are done for the day.
I'm going to make a motion that we adjourn.
I second that motion.
Oh, okay.